My enemies share a soul, and I killed one of them. Step 1. The Syndicate Hunts. Chapters 1 to 20. Chapter 1. The Phantom Blade. If you enjoy cultivation stories, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so you never miss a new audiobook release. Now let's begin. The morning Xianxia learned that death had a price. He was meditating in an abandoned well 3 li outside Copperpine Town, in the outer provinces where the authority of the central magistrate was thin and growing thinner with each passing season. He sat on a stone ledge, his legs folded precisely according to the meditation positions he'd learned years ago, his palms resting flat against his thighs, allowing the qi from the earth's veins to settle into his meridians like rain soaking into parched soil. At foundation establishment stage, the third realm of cultivation, his cultivation base was unremarkable by the standards of the great sects that dominated the empire, but it was enough to survive in the wilderness. It was enough to run. It was enough to keep himself alive one more day, one more week, one more month. The well was ancient and entirely dry, had been for perhaps 100 years or more. The local farmers had long since dug new wells, deeper and more reliable, leaving this old structure to crumble into disuse and forgotten history. Xianxia had chosen it deliberately because the locals avoided it, a place of ill repute, perhaps, or simply a place of no value, and because water that had sat in stone for a century conducted qi in strange and useful patterns. The mineral deposits that had accumulated over decades created unexpected pathways for spiritual energy to flow. He'd learned this trick from a dying merchant in the Vermilion province, a man named Zheng who had taught him much in their final weeks together, a man Xianxia had loved and had failed to save, a man whose death had cost Xianxia everything: his future, his safety, his freedom, his right to simply exist in the world without constantly looking over his shoulder. The meditation was interrupted by footsteps on the dirt above, the dry scrape of boots against stone. But these were not the uncertain footsteps of a casual traveler or local farmer. These were professional footsteps, the kind of footsteps made by people who had been trained in the art of tracking and combat. These were the footsteps of hunters. Xianxia's eyes snapped open, and he rose without sound, moving with the fluid grace of someone who had spent 4 years learning how to make his body smaller, quieter, more invisible. He drew on the qi in his lower dantian, gathering his cultivation base, preparing it for action. His cultivation base hummed with readiness, though not eagerness. He never felt eager anymore. Eagerness was a luxury for people who had the freedom to choose their fights. He was simply prepared. His nerves were steady. His mind was focused. 3 figures silhouetted themselves against the morning sky, 2 from the north side of the well, 1 from the east. They moved with military precision, the kind of coordination that spoke of years drilling together, coordinating countless times until their movements became synchronized at the level of instinct. Each wore the gray and silver robes of the Celestial Order, one of the orthodox sects that patrolled the outer provinces with a mandate to hunt cultivators without proper registration or legitimacy. The Celestial Order was known for their brutality and their efficiency. They were not known for mercy or for complex negotiations. Xianxia knew without asking why they were here. He always knew. There was always someone hunting him. The face of the hunter changed. The sect changed. The methods changed. But the purpose never did. Someone, somewhere, wanted him dead or captured, and they were always willing to pay for the service. Xianxia, the figure from the east, called out. This one was female, her voice carrying the authority of command. We have a warrant from the provincial magistrate. Come up peacefully, and you may live to see trial. A woman perhaps 40 years old, with sharp cheekbones and a scar that ran from her left temple to her jaw. She wore a sash of crimson silk, the mark of a captain in the Celestial Order. The other 2 were younger, probably core disciples, probably fast enough that Xianxia wouldn't have an easy escape route. He'd been running for 4 years. He knew the calculus now. I don't recognize the Celestial Order's jurisdiction here, Xianxia said quietly. This territory falls under the Jade Serpent sect's patronage. You're out of bounds, Captain. The scarred woman smiled, and there was something wrong with the smile. Too knowing. Too satisfied. The Jade Serpent sect has fallen. Surely you've heard? Their master was killed 6 months ago by the cultivator we're hunting. The same fugitive standing in that well. Xianxia's breath caught. The Jade Serpent sect fallen? That meant The magistrate has redrawn the map, the woman continued. These lands are now under direct provincial control, which means you have nowhere left to run, Xianxia. And you're making this very easy for us. She drew a sword from the scabbard at her hip, and Xianxia saw at once that this was no ordinary weapon. The blade seemed to drink the light around it, catching the morning sun only to extinguish it in its depths. He recognized the quality of the craftsmanship, a high-grade spiritual artifact, probably third rank at least. In his current state, with a cultivation base still rebuilding itself, he had no defense against that kind of force. The two disciples positioned themselves at the rim, one on each side, cutting off the escape routes Xianxia had mentally mapped during his days meditating in the well. The scarred woman descended with careful steps, her sword held before her like an invitation to combat. Xianxia reached into his robe and withdrew a flat stone disc, no larger than his palm, marked with intricate patterns that glowed faintly with qi. A teleportation array, one of his last valuable possessions. He'd been saving it for a true emergency, for a moment when the walls closed in completely. This wasn't that moment yet, but he was running out of moments. He crushed the stone in his fist. The world inverted. There was a sensation of being pulled in all directions at once, a searing pain that started in his chest and bloomed outward through every nerve. The well dissolved. The scarred woman's expression of shock blurred into nothing. And then, Xianxia was falling through forest canopy, vines and branches whipping at his face, the sound of his own screaming swallowed by the roar of tearing air. The teleportation array had been damaged, or miscalibrated, or perhaps just too ancient to function properly. It had thrown him 10 li away instead of 50, and into a path that hadn't been a safe landing place. He crashed into a ravine, bones breaking as he tumbled down rocky slopes, coming to rest in a stream that ran shallow and cold. Blood filled his mouth. His left arm bent at an angle that made his stomach turn. 2 ribs, at least, were shattered. He could feel them grinding against each other when he tried to breathe. For a long moment, Xianxia lay in the stream and contemplated simply staying there. The cold water was not entirely unpleasant. It would be easy to close his eyes and let the pain drift away. For years of running, for years of betrayals and deaths and the constant, gnawing knowledge that he was responsible for them all. But then he heard the sound of cultivators landing on the rocky slopes above him. They'd tracked the teleportation array. The Celestial Order had cultivators trained in reading qi signatures. Of course they did. Of course they would follow him even through a damaged jump. Xianxia rolled onto his right side and forced himself to stand, biting back a scream of agony. His left arm hung useless. He began to stumble downstream, moving as quickly as a man with shattered bones could move, which was not quickly at all. The female captain emerged from the trees above, her scarlet sash bright against the green foliage. Behind her, the 2 disciples, both radiating qi at the Foundation establishment stage. They dropped down to the ravine floor with graceful landings, cutting off the path ahead. "You're hurt," the scarred woman said. "That armor array was damaged. Poetic justice, I suppose. The man who killed Master Zheng dies not by our sword, but by his own failed magic." "I didn't kill Master Zheng," Xianxia said. His voice was steady. This small mercy he granted himself. They would not hear his pain. "I was with him the night he died. I couldn't save him, but I didn't kill him. The magistrate's warrant says otherwise." The scarred woman raised her sword. "Last chance, Xianxia. Will you come willingly, or do I cut you down here?" Xianxia looked at the sword, at the way it seemed to draw in every shadow within a few feet of it, and he realized he had perhaps 30 seconds to live. His cultivation base was intact enough that he could feel the gathering of the 3 disciples' qi, the way they were preparing a joint technique that would slice through his body like a knife through silk. Even at full strength, he couldn't have beaten 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. At half strength, with shattered bones and a dying heart, he had no chance at all. So he breathed. Not the shallow, pained breaths he'd been taking since the fall, but a deep inhalation that drew qi from the world around him. He pulled it into the deepest regions of his dantian, called upon reserves he'd sworn he would never touch again, because touching them would cost him the last of his humanity. The world crystallized. Time didn't slow, not truly. But in that moment, it felt as though Xianxia could see every particle of air, every grain of sand in the stream, every fiber in the scarred woman's robe. He saw the instant her sword began to move, and he understood, with the clarity of a man looking into a mirror, exactly how it would fall and where it would strike. He twisted, not away from the blade. That was impossible, but along its path, allowing it to pass through the space where his body had been an instant before. He felt the heat of its passage, felt his own chi singing in response to the power of that weapon, and in the moment when the sword passed him, he moved. His cultivation base, flooded with that emergency power, allowed his right hand to move faster than thought. He didn't strike the scarred woman. Instead, he touched her shoulder, just barely, just enough for his chi to flow into her meridians for a fraction of a second. He channeled all the force he had left into that single point of contact, and her body flew backward as though struck by a physical force. The disciples reacted immediately, both drawing daggers of spiritual jade, but Xianxia was already moving. He ran downstream, his broken left arm swinging uselessly, his ribs screaming in protest, his vision starting to gray around the edges as the emergency chi faded. Behind him, he heard the scarred woman struggling to stand, heard one of the disciples trying to gather chi for a pursuit technique. He didn't look back. He never looked back anymore. Chapter 2. The Copper Pine Incident. Xianxia made it to the town of Copper Pine with one arm and 3 broken ribs, moving through the back streets with the careful steps of a dying animal. The town was small enough that no one asked questions. Travelers with injuries passed through regularly on their way to larger medical centers. He paid for a room in a low-end inn with one of his last silver coins and spent 3 days in darkness, using foundation-level healing techniques to knit his bones back together. The healing was imperfect. It always was, when you lacked a proper physician or the resources of a sect. His left arm would never have full mobility again. His ribs would always ache in the damp. But he would live, and in the current equation of his life, living was the primary objective. Copper Pine was a merchant town, situated at the intersection of 2 major trade routes that ran through the outer provinces. The streets were bustling during daylight hours with peddlers, traveling salesmen, and cultivators of minor sects who passed through seeking opportunities or employment. By night, the town transformed into something quieter but no less dangerous. The better-class establishments, those run by registered merchants and licensed traders, closed their doors at sunset. But the dives, the gambling houses, the establishments that catered to those living outside the laws of the provincial magistrate, remained open well past midnight. Xianxia had learned to navigate both halves of the town with equal care. During the day, he kept his cultivation base suppressed below the level of casual observation. At night, he remained in his room, meditating or planning his next destination. The goal was to remain unremarkable, unmemorable, a person so generic that even those whose profession it was to remember faces would forget him within hours. On the 4th night, while he was taking a cautious walk through Copper Pine's market district to test his mobility, he heard a commotion coming from the western quarter. The sound of voices shouting, the smell of burning spices and scorched wood. A fire, he thought immediately. He should avoid it. Getting involved would only draw attention, and attention was the thing he cultivated most carefully. But the voice of an old woman cut through the noise, sharp, fearful, calling for help, and something in Xianxia's chest twisted. The voice was familiar. He'd heard it before, years ago, in the immediate aftermath of Zheng's death. Lu Mei, who ran a tea house just south of the market district. Lu Mei, who had given shelter to a broken young man when the whole world was hunting him. Lu Mei, who had asked nothing in return. He told himself no. He told himself that learning to ignore suffering was a survival skill. He told himself that every time he stopped to help, disaster followed, and he would not be responsible for more deaths. He told himself that the woman in the fire might not even be her, might be someone else entirely, someone he could allow to burn without violating his conscience. But his feet were already moving toward the fire. The old woman's building was a modest tea house, situated on one of the side streets that branched off from the market district. It had been in operation for perhaps 20 years, long enough to accumulate a reputation for serving the best jasmine tea in the province. The building was wooden, naturally. Most buildings in Copper Pine were constructed of wood because wood was cheaper than stone, and the town had burned down so many times that permanent structures seemed pointless. And wood, when burning, produced such a beautiful light. The tea house's wooden structure was now engulfed in flames that reached toward the sky like the fingers of demons. Smoke poured from every door and window, thick and black and carrying the scent of burning furniture, burning herbs, burning dreams. Inside, through the windows where the fire was not yet impenetrable, Xianxia could see movement. Someone still in the structure, still trapped. The movement was panicked, desperate, a person realizing that the smoke was stealing their breath and the heat was stealing their life. And standing before the door, blocking the way, was a man. He was tall, impossibly broad-shouldered, with the kind of physique that came from decades of martial training so intense that it had become a kind of meditation. His frame was a map of muscle and scar tissue, a body that had been tested in countless battles and had survived all of them. His robes were simple, no sect markings, no spiritual artifacts, nothing to indicate his origins or his allegiance. But his cultivation base burned with the heat of core formation stage, a realm so far beyond Xianxia's current state that they might as well have been different species. The man's aura filled the street around him like heat from a furnace, pushing outward, making the air shimmer with the intensity of his presence. The man was making no effort to save the person inside. The fire danced, and his face was illuminated in its light. His features were severe, angular, carved from stone. His eyes were the worst part. They contained nothing. Not cruelty, not indifference, not even the cold calculation of someone following orders. They were the eyes of someone who had been burned away from the inside, leaving only the husk of a body driven by will that was not his own. "Move," Xianxia said, surprised by the steadiness of his own voice. The man turned to look at him, and Xianxia saw nothing in those eyes. "This fire is a cleansing," the man said. His voice was deep, resonant, accented in a way that suggested origins far from copper pine. The woman inside harbored a fugitive. "She has been judged and found wanting." "By whom?" Xianxia demanded. "By the proper authorities." The man didn't elaborate. He simply stood there, blocking the doorway with his massive frame, watching the fire consume the tea house with the patience of someone watching grass grow in a field that would be harvested eventually anyway. His indifference was absolute. It was not the indifference of someone who didn't care. That would at least imply an emotional engagement with the situation. His was the indifference of a tool, a thing that performed its function without consciousness or question. Xianxia moved. He crossed the distance between them in 3 steps, each step sending agony through his ribs, each movement a negotiation with a body that wanted to do nothing but collapse. His right arm was already gathering qi, pulling energy from his dantian despite the pain, despite the certainty that he was about to be destroyed by someone operating at a realm of power so far beyond his own that resistance was mathematically impossible. He struck at the man's chest with a palm strike aimed at his heart. It was a desperation move. He had no strength for it. His wounded body could barely sustain the cultivation base he was trying to project, and the man before him could snap him like a branch, crush him like an ant. But sometimes desperation was the only card left to play, and sometimes the only hand worth playing was the one that cost you everything. The man caught his strike with one hand, barely shifting his stance, absorbing the force of Xianxia's desperate attack without moving an inch. For a moment, the two of them were frozen in contact. The failing youth and the blank warrior, stone and desperation locked together in the firelight. And in that moment, Xianxia felt something extraordinary. The man's cultivation base was vast, yes, a reservoir of power that seemed to contain the force of 100 lesser cultivators. But it wasn't unified. It was like touching a sea that had 3 different currents running through it simultaneously, each distinct from the others, each carrying its own character and intention. For just an instant, before the man yanked his hand away as though Xianxia's touch burned him, Xianxia sensed something that shouldn't have been possible. 3 separate consciousness threads running through the same physical form. Not battling for control, not confused or chaotic, but coordinated, aware of each other, moving in perfect synchronization. The man released him, and Xianxia staggered backward, his wounded body unable to maintain equilibrium. "Interesting," the man said. His voice carried the weight of genuine curiosity, the first emotion Xianxia had detected from him. "You're more sensitive than I expected. Stay back, or you'll burn too. There's no need for your death to add to the tally of this evening." He turned his back and continued watching the fire with the same patient attention, as though watching destruction was a form of meditation. The flames reflected in his eyes, and Xianxia could swear he saw multiple expressions crossing his face in rapid succession. One face of blank indifference, replaced by a face of cold command, then replaced again by a face of something like curiosity, then cycling back. It was that cycling, that obvious presence of multiple consciousnesses observing the scene with different perspectives, that pushed Xianxia past the point of rational thought. He gathered every scrap of qi he had left, drawing deep from reserves he'd sworn he would never touch, the kind of cultivation that burned through your life force itself, and launched himself at the man's back. This time was without mercy or reservation. His broken arm lashed out, the pain immense and irrelevant. His right hand gathered energy for a killing blow that would either destroy this impossible being or destroy Xianxia in the attempt. And he felt the exhilaration of committing completely to violence, of abandoning the careful calculations that had kept him alive for 4 years. The man, the one with the strange, tripled consciousness, didn't even turn around. He simply stepped sideways, moving with the kind of casual grace that spoke of perfect technique refined through centuries of practice. His movement was so precise, so perfectly calibrated, that he moved exactly as far as necessary to avoid Xianxia's attack, without wasting energy on excess motion. Xianxia's attack passed through empty air, and the momentum carried him forward, directly into the burning doorway. Heat enveloped him like a lover's embrace, stealing his breath, making the world crystallize into a single point of sensation. Smoke filled his lungs, smoke that carried the scent of burning sandalwood, burning tea leaves, burning history. His skin began to blister immediately, the pain so intense that his mind fragmented into shards of white-hot agony. And through the haze, through the wall of heat and smoke, he saw the old woman. Lu Mei, the one who had given him soup and shelter 5 years ago when he was first fleeing the magistrate's hunters, when he was desperate and starving and alone. The one who had asked no questions and taken no payment, who had simply opened her door to a broken young man and fed him like he was a son. Lu Mei was trapped beneath a fallen beam of wood that had once been the support structure of her roof. The beam was heavy enough that a normal person would have been crushed. The heat had burned away her clothes on one side, and her skin was blackening. But she was still conscious, still alive, still trying to push the beam away with hands that no longer had the strength to do so. Xianxia grabbed her and pulled, feeling his own skin tear, screaming silently. Though perhaps he was screaming aloud, he couldn't hear his own voice over the roar of the fire. The beam shifted. The wood was old, and the heat had weakened it, made it brittle. It moved enough. Lu Mei was free, and through sheer will and qi and the kind of desperation that rewrites the rules of a body, burning away the cultivation base that was supposed to sustain him, Xianxia made it back to the door, carrying the old woman in his good arm. They fell out of the tea house and collapsed into the street, away from the worst of the heat, into air that was still smoke-filled but at least survivable. He collapsed onto the stone, his back a network of burns, his breathing a knife edge between life and death. The old woman coughed and rolled away from him, gasping, still alive, still himself, still breathing. He looked back at the man with the tripled consciousness. The massive warrior stood exactly where he had been, watching the fire that he had apparently set, and there was something unexpected in those blank eyes, something like respect. "You'll be marked by that fire," the man said, his voice carrying down to the street where Xianxia lay burning. "The burns will carry my seal. When others see those marks, they'll know you've caught the attention of Iron Wall. The name is literal, as you may have deduced. When they see that you survived it, when they see that you deliberately chose to enter the flames and rescued the woman from the destruction, they'll know you're a threat to everything they believe in. You'll become a legend among those who hunt the hunted, and legends have a way of attracting dangerous attention." Then he turned and walked away, disappearing into the night, leaving Xianxia burning in the street, his back seared with the seal of a warrior who could somehow contain 3 consciousnesses within a single form. Chapter 3. The merchants warning the old woman. Her name was Lu Mei, though Xianxia had always called her auntie during his previous stay, and he learned only later that he didn't know her actual name, knew better than to call a doctor. Doctors asked questions. Doctors reported unusual injuries to the magistrate. Doctors could become entangled in the web of consequences that Xianxia carried with him like a plague. Instead, she used salves from her own supplies, old herbal remedies that might have been older than she was. Some were common: honey mixed with ash to prevent infection, cloth soaked in cold water to draw out the heat. Others were more exotic, requiring knowledge that suggested she'd spent time around cultivators or learned from someone who had. She worked with a gentleness that contradicted her weathered hands, treating Xianxia's burns with the care of someone who had tended wounds before, many times, for many people. She asked no questions about why her tea house had been burned, or why Xianxia had tried to stop it, or why the man had allowed him to live. She simply worked, and occasionally made small sounds of disapproval at what she was seeing. But when she was finished with the basic bandaging, when Xianxia was as comfortable as someone with second-degree burns across his entire back could be, she did ask about the name the man had spoken. "Iron Wall," she said, her wrinkled face creasing further with concern as she set down her tools. The name seemed to carry weight in the room, as though speaking it aloud had weight. "You've drawn the attention of Iron Wall? Oh, Xianxia, what have you done?" "The name means something." "It means death," Lu Mei said, her voice dropping low. "It means that something you did or something you are has marked you as a problem to be solved. Iron Wall is not a person, or rather, he's a person who stopped being a person a long time ago. He's a tool, a weapon, a thing that's been shaped for a single purpose, and that purpose is to eliminate problems. And he doesn't miss. He hasn't failed an assignment in 30 years. Everyone who's been marked by Iron Wall dies. That's simply how it works. He let me live," Xianxia said, more to himself than to her. "He could have killed me, and he didn't." "Then that was a warning, not a reprieve." Lu Mei finished cleaning up her medical supplies and sat back on her heels, her old bones creaking audibly. Warnings from Iron Wall are like warnings from the sky before a storm. They're information, not mercy. What did you do to catch his attention? What could possibly be worth burning my life's work, my home, everything I've built? Xianxia wanted to lie. He wanted to tell her it was a misunderstanding, a case of mistaken identity, something that would be resolved without consequence. But he owed her better than lies. She had saved his life once before, had asked nothing in return, had shown him kindness when the world had become nothing but sharks and hunger. "I was with a man when he died," Xianxia said. "A man named Zheng, who ran a sect in the Vermilion province. The authorities blame me for his death. Officially, I murdered him. There was a warrant issued, and hunters were sent. I've been running for 4 years." Lu Mei was quiet for a long time. She sat on the edge of her bed, the same bed Xianxia had used during his previous stay, and stared at her hands as though they might provide answers. "And Iron Wall was sent to catch you? Or to kill you?" "I don't know," Xianxia admitted. "I don't know who sends Iron Wall after anyone. He said something about having been sent by proper authorities, but he didn't specify which authorities. The Celestial Order, perhaps. The provincial magistrate. Someone higher up in the bureaucracy of control." "It doesn't matter," Lu Mei said finally. She stood, her movements slow and deliberate, as though her body had to negotiate with itself before committing to action. "What matters is that you need to leave. Tonight. Tomorrow at the latest. I'll help you as best I can, but staying here is a death sentence for both of us. Iron Wall will come back. He'll come back to finish what he started, or to see if you'll come back to finish what you started, or to burn this place down again just to confirm that you died in the flames. When he comes, and he will come, you need to be gone." She moved to a wooden chest in the corner of her room and began removing items. A change of clothes, a water bag, rice and dried meat wrapped in cloth. Small acts of kindness that would give him an extra day or two of survival. She was right, of course. Xianxia had learned long ago that the world ran on simple economic principles. Every action had a cost. Every choice led to consequences that spiraled outward like water drops in a pond. If he stayed in Copper Pine, he would cause more harm. Lu Mei would be collateral damage. Perhaps others would be too. But the burns on his back were deep, and they throbbed with an intensity that made movement difficult. Even the simple act of standing and walking was agony. And beyond the physical pain, there was something else, a strange sensation at the edges of his consciousness, as though the seal Iron Wall had left on him was like a rope connecting him to something vast and terrible. He spent the night in Lu Mei's spare room, and in the morning, a different visitor arrived. The man came to the tea house through the back entrance, moving with the careful precision of someone who wanted to be noticed. He was tall, perhaps 50 years old, with the kind of face that seemed designed to fade into crowds. He wore merchant's robes, dyed a deep blue, with silver clasps that marked him as someone of moderate wealth. "I'm looking for a man named Xianxia," the merchant said, addressing Lu Mei with the politeness of someone conducting legitimate business. "A young man, recently injured. I have news that concerns him, and I'm willing to pay for the privilege of delivering it." Lu Mei's eyes flickered to the doorway of the back room, where Xianxia was hidden, then back to the merchant. "I don't know anyone by that name," she said. The merchant smiled. "You're a poor liar, Lu Mei, but I expected that. I'm here to help, not to harm. My name is Guosheng, and I work as a broker in information. Someone has hired me to pass along a warning to Xianxia, and I'm willing to do so even though the payment offered was laughably small. This suggests to me that whoever hired me to deliver the warning does so out of genuine concern, not professional obligation." Xianxia emerged from the back room before Lu Mei could respond. The burns on his back pulled and protested the movement, but he showed nothing of the pain on his face. "Who hired you?" he asked. Guosheng's smile widened. "A woman of considerable power. She called herself Lady Crimson, and she had a message for you." 3 messages, actually, each from a different consciousness, but delivered with surprising unanimity of purpose. "I don't understand," Xianxia said. "That much is obvious." Guosheng pulled a letter from inside his robe and handed it to Xianxia. The envelope was sealed with red wax, and it bore no marking. "The message is simple. You have caught the attention of forces far greater than you understand. You are being hunted by 3 different entities, each with their own agenda, but the agendas align in one point. You must be eliminated. However, one of these entities is willing to give you a choice. You can either die alone and forgotten, or you can come to meet with Lady Crimson at the House of Silk in the capital city of Mingzhou. She will explain matters that you need to understand, and she will offer you a choice that might, in some infinitesimally small way, improve your odds of survival." Xianxia opened the envelope and withdrew a single sheet of paper. The handwriting was elegant, precise, and the message was brief. "Xianxia, you are not as alone as you think. The thing that hunts you is singular, but it wears 3 faces. Come to Mingzhou and learn which face is most likely to kill you first. Come to Mingzhou and learn how to play one face against the others. Come to Mingzhou, and perhaps you will understand why Master Zheng had to die." "Lady Crimson, how far is Mingzhou?" Xianxia asked. 15 days travel, if you don't stop," Guosheng said. "But given your condition, I'd estimate 20. I'm also instructed to give you this." He handed over a small purse that clinked with the weight of silver coins. "Enough for passage on a merchant caravan, room and board at respectable inns, and a bribe to the city guard if you're questioned about your burns. The woman who hired me to deliver this is, as I said, sufficiently concerned about your welfare to fund your journey." "Why would she do that?" Xianxia demanded. "What does she gain from keeping me alive?" Guosheng's smile faded, and for the first time, his expression became serious. "That, I'm afraid, is something only Lady Crimson can explain. But I will tell you this, freely, from my own personal experience. The woman does not make investments lightly. If she is willing to spend money to get you to Mingzhou, then whatever she wants from you is worth considerably more than the price of your journey." He turned to leave, then paused at the doorway. "One final piece of advice, Xianxia. Iron Wall was only the messenger. The thing that sent him is still out there, and it is still hunting you. Running to Mingzhou may not be salvation, but staying here is definitely death." Then the merchant was gone, and Xianxia was left holding a letter that raised more questions than it answered. Chapter 4. The road to Mingzhou. The merchant caravan left Copper Pine 2 days later, moving southward along the Imperial Road toward the capital. Xianxia had spent those 2 days resting, allowing his burns to scab over and toughen, allowing his cultivation base to stabilize after the desperate expenditure of energy. Lu Mei had insisted, despite his protests, that lingering was dangerous. "Another day or 2 won't matter if you're going to get caught anyway," she'd said with the bluntness of someone who had lived long enough to understand that courtesy and truth rarely occupied the same space. "But if you leave now, with your wounds still oozing and your cultivation base in tatters, you'll attract attention just by the way you move. Better to wait, heal a little, and travel as someone whole enough to pass casual inspection. She'd been right, as she had been right about most things. The caravan was run by a merchant named Hong Cheng, a man of perhaps 50 whose previous involvement with cultivation sects had left him with enough knowledge to employ guards who could handle most common threats. He asked no questions about Xianxia's origin or destination, simply took the payment that Lu Mei had arranged, a fair price for passage, nothing more, nothing less. The caravan carried bolts of silk, ceramic vessels, dried fruits, and other trade goods bound for the markets of Mingzhou. They traveled the Imperial Road, the main artery of commerce that connected the outer provinces to the capital. The Imperial Road was remarkably well maintained, at least for this season. Spring rains hadn't yet turned it into a river of mud. Bandits were less active in the spring than in the summer months, when the heat drove them to madness. The weather was warm, but not unbearable. All the conditions aligned to make Xianxia's journey toward uncertainty as comfortable as such journeys could be. He traveled with them disguised as a minor merchant, one of the several assistants and lesser traders who traveled with the caravan, handling the more mundane aspects of the operation. His burns were hidden beneath layers of cloth that he claimed protected his sensitive skin from the sun. His cultivation base was suppressed to the lowest possible level so as not to draw the attention of other cultivators who might recognize him as something more than an ordinary trader. The suppression of his cultivation base was painful in a way that bruises and burns were not. It felt like holding his breath for hours at a time, like pressing down a lid on a pot of boiling water and hoping that the pressure wouldn't exceed the structural integrity of the container. But it was necessary. There were cultivators patrolling the Imperial Road, bounty hunters, sect disciples, independent operators looking for lucrative targets. Any of them might recognize his cultivation base, or more importantly, might recognize the seal that Iron Wall had left on him. The journey was 10 days shorter than Guosheng had predicted, which Xianxia attributed to the quality of the caravan's guards and the excellent condition of the roads in this season, and also to something else, a sense of being pulled southward, as though the seal on his back was reeling him in like a fish on a line, drawing him toward his destiny, whether he wanted to go or not. 10 days was still enough time for the burns on his back to begin healing into permanent scars, marks of the encounter with Iron Wall that would carry with them the seal that the man had mentioned. Xianxia could feel the scars forming beneath his bandages, could feel the way they were bonding with his cultivation base, becoming a permanent part of his existence rather than a temporary injury. And with each day that passed, with each li that the caravan traveled southward, Xianxia became more aware of that seal. It was as though Iron Wall had left a piece of himself in the flames, a spiritual anchor that connected Xianxia's consciousness to something vast and terrible. The seal was most noticeable as a pressure, a constant awareness of being observed. Xianxia could feel it most strongly at dawn and dusk, when his mind was transitioning between waking and meditation, when the boundaries between consciousness and dream were most permeable. In those liminal moments, he sensed something vast watching him from a great distance. 3 distinct presences, actually, or 3 perspectives on a single thing. Xianxia couldn't quite determine which. They seemed to be observing him with the intensity of a fisherman watching his line, waiting to feel the first tug of movement. One presence felt like stone and immovable will. That would be Iron Wall. It was a presence of absolute certainty, of a consciousness that had been trained to execute its function without doubt or second thought. When Xianxia touched it mentally, he felt the shape of a warrior's mind, direct, efficient, utterly focused on the task at hand. The second presence felt like crimson silk and calculation. That would be Lady Crimson. It was more complex than Iron Wall's presence, containing layers of thought, of strategy, of a mind that was constantly analyzing multiple possibilities simultaneously. It felt like the consciousness of a command officer, someone accustomed to seeing the larger picture and making decisions based on incomplete information. But the third presence was harder to identify. It felt like command authority, like the weight of accumulated power and age. It felt old and angry and patient in a way that suggested it had learned to wait for centuries if necessary. It felt like the consciousness of someone who had lived through empires rising and falling, through dynasties establishing themselves and collapsing, through the fundamental transformation of society across generations. And underneath all that age and power, It felt like something else, something broken, something dying. On the 7th day of the journey, Xianxia was sitting in his tent at a camp 50 li north of Mingzhou when that third presence pressed against his consciousness so forcefully that he gasped aloud. It was like being touched by a hand made of ice and fire simultaneously. It was like being seen by an eye that had learned to perceive truth underneath all deception. The presence was asking him a question, not in words. There were no words for this kind of communication. It was prelinguistic, a pure transmission of meaning from one consciousness to another. But the import was unmistakable. What was he willing to do to survive? What price would he pay? How many people would he harm? How many lives would he destroy? How much of his own humanity would he burn away if it meant another day of living? Xianxia didn't answer. He couldn't answer because he didn't know. 4 years ago, at the beginning of his flight, he would have said anything, sacrificed anything. He would have given his entire soul for another few years of life. But 4 years of running had changed him in ways he hadn't entirely understood until this moment. He'd learned that the cost of survival was often higher than the cost of death. He'd learned that people who cared about him tended to die, that people who tried to help him tended to suffer, that his very existence seemed to be a curse upon those around him. If the choice was between his own life and the lives of others, he'd become increasingly unsure which answer to give. The presence withdrew, apparently unsatisfied with his silence. But before it pulled away completely, Xianxia felt a flash of something like understanding pass between them. The presence seemed to nod, as though his refusal to answer had itself been an answer. That night, Xianxia dreamed of 3 people. In the dream, they were sitting in a room that existed nowhere and everywhere, a space that was somehow inside his mind, but also vast enough to contain empires. The first was Iron Wall, looking exactly as he had in Copper Pine, his face blank and his movements precise. But in the dream, his face was not entirely blank. Occasionally, his expression would flicker, showing glimpses of the consciousness underneath the tool. The second was Lady Crimson, a woman of perhaps 40 years with sharp cheekbones and intelligent eyes. Her robes were colored a deep crimson, and they seemed to shift and flow like liquid in the dreamlight. She was writing something, her hand moving quickly across parchment, documenting something important. The third was a man Xianxia recognized with a start of horror. Elder Zhao of the Celestial Order, the same man who had once tried to recruit him into their ranks, 5 years ago, before everything fell apart. But Elder Zhao looked different in the dream. He looked like he was suffering. His face was drawn, his eyes hollow, and his hands were shaking as though from great effort. They were speaking to each other, but not with words. They were sharing thoughts, memories, sensations, pouring information from one consciousness to another with the ease of people who shared a single nervous system. And Xianxia, from his position as observer in the dream, could sense the depth of their connection. They were not 3 separate people struggling to cooperate. They were 3 bodies, 3 perspectives, 3 expressions of a single consciousness that had somehow learned to divide itself. When Xianxia woke, his heart pounding, he understood. Iron Wall and Lady Crimson and Elder Zhao were not 3 different entities hunting him. They were one entity, wearing 3 different faces, using 3 different approaches to achieve the same goal. And that entity was currently aware of his position, his movements, his thoughts, because Iron Wall had left a part of himself in the burns on Xianxia's back. He should have felt despair. Instead, he felt the first spark of something that had been dead inside him for years: hope. If his hunters were not 3 separate problems, then perhaps they could be turned against each other. If they shared a consciousness, then perhaps hurting one would hurt all 3. And if he could find a way to threaten that unified consciousness, perhaps he could finally stop running. The caravan reached Mingzhou at dawn on the 10th day of travel. The city was vast, easily the largest settlement Xianxia had ever seen, with walls that rose higher than mountains and gates that required dozens of guards to operate. The architecture spoke of money and power, centuries of accumulated wealth concentrated in a single location. And somewhere in this sprawling urban landscape, a woman named Lady Crimson was waiting for him. Xianxia paid the caravan master for his passage and disappeared into the crowds of the city, following the instructions that Lady Crimson's letter had contained. The House of Silk was located in the Merchant District, a 3-story establishment that seemed to be a mixture of tea house, gambling den, and information broker. Guards in red silk stood at the doors, checking those who entered. Xianxia approached without hesitation. "I'm here to see Lady Crimson," he said. The guard eyed him suspiciously. "She doesn't take walk-ins. Tell her Xianxia is here." Xianxia pulled back his sleeve slightly, revealing the edge of the burns that Iron Wall had left on him. The guard's expression shifted immediately. "Ah," he said. "Wait here." Chapter 5. The woman in red, Lady Crimson's chamber, was on the top floor of the House of Silk, a space that overlooked the entirety of the merchant district. The walls were painted a deep crimson, not the crimson of blood or violence, but the crimson of fine wine and silk, the color of wealth and refinement. The floors were covered with fine carpets imported from southern cities, rugs of such quality that they seemed to muffle sound itself, making the chamber a place of profound silence. There was a desk of rosewood positioned beside a window that looked out over the rooftops of Mingzhou. The view from that window encompassed the entire merchant district, the warehouses where goods were stored, the open markets where commerce happened, the smaller streets where less official transactions occurred. Someone standing at that desk had a perfect vantage point to observe the movements of the city below, to track the flow of money and people, to understand the pulse of Mingzhou's life. A woman was standing behind the desk when Xianxia entered, her back to him, her silhouette framed by the afternoon light coming through the window. She turned as the doors closed behind Xianxia with a soft whisper of expensive hinges, and Xianxia saw her clearly for the first time. She was not, as the name might have suggested, a woman of extreme age or extreme cruelty. She appeared to be in her late 30s, with sharp cheekbones that gave her face an angular, efficient look. Her eyes were intelligent and cold, the eyes of someone who had learned that mercy was expensive and usually wasted. And running along her left temple, from just above her eye to just below her ear, was an elegant scar, the kind of scar that a person received from a very sharp blade wielded by someone who was trying to avoid inflicting fatal damage, or the kind of scar that remained after a wound had been deliberately left to heal without proper care, as a reminder of failure or defiance. That scar was identical to the one on the captain of the Celestial Order who had hunted him in the ravine. Identical to the scar that Xianxia had glimpsed on the figure in his dreams. Which meant this was the captain. Which meant Lady Crimson's body was not different from the woman he had struck with his palm strike in that ravine. Which meant that the woman he was facing had felt his attack, had experienced the force of his desperation, had fallen backward under the weight of his will. Which meant, yes, Lady Crimson said, moving around the desk with a movement that was economical and controlled, the movement of someone who had learned never to waste energy. "I am the same woman who tried to capture you in the ravine. I am the captain of the Celestial Order. I am also the mercenary known as Iron Wall, the warrior who allowed you to burn in Copper Pine. And I am also Elder Zhao, who once sat on the council that ruled the Celestial Order's eastern territories, the man who has studied cultivation theory for more years than you have been alive." She stopped a few paces away from him, studying him with the intensity of someone appraising a valuable piece of merchandise. "We are three people, Xianxia, three separate bodies, three distinct lives, but we are one consciousness. We share a single mind distributed across three forms. We share every thought, every memory, every sensation. When Iron Wall feels pain, I feel it too. When I learn something new, both of the others know it immediately. And when Elder Zhao makes a decision, all three of us are bound by it." She gestured to a chair. "Please sit. I can see the journey has exhausted you. The burns on your back are still healing, are they not? The seal that Iron Wall left on you must be quite prominent by now, running from your spine to your shoulders. A beautiful pattern of scarring, if Iron Wall did his work correctly. He usually does." Xianxia remained standing. "And we have been hunting you, Xianxia, for 4 years," Lady Crimson continued, not waiting for him to sit. "Across provinces and cities, through seasons of rain and seasons of drought. We have been hunting you because someone commanded us to hunt you, because a contract was placed upon your head, because you are, in some way that we do not entirely understand, important to someone very powerful." Xianxia's hand moved instinctively toward the qi in his dantian, but Lady Crimson held up a hand. "If I wanted you dead, you would already be dead. Iron Wall could have finished you in Copper Pine. The captain could have captured you in the ravine. Elder Zhao could have had you executed 4 years ago when you first fled. But none of us have moved decisively against you, because we have been divided. Divided? Xianxia kept his hand near his dantian, ready for an attack. 3 bodies, 1 consciousness, Lady Crimson explained, moving back to her desk and settling into a chair. We share memories, sensations, thoughts, insights. When Iron Wall experiences something, all 3 of us know it immediately. When the captain learns something new, all 3 benefit from that knowledge. And when Elder Zhao makes a decision, all 3 of us are obligated to follow it. But our 3 bodies are separated by vast distances. Our 3 lives are separate. And sometimes, being separated, we disagree. She gestured to a chair across from her desk. Sit, Xianxia. I can see you're in pain, and standing won't help either of us. Xianxia sat slowly, never taking his eyes off her. What do you want from me? The truth, first, Lady Crimson said. Master Zhang's death. You were with him when he died. You have been blamed for his death. But you didn't kill him, did you? No. Xianxia's voice was quiet. He was dying from poison. I tried to save him, but I didn't have the knowledge or the resources. He died, and I ran, because I knew that no one would believe my innocence. Because you had already been marked by us, Lady Crimson said. Because when Zhang began to ask questions about his poisoning, he attracted our attention, and when he tried to hide you, he sealed his own fate. We didn't poison him. We had nothing to do with his death. But we marked both of you because we knew that you, Xianxia, were the person we were supposed to be hunting. By whom? Xianxia demanded. Who hired you? Who is this entity that wears 3 faces and hunts me across the empire? Lady Crimson smiled, and it was not a kind smile. That is the question at the heart of everything. Who hired us? The answer is, we don't remember. All 3 of us have the same fragmented memories of being given this task, but the memories are incomplete. We know we are bound by some kind of contract or agreement, but we cannot access the details. It is as though there is a lock in all 3 of our minds, preventing us from learning who we truly serve. She stood and walked to the window, looking out over the merchant district. 3 months ago, Elder Zhao began to suspect something, that we were not being hunted because of what we did, but because of what we are. And 1 week ago, I began to suspect something else, that the lock in our minds might be failing, that fragments of memory are returning. She turned back to face him. We've been hunting you for 4 years, Xianxia, and we've learned nothing except this. You are the key to unlocking our memories. Something about your existence, your cultivation, your very presence threatens the seal that was placed in our minds. And that means you have value to all 3 of us. It also means that when either the captain or Iron Wall finally captures you, and when they try to use you to break the seal, the results will be catastrophic. For whom? Xianxia asked. For everyone, Lady Crimson said. You see, Xianxia, we are not the only ones cursed with this strange existence. All across the empire, there are other groups like us. Unified consciousness spread across multiple bodies, forced to navigate a world that assumes everyone is a single, indivisible self. And all of us are bound by the same seal, the same lock in our minds. If that seal begins to fail, if those locks begin to break, then we will all recover our memories. We will all learn who trapped us and why. She returned to her desk and opened a drawer, withdrawing a small jade pendant on a chain. This is a message from Elder Zhao, placed here through our shared consciousness, waiting for the moment when I, as Lady Crimson, made contact with you. He wants you to know something. He is dying. The separation between 3 bodies and 1 consciousness is taking a toll on his cultivation base. In approximately 6 months, Elder Zhao's body will fail completely. When that happens, the consciousness that drives all 3 of us will lose a third of its awareness, a third of its strength, a third of its connection to this world. She placed the pendant on the desk between them, and that terrifies all 3 of us. Because if 1 body dies while we are still locked into this unified form, the experience of that death, the pain, the sudden amputation, the phantom sensations, will be shared equally by all 3 surviving consciousnesses. We will go insane, or we will be crippled, or both. Chapter 6. The weight of knowledge. Xianxia stared at the pendant, understanding slowly dawning. The jade was warm from her hand, and it seemed to pulse with a faint aura of cultivation energy. Lady Crimson had revealed her strategy in that single gesture. She was not threatening him with death, though death was certainly an option. She was threatening him with something far more profound, knowledge. With the burden of knowing what would happen to the three bodies when Elder Zhao died. With the weight of understanding the nature of the consciousness that was hunting him. "Why are you telling me this?" he asked, his voice hollow. "Why reveal your own weakness? Why explain the threat to yourself? This is insane." Lady Crimson smiled thinly. "Because you are the key," she said. "Your presence threatens our seal in ways that even three separate consciousnesses can barely comprehend. The threads of connection that bind us are fraying in response to your existence. When you entered this building, when you stepped foot in the same city as us, every thread began to vibrate like a string struck by a musician. We could feel it. All three of us, simultaneously, knew that something fundamental had shifted." She moved to a shelf and withdrew several journals, stacking them on her desk. "But more than that, you are a wild card in our situation. You are being hunted by forces we don't understand and can't remember. You survived an encounter with Iron Wall that should have killed you. Nobody survives Iron Wall. You ran from the captain through conditions that would have broken any ordinary cultivator. You pushed yourself into burning flames and emerged still conscious, still fighting. And you have learned, somehow, to sense our unified consciousness when most people in the Empire never suspect that more than one being is involved." She sat back down in her chair, her fingers steepled together. "So I am offering you a choice, Xianxia. This choice is not unanimous. I am offering it to you as Lady Crimson, as the captain of the Celestial Order, as a consciousness that cares about understanding rather than raw power. And I am sharing my uncertainty about that choice with the others, because all three of us disagree fundamentally on whether we should make this offer at all." She waited, letting the implications sink in. Xianxia could sense the threads of connection vibrating between her and the absent consciousnesses of Iron Wall and Elder Zhao. He could feel the tension, the dissent, the fundamental disagreement about how to proceed. "What choice?" Xianxia finally asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "You can continue to run," Lady Crimson said. "Run to the next province, the next city, the next mountain pass. We will continue to hunt you. Eventually, one of us will catch you. And when you are caught, when you are brought before all three of us simultaneously, your death or capture will either help us break the seal that holds us, or it will trigger something else entirely. We don't know which. The outcome is profoundly uncertain. It might free us. It might destroy us. It might create an apocalypse." She leaned forward, her eyes boring into his. "Or you can come with me. You can stay in Mingzhou, in this house, under my protection. You can help us understand what's happening to the seal. You can help us understand who trapped us and why they deemed it necessary to create three bodies driven by a single consciousness. You can help us survive the moment when Elder Zhao dies. And in return," she paused, and in that pause, Xianxia heard the weight of her offer. "In return, I will use my influence to make sure that no other hunter pursues you. I will use my position in the Celestial Order to corrupt their records, to lose the warrant with your name on it, to ensure that you are no longer officially a fugitive. I will shelter you from the forces that want you dead, and believe me, there are more of them than you realize. The Magistrate wants you. The Celestial Order wants you. But there are also forces beyond the ordinary hierarchy of power that want you, forces that move in shadows and think in centuries. I will protect you from all of them." She pulled the pendant closer. "And when Elder Zhao dies, and he will die, in approximately 6 months, I will help you survive what comes after. I will help you understand what the rending means. I will help you navigate the madness that will claim Iron Wall and myself when one of our consciousnesses abruptly ceases to exist. I will help you use that moment of chaos to either escape completely or to consolidate power in ways you cannot yet imagine." "And if I refuse?" Xianxia asked. "Then I give you a 3-day head start before I call Iron Wall to come finish the job," Lady Crimson said, her voice dropping to the tone of someone stating a simple fact. "That is Lady Crimson speaking. I am offering you escape. Elder Zhao would not give you any head start at all. He would send Iron Wall immediately, and you would be caught within a day. And Iron Wall simply doesn't care. He will do what we collectively decide. His opinions don't matter in the grand calculus. He is a tool, and tools do not have preferences." Xianxia stood and walked to the window, looking out over the sprawling city of Mingzhou. Somewhere in those streets were people he didn't know. Families, children, cultivators and merchants, and ordinary people living ordinary lives. If he stayed here, if he accepted this offer, what would that mean for them? He had spent 4 years learning that his presence brought danger to those around him. That was the lesson he had internalized, the reason he had taught himself to live alone and accept solitude as the price of keeping others safe. But Lady Crimson was claiming that staying with her, accepting her protection, would actually prevent danger to others. Was that true? Or was it another trap, another way for the mysterious entity that controlled them all to tighten its grip on his throat? I need to think, Xianxia said. You have until dawn, Lady Crimson said. At dawn, if you are still in the House of Silk, I will interpret that as acceptance of my offer. If you are gone, I will interpret that as a decision to continue running, and I will send Iron Wall after you. The choice is yours, Xianxia. But choose quickly, because the seal is weakening, and the entity that created it will not tolerate much more of this negotiation. Xianxia nodded and left the chamber, his mind churning. Chapter 7. The 3 Forms of Danger. He was given a room on the 2nd floor of the House of Silk, a space that was comfortable and luxurious in ways that Xianxia had almost forgotten existed. The room contained a bed with soft linens, a desk for writing, shelves for storing personal effects, a window that looked out over the merchant district. Everything had been arranged for comfort and utility. Everything suggested that his stay would be long-term and peaceful. Everything was a lie designed to make him feel secure. But instead of sleeping, instead of resting his battered body and allowing his cultivated mind to relax, Xianxia sat on the edge of the bed and extended his consciousness outward. He followed the threads of the unified consciousness that connected the 3 bodies of his hunters. He reached out with his awareness and began to feel the nature of the binding that held them together. It was easier now that he was in the same building as Lady Crimson, sharing the same physical space. The connection was clearer, less distorted by distance, less degraded by the vast geographical separation between Iron Wall's location in the distant south and Elder Zhao's location in the Sacred Order's headquarters. And in that clarity, Xianxia began to understand the truth that had been hidden in Lady Crimson's carefully chosen words. The entity was not unified at all. It was fractured. It was a consciousness that had learned to divide itself across 3 bodies, but in learning to divide, it had created the possibility of internal conflict. 3 bodies meant 3 perspectives, 3 separate streams of consciousness that shared information but did not necessarily share emotional responses to that information. 3 bodies meant 3 perspectives, 3 streams of consciousness that shared information but not the same emotional responses to that information. Elder Zhao, for instance, wanted Xianxia captured and interrogated immediately. He was afraid of the failing seal and wanted to use Xianxia's presence to accelerate the process of breaking it. Consequences be damned. The captain, however, was interested in understanding the nature of the threat before acting. She wanted to study Xianxia, to learn from him, to develop a strategy that would protect all 3 bodies while maximizing their chances of recovering their memories. And Iron Wall simply wanted to follow orders. He had no fear, no ambition, no desire except to complete assignments. He was, in his way, the most dangerous of the 3, because he could be deployed against any target without hesitation or doubt. But the moment Elder Zhao's body failed, everything would change. When Elder Zhao died, the unified consciousness would lose 1/3 of itself. That was Lady Crimson's fear, expressed through every carefully neutral syllable. But it was also an opportunity. If the death of one body caused enough disruption, if the pain and phantom sensations were severe enough, then perhaps the connections between the 3 consciousnesses would shatter. Perhaps the entity would fracture into 3 separate beings, each with their own memories, their own motivations, their own desires. And that would change everything. Xianxia spent the night moving through the House of Silk, learning its layout, finding the exits, understanding the defenses. By dawn, he had made his decision. He remained in his room when the sun rose, making no move to leave. By mid-morning, Lady Crimson's attendant came to bring him breakfast and a message. Lord Crimson accepts your decision. You are now a guest of the House of Silk. You will be protected from all threats. In return, we ask only that you remain here, that you allow us to study your cultivation, and that you share with us any insights you might have about the nature of the seal. Xianxia nodded and accepted the arrangement. He did not, of course, mention that he had decided to use this time not to help them break the seal, but to study them, to understand the nature of their unified consciousness, to find the weak points in their structure, and to develop a plan that would turn their three bodies against each other in the moment when Elder Zhao's death made them vulnerable. He was no longer running. He was preparing for war. Chapter 8. The House of Mirrors. Days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months. Xianxia settled into a new rhythm in the House of Silk, a life that was, in some ways, more comfortable than anything he had experienced in the 4 years of running. He had a room with temperature-regulated qi flows to assist meditation. He had meals prepared by servants who never asked questions about his origins or his past. He had access to Lady Crimson's vast library, filled with books on cultivation theory and history and philosophy. He had time to meditate without fear of immediate danger. He had time to heal his injuries properly, using medical texts and herbal remedies. He had time to rebuild his cultivation base slowly and carefully, according to proper technique rather than desperate improvisation. But comfort, Xianxia had learned, was often a cage. A comfortable cage was still a cage. A luxurious prison was still a prison. The more comfortable his life became in the House of Silk, the more carefully he studied his captors, the more he understood that he was being contained as carefully as a scientist contains a specimen. Lady Crimson began to test him almost immediately after his first week of residence. She would invite him to her chambers and ask him questions about his cultivation, what level he had achieved, what techniques he had learned, what his rate of advancement had been. She would ask him about his past, where he had been born, who his parents had been, what had driven him to become a cultivator. She would ask him about the moment when he first sensed the connection between the three bodies, how he had perceived it, what it had felt like, what insights it had given him about the nature of consciousness itself. Sometimes Iron Wall would be present during these questioning sessions. The man would simply appear in the room without warning, as though he existed in multiple places and could move between them instantaneously. His bulk would fill the chamber, somehow making even a large space feel compressed and claustrophobic. Other times, Elder Zhao's presence would dominate the room, an ancient anger filling the air like smoke, a sense of impatience and fury barely contained behind the barrier of Lady Crimson's body. The captain, however, was genuinely curious about Xianxia in a way that the other two consciousnesses were not. She wanted to understand him, to comprehend how his mind worked, not just use him as a tool. And in her curiosity, Xianxia found a thread he could pull. He could use her desire for understanding to learn more about her motivations and methods. When did you first realize what you were? Xianxia asked her one afternoon, as they sat in the library of the House of Silk, surrounded by volumes of ancient knowledge and forgotten history. Lady Crimson smiled faintly, and the scar on her face seemed to shift in the light. We didn't realize. There was no moment of discovery, no instant of realization. We were born this way. All three of us came into consciousness already connected, already aware of the other bodies. The earliest memory any of us have is of three perspectives seeing the same dawn, and somehow knowing that we were seeing it through three separate sets of eyes. We couldn't remember learning how to distinguish between our different body sensations. We couldn't remember the moment when we understood that we were three and one simultaneously. How is that possible? Xianxia asked. How can someone be born with a consciousness divided across three bodies? We don't know, she admitted. That knowledge is locked behind the seal. All we know is that at some point in our past, and I mean centuries ago, based on various historical markers in our fragmentary memories, someone created this connection deliberately. Someone with power beyond measure decided that they wanted us to be three bodies driven by one consciousness. Someone wanted to create a being that could exist in multiple places simultaneously. And that same person sealed our memories of how it happened and why it happened and who it was that made us what we are. She stood and walked to one of the bookshelves, running her finger along the spines of the ancient volumes with a gesture that suggested both familiarity and reverence. What's worse is that we know we're not alone. There are others like us scattered across the empire. Not many, which suggests the technique is difficult or dangerous or both, but enough that we've encountered evidence of them over the decades. A warrior in the south who fights with four bodies, coordinated perfectly. A cultivator in the north whose consciousness is distributed across 6 forms, each one independent but somehow unified. A merchant family in the central provinces where 5 people share a single mind and run a commercial empire from multiple cities simultaneously. She pulled down a journal and opened it carefully, as though the book itself was fragile. This is Ironwall's record. He's been documenting all the others he encounters, creating a map of the distributed consciousnesses across the empire. And what's clear from his notes, what becomes increasingly obvious as you read, is that all of us are getting worse. The connections between our bodies are destabilizing. The seals that bind us are weakening. The foundations that hold our unified consciousnesses together are fracturing. And soon, very soon, they're all going to break. And then what? Xianxia asked. Then either we all go insane, Lady Crimson said quietly. The sudden awareness of being trapped, the shock of understanding what was done to us, the pain of fragmenting consciousness, it could drive all of us into madness. Or we remember something. We remember what was sealed away. We remember why we were cursed with this existence in the first place. And if we remember, then we'll know who did this to us. We'll know who created us and bound us and sealed our minds. And then, she didn't finish the sentence, but Xianxia could complete it himself. Then there would be war. War between those who had been cursed and those who had cursed them. War between the multiple consciousnesses that had been forced into unified containers against their will. And that war would reshape the empire. War that would make the burning of Copperpine look like a child's game. Chapter 9. The disease spreads. The first sign that Elder Zhao's condition was worsening came in the middle of the night, approximately 2 months after Xianxia had agreed to stay in the House of Silk. He woke from sleep to a sound that seemed to tear open the very fabric of the building's silence. It was screaming from the upper floors, not the screaming of someone being tortured by external means or by another person's cruelty. This was something infinitely worse, the sound of someone in the grip of an agony that was both fiercely physical and profoundly psychological. A cry of distress that contained more than one voice, as though multiple consciousnesses were screaming in perfect unison despite occupying the same physical throat. The sound seemed to resonate from deep within the bones of the House of Silk itself, vibrating through the walls, traveling through the corridors and chambers with an intensity that suggested consciousness and shared anguish. Xianxia dressed quickly and moved toward the stairs, but found his path blocked by Ironwall, who was standing in the corridor with his arms crossed, completely calm despite the sounds of distress echoing through the building. The elder is experiencing a cascade, Ironwall said, his voice devoid of emotion or judgment. His body is beginning to fail catastrophically. When his consciousness finally separates from the binding, when his body ceases to sustain the unified awareness that connects all 3 of us, we will all experience the sensations of his death simultaneously. We will share his pain, his confusion, his final moments of awareness. This current episode is a rehearsal, a preview of the rending to come. How long does he have? Xianxia asked. Weeks, perhaps days. We cannot be certain. The mathematical models that Elder Zhao has constructed suggest 6 months, but models are imperfect when dealing with consciousness and binding magic. The seal is accelerating the process, or perhaps the process of dying is accelerating the seal's failure. The causality is unclear. It is like asking which end of a rope phrase first when being pulled in opposite directions. The question assumes a kind of linearity that may not exist. Ironwall stepped aside with deliberate slowness, allowing Xianxia to continue up the stairs. The warrior said nothing more, simply returned to his meditation, but the weight of his presence remained, a constant reminder that Xianxia was always being watched, always being assessed, always being evaluated for his utility or threat level. In Lady Crimson's chamber on the 3rd floor, Xianxia found a scene that would become horrifyingly familiar over the coming weeks. The woman was on her knees on the floor, her body convulsing with a violence that suggested her physical form might not survive the internal conflict occurring within her consciousness. Her eyes were showing the whites, the pupils rolled back, as some other consciousness wrestled for control of the shared nervous system. The scars on her face seemed to writhe in the candlelight, pulled into new configurations by the involuntary muscle contractions. And when she looked up at Xianxia, her expression was not one she would have chosen. It was one that Elder Zhao, wearing her face, imposed upon her features through force of will. "It hurts," Elder Zhao said through Lady Crimson's mouth, his voice rough and unfamiliar in her throat. "Why does it hurt so much? Why must I share my suffering with these other consciousnesses? Why can they feel everything that I feel?" Lady Crimson's own consciousness reasserted itself with a visible effort, and she gasped, pressing her hands to her chest as though her heart might stop entirely from the shock of regaining control. "He's in agony," she managed to say between ragged breaths. "The connection is burning him from the inside out. His body is failing, yes, but it's not a natural failure. Something is accelerating it deliberately. Something is reaching from outside and pulling him down, drawing his life force away like water draining from a broken vessel." She collapsed, and Xianxia caught her before she hit the stone floor, cradling her weight against himself, feeling the violent tremors that ran through her form like an ongoing earthquake. Over the following weeks, these episodes became more frequent. At first, they occurred perhaps once per night, a brief interruption of sleep, a moment of crisis that passed and allowed everyone to return to rest. But as the weeks progressed, they increased in frequency and intensity. 3 times a night, then 5 times, then continuously, with barely moments of peace between episodes. Elder Zhao's consciousness would surge forward in Lady Crimson's body, crying out in pain and rage and confusion, speaking in voices that didn't belong to her, expressing emotions that she would never have chosen to feel. And with each episode, with each rending of the shared consciousness, Xianxia learned more about the fundamental nature of their binding. The connection, he came to understand through observation and experimentation, was not a simple magical construct that could be easily analyzed. It was a form of binding so profound and so complete that it had become woven into the very fabric of their consciousnesses. The binding tied all 3 bodies together at a level deeper than mere magical connections. It allowed for the instant transfer of information, of sensations, of thoughts. It created a perfect unified awareness distributed across 3 separate forms. But it also meant that the 3 consciousnesses were eternally vulnerable to each other's pain. When Elder Zhao suffered, all 3 of them suffered. When the captain learned something new, all 3 of them knew it immediately. When Ironwall's muscles screamed from overuse, that sensation flowed to the other 2 consciousnesses as well. And when Elder Zhao's body began to truly die, not just experience the sporadic cascades of illness, but enter the final stages of dissolution, the moment when the consciousness could no longer maintain the connection, all 3 of them would experience a phenomenon that Lady Crimson could only describe, in moments of lucid despair, as the rending. "Imagine losing a limb," she told Xianxia one afternoon, during a period of relative calm between episodes. She was sitting by a window overlooking the merchant district, her hands shaking slightly as she held a cup of tea that had gone cold. "But imagine that you're losing that limb while still being connected to it. You can still feel it, still sense its pain, still know that it exists. But it's gone. It's dead. And you're stuck being aware of that death, forever and always, for the entire rest of your existence. That's what the rending will be. That's what will happen when Elder Zhao's consciousness finally severs from the connection." She set down the teacup, her movements careful and deliberate. She was pale, exhausted, barely holding herself together through force of will and the deep meditative training that had allowed her to compartmentalize suffering. The rending will last for hours, maybe days. And during that time, it will destroy any hope of coordinated action. All 3 of us will be crippled by it. The combined agony of 3 consciousnesses sharing the sensation of one consciousness's death will overwhelm any possibility of rational thought or defense. That's when the enemies will come. That's when whoever is hunting us beyond the seal will move in for the kill. Unless, Xianxia said carefully, you had a way to protect yourselves during that period. Unless you had someone who could act for you while all 3 of you are incapacitated by the rending. Lady Crimson turned to look at him with an expression that contained equal parts gratitude and cunning. "What are you suggesting?" "I'm suggesting that you need someone who is not affected by the rending. Someone who exists outside the binding, outside the connection. Someone who can act for you while all 3 of you are crippled by shared pain. Someone who knows your enemies and can defend against them." She smiled, And it was the smile of a woman who had just confirmed a suspicion that she had been developing over months of observation and study. You're suggesting yourself? I'm suggesting that it would be mutually beneficial, Xianxia said. You've been protecting me. I can protect you in return. It's a fair trade, an exchange of services between allies. Except you're lying, Lady Crimson said, still smiling. That smile never wavered, never changed. You're not offering protection out of gratitude or out of a genuine desire to defend three consciousnesses from attack. You're offering it because you believe that our deaths, our simultaneous destruction, will free you from something, from the binding that connects you to the magician, or from the entity that created us all. Xianxia didn't deny it. There was no point in trying to deceive her further. He'd been living in the House of Silk for months now, learning the nature of the creature that held him captive, studying the three consciousnesses that inhabited those three bodies. And he'd come to understand that Lady Crimson, the captain, was the only one among the three who could truly perceive his motivations with clarity. Iron Wall simply didn't care. The warrior was a tool, and tools don't wonder about the intentions of those who wield them. Elder Zhao was too consumed with his own impending death, too focused on his own suffering, to analyze Xianxia's long-term plans. But the captain, the woman in crimson silk, was intelligent enough and perceptive enough to see exactly what Xianxia was planning. So what if I am, he asked. So nothing, Lady Crimson said, and her voice became gentler. Because on some level, when his consciousness pushes forward in our shared mind, Elder Zhao agrees with you. He wants to die. He wants to be free of this prison. And Iron Wall will follow whatever decision the strongest of us makes in the moment. His opinions don't matter in the grand calculus. He is a tool, and tools do not have preferences. She stood, swaying slightly, and placed a hand on Xianxia's shoulder. You understand what you're proposing, yes? This isn't a rescue. This is an assisted suicide. This is murder dressed up in protective language, justified by necessity, hidden behind the language of alliance. I understand, Xianxia said. And you'll do it anyway? Even knowing that you're orchestrating the destruction of three consciousnesses that trusted you, that protected you, that offered you shelter when the world was hunting you. I'll do it, Xianxia said, if you allow me. Chapter 10. The moment to fracture 3 days before Elder Zhao's death, when the signs were unmistakable and the cascades were happening every hour, Iron Wall came to Xianxia's room with a sealed document. The Elder wishes you to have this, Iron Wall said. He says that by the time you read it, he will be beyond communication. He says that what he's written will explain why all of this had to happen. And he says that you should not forgive him, because forgiveness implies that he had a choice. He did not. None of us did. Xianxia opened the document and began to read. The handwriting was shaky, clearly written during one of Elder Zhao's periods of conscious control, when he managed to seize the shared body from Lady Crimson or Iron Wall and force it to do his bidding. The letter began, Xianxia, I do not know your real name. None of us do. That knowledge is part of what the seal has taken from us. But I know that you are the key to understanding what we are. 400 years ago, there was a sect that sought to create something impossible, a consciousness that could inhabit multiple bodies, that could live in several places at once, that could accumulate knowledge at 3 times the normal rate. They believed that this would be the next stage of human evolution, that this would allow them to transcend the limitations of a single body. I was one of the volunteers for the experiment. Lady Crimson was another. Iron Wall was the third. They took 3 young disciples, promising cultivators, people with strong foundations, and they began to weave our consciousnesses together. It worked, better than they expected. But the sect that created us was destroyed. By whom? I no longer remember. The seal in my mind prevents me from knowing. But I know that whoever destroyed the sect also took us and scattered us across the empire, binding us with magic that would force us to hunt something or someone. And that's when the seal starts. Whatever we were hunting, you are connected to it. Your presence threatens the seal. Every moment you exist in the world, the barrier between us and our memories weakens. I am dying, Xianxia. When I die, the pain will break Lady Crimson's will, and Iron Wall will finally understand that the 3 of us are trapped in something neither of us consented to. That's when the real hunt will begin. Not the hunt for you, but the hunt for whoever did this to us. And when we hunt them, the seal will break entirely. And all of us, you, me, Lady Crimson, Iron Wall, and the others like us scattered across the Empire will remember who trapped us and why. I don't know what that knowledge will bring. Freedom, perhaps, or damnation. But I wanted you to know, I'm sorry. For hunting you. For burning your shelter. For making your life into a running thing. I'm sorry that I didn't have the choice to do otherwise. When I die, survive the rending. When Lady Crimson falls, protect her. When Iron Wall breaks, teach him how to be something other than a tool. And when the seal breaks, remember that none of us chose this. And remember that mercy is sometimes possible. Elder Zhao Xianxia read the letter 3 times, and each time it meant something different. Each reading revealed new layers of meaning, new implications that he hadn't noticed before. The first time, he read it as an accusation that he, Xianxia, was responsible for the rending that was about to occur. His mere existence had destabilized the seals, had weakened the bindings that held them together. He was the catalyst, the trigger that would cause them all such tremendous suffering. The second time, he read it as a confession of guilt and responsibility, of a being acknowledging the terrible things it had done while in service to its binding. Elder Zhao was confessing to hunting Xianxia, to burning the tea house, to all the violence and destruction that had characterized his existence as an enslaved consciousness. The third time, he read it as a plea for understanding, for mercy, for recognition that Elder Zhao and his companions had not chosen this, had not volunteered to hunt and kill and suffer. A plea that when the seal broke, when the truth became clear, Xianxia would remember that they were victims as much as he was. He burned the letter in the candle flame and watched the ash drift toward the floor like snow, each particle descending slowly in the warm air rising from the flame. And he wondered if mercy was possible for creatures that had been created as weapons and trapped as prisoners. He wondered if forgiveness could exist between those who had hunted each other not by choice, but by design. Chapter 11. The rending Elder Zhao's death came at dawn, in the moment between night and day when the barriers between worlds were thinnest. It happened not in the House of Silk, but in the Celestial Order's sanctuary, a secret location hidden in the mountains outside Mingzhou. Lady Crimson brought Xianxia there the night before, moving through passages and corridors that seemed to exist in multiple places at once, a consequence of the magical defenses that surrounded the sanctuary. Iron Wall was already there, sitting in meditation in a chamber that was painted entirely in shades of gray. When Xianxia entered, the warrior opened his eyes but made no move. "You will remain here," Iron Wall said. "When the rending begins, do not approach. When it ends, do what you think is necessary." "I won't know what's necessary," Xianxia said. "Yes, you will." Iron Wall closed his eyes again. "You've already known, for months. You're only pretending to uncertainty because you think it makes you human." Then both Iron Wall and Lady Crimson, who had been waiting in the shadows, seemed to close themselves off simultaneously, their consciousnesses withdrawing inward in preparation for what was coming. Xianxia left the chamber and waited in the corridor outside, listening to the sound of his own breathing and the distant sounds of wind against stone. When the screaming started, it seemed to come from everywhere at once. Not from any single location or source, but from the very air itself. It was a sound that transcended the normal limits of human hearing. It was something that Xianxia felt in his cultivation base rather than in his ears. Not just from Lady Crimson's body or Iron Wall's form, but from the very stones of the sanctuary itself. It was as though the entire building was screaming, as though the entire structure was alive and in agony. The magical binding that connected the 3 bodies was amplifying the sound of Elder Zhao's death across every surface, reverberating through the stone and mortar, turning the sanctuary into a resonating instrument of suffering. Xianxia pressed himself against the cold stone wall and tried not to move, not to breathe, not to exist. His every instinct screamed at him to run, to flee the building, to distance himself from the source of that terrible sound. But he remained motionless, even as the scream continued, even as it reached frequencies that should have shattered glass and cracked stone. But he could still hear it. He could still feel it. He could still sense the weight of 3 consciousnesses in agony, the sensation of something vast and connected being torn in half and then torn again. The rending was not a moment. It was a process, a drawn-out separation that seemed to last forever. When the screaming stopped, When the sound finally faded away into silence, the silence was somehow worse. It was the silence of a world broken, of connections severed, of a fundamental wrongness that had replaced the agony that had come before. Xianxia waited for what felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes. Time had become a strange and unreliable thing in the presence of such profound spiritual disruption. Minutes felt like eternities. Hours compressed themselves into single instants. He remained in the corridor, his back against the stone wall, waiting for some sign that the ordeal had ended. Then, finally, the screaming stopped. The silence that followed was so complete that it seemed to swallow all other sounds, all other sensations. Even the wind outside the sanctuary seemed to pause in respect for what had happened within these walls. Xianxia waited a bit longer, giving the consciousnesses inside the chamber time to begin processing what had occurred. Then he pushed himself away from the wall and entered the chamber. Lady Crimson was on her knees on the stone floor, her eyes rolling unfocused, her mouth moving wordlessly as though she was trying to speak but had forgotten how language worked. Her body was trembling with aftershocks of agony. Iron Wall was standing in the center of the room, but his knees were shaking, and there was blood running from his nose and ears, a sign of the profound trauma that the rending had inflicted on even his massive frame. Neither of them reacted to Xianxia's approach. Neither of them seemed to be aware that anyone else had entered the room. They existed in a private space of suffering, disconnected from the outside world. He knelt beside Lady Crimson and pressed his hand to her forehead. Her skin was burning, as though fever was consuming her from the inside, as though the rending had left a wound that was now festering. Her consciousness was still present. Xianxia could feel it, like a light flickering in a storm, struggling to maintain coherence, but it was fragmented. The death of Elder Zhao's body, the sudden severing of a third of their consciousness, had broken something fundamental in the connection between her and Iron Wall. They were still unified, still sharing consciousness, still bound to each other, but the channel was fractured now, damaged in ways that would take time to understand. "What do I do?" Xianxia asked, knowing that neither of them could answer him. He was alone in his understanding of what needed to happen next. He was alone in his ability to act while they remained suspended in their shared agony. But the universe answered in its own way. The seal in the sanctuary began to glow. The magical binding that had held the three consciousnesses in place, that had prevented them from accessing their memories, began to unravel. And as it unraveled, knowledge started to flood in. Xianxia could feel it happening, could sense the memories returning in fragments and pieces. He saw flashes of a sect he'd never known. He saw the faces of disciples he'd never met. He saw the moment when the binding was first put in place, the moment when three conscious beings became one. And he saw the thing that the seal had been hiding all along. Chapter 12. The truth beneath the seal. The seal broke completely at midday, in the moment when the sun reached its zenith and the shadows of the sanctuary became smallest. When it shattered, and there was no other word for what happened, it was a shattering, a breaking into pieces. Lady Crimson gasped and convulsed as though she had been struck by lightning. Her entire body went rigid, then began to shake with the force of memories returning to her consciousness all at once. For a moment, a terrible moment that seemed to stretch into infinity, Xianxia thought she was dying. But instead, she was remembering. She was recovering memories that had been sealed away for centuries, knowledge that had been locked in the deepest parts of her consciousness. "Oh gods," she whispered, her voice breaking. "Oh gods, we were volunteers. We agreed to this. We wanted this. We." She couldn't speak any further. The weight of returning memory was too much for her to articulate. The knowledge of what they had been, what they had chosen, what they had sacrificed, was almost unbearable. Iron Wall, however, stood slowly, moving with deliberate control despite the chaos of returning memories. And when he opened his eyes, Xianxia saw that they were different. The blank emptiness that had characterized them for so long, the emptiness of a tool, a being without genuine will or desire, had been replaced with something far more profound. It was replaced with something like horror. It was replaced with understanding. "We agreed to this," he said. His voice was rough, damaged by the screaming. "We volunteered for the experiment. We wanted to transcend. We wanted to become something greater than human." He looked at Xianxia, and it worked. For 70 years, it worked. We were 3 bodies and 1 consciousness, and we were magnificent. We could move across the empire faster than thought. We could coordinate battles that no one could win against us. We could accumulate knowledge at triple the rate of normal cultivators. We were everything we wanted to be. So what changed? Xianxia asked. We began to disagree, Ironwall said. The consciousness that had been unified started to develop fault lines. We were too different. Being forced to share every thought, every sensation, every emotion created friction that couldn't be resolved. We started to resist each other, and the binding started to crack. He walked to a window that looked out over the mountains. They sealed our memories to keep us from remembering our previous selves, to keep us from knowing that we'd volunteered for this torture. They thought that if we forgot the original agreement, we could maintain the unity that was breaking. But it didn't work. The seal just slowed the inevitable fracture. And Elder Zhao? Xianxia asked. Elder Zhao was the strongest of us, Ironwall said. The strongest of the original consciousnesses. And he was dying because strength, when divided among 3 bodies, becomes a poison. His body couldn't sustain the power that flowed through the connection, so his form began to fail. And when he finally gave up, when he finally stopped trying to maintain the unified whole, his death became our liberation. Ironwall turned from the window and looked at Xianxia. But we're still bound, you understand. The binding is broken, but the connection remains. Lady Crimson and I are still one consciousness, still one will, just in 2 separate bodies now. And we will remain bound until... He stopped abruptly, as though he'd been about to say something that the remaining binding wouldn't allow him to voice. Until what? Xianxia prompted. Until the other bindings break, came a new voice. Lady Crimson had risen to her feet. She was swaying, clearly still recovering from the rending, but her eyes were clear now. And when she spoke, Xianxia could hear both her voice and a deeper, resonant tone underneath it. The voice of Elder Zhao, no longer dominant, but not entirely gone either. You see, Xianxia, she said, we weren't the only ones. Across the empire, there are others like us. A warrior with 4 bodies. A cultivator with 6. A merchant family with 5. All of us bound by the same magician, all of us sealed the same way. And all of us are beginning to wake up. She walked toward him, and Ironwall made no move to stop her. The seal was failing anyway. The magician who created it didn't account for the passage of time, didn't understand that consciousness becomes more individual the longer it's forced into unified form. We were all destined to break free, but your presence accelerated it. Your existence threatens the entire structure of the binding. Why? Xianxia demanded. What am I? What do I have to do with any of this? And the answer came to him before Lady Crimson could speak. He felt it in the remaining threads of connection that bound her to Ironwall. He felt it in the way the sanctuary's stones seemed to recognize him as something familiar. He felt it in the deepest parts of his cultivation base, in the place where his consciousness resided when he wasn't actively engaging with the world. He was like them. He was bound, just as they were. But his binding was hidden so deeply, so thoroughly sealed, that he'd never known it existed. And his binding was to something far larger than a consciousness divided among multiple bodies. His binding was to the original magician, to the entity that had cursed them all, to the reason why he'd been running for 4 years. Chapter 13. The Catalyst. You need to sit down, Lady Crimson said, guiding Xianxia to a chair that seemed to materialize from the shadows of the sanctuary, as though the stones themselves were offering respite. This is too much to process while standing. Your consciousness is trying to integrate information that contradicts your entire understanding of who you are. Xianxia sat, though he wasn't sure when his legs had actually stopped supporting him. The transition had been gradual, and he'd been too disoriented to notice the exact moment when his body decided it could no longer remain vertical. His vision seemed to be traveling through multiple layers at once, seeing the sanctuary as it was in the present moment, as it had been centuries ago, as it might become in futures that hadn't yet crystallized into reality. The connection that bound him to the original magician was pulling at his consciousness with newfound intensity, demanding attention, demanding understanding, demanding acknowledgement of a fundamental truth about his own existence. How long have I been bound? He asked, his voice hollow. Since birth, Ironwall said. He had settled into a chair of his own, his massive frame somehow appearing diminished by the weight of returned memories. The returns were painful for him. Xianxia could see that in the tightness around his eyes, in the way his hands clenched into fists and then released. You were born as a tool. A living key, we might say. A consciousness designed specifically to unlock the seals that the magician placed on all of us 400 years ago. On purpose. Xianxia's voice sounded strange to his own ears, as though someone else was speaking through his throat. Was this deliberate? Did someone plan this? Of course on purpose, Lady Crimson said. She had settled into another chair with the grace of someone who had just lost the will to stand through sheer force of meditation and training. The magician created us, bound us, sealed our memories of who we were before the binding. But he also knew that eventually, those seals would fail. The binding wasn't meant to last forever. It was a trap designed to last exactly as long as necessary to achieve his purposes. And those purposes, she leaned back and closed her eyes. And then you were born. A consciousness bound directly to the magician's will, designed to be set free at exactly the moment when we were about to escape. Your liberation would trigger ours. Your awakening would begin the end of our imprisonment. Your death would complete the cycle. Death. Xianxia stood abruptly, his legs functioning again through pure desperation. I'm supposed to die? This entire time, I've been running toward a fate that was planned before my birth. That was the plan, Iron Wall said calmly. He remained seated, his voice even and without inflection. Originally, yes. But plans change, Xianxia. They always do. You've been running for 4 years, avoiding every trap that was set for you. You've developed a will that is independent enough to resist your binding, even though you don't remember creating that binding. You've become something more than a simple catalyst. You've become a consciousness with agency. I don't remember any of this, Xianxia said, moving to a window that looked out over the sanctuary gardens. None of it. I have no memory of being created. I have no memory of this magician. No memory of being designed as a tool. How can I be bound to something I don't know? How can I be enslaved to a consciousness I can't even remember meeting? The same way we were bound to each other, Lady Crimson said. The seal doesn't require your cooperation. It doesn't require your understanding or your consent. It requires only the magical will that created it in the first place. And that will is very old, and very powerful, and very patient. It has waited centuries. It can wait longer. She opened her eyes and looked at him. But here's what we've realized. In the moments since the seal broke and the magician's presence became clear, the magician miscalculated. He assumed that your role as a catalyst would be passive, that you would simply exist in the world, and your existence would trigger our liberation automatically. He didn't account for the possibility that you would become conscious of the binding, that you would fight against it, that you would develop your own will strong enough to resist the seal. So what happens now? Xianxia asked. What do we do? What can we do? Now, Iron Wall smiled, and it was an expression that seemed to cause him physical pain. Now we have a choice. We can try to complete the cycle as originally planned, which means finding a way to trigger your death, which will complete the binding process and set us fully free. Your death would break the seal entirely. Or we can oppose the magician. We can protect you from the forces he's sent to kill you. We can oppose him. And in doing so, we can begin to understand what he truly wants. And why would you protect me? Xianxia demanded. Why would 3 consciousnesses who have been bound and tortured for centuries choose to protect the catalyst they could use to break free? It seems to me that my death would be easier, safer, more complete. Because, Lady Crimson said, and her voice became something deeper and more resonant. We've finally remembered something that the seal was hiding. We've finally understood what the magician is truly trying to do. And if he succeeds, if he completes his original plan, then everything we've suffered, everything we've endured, will have been for nothing but his ambition. She stood, and this time her movements were fluid and controlled. He's trying to create an immortal consciousness, Xianxia, not distributed across multiple bodies in the way that we are, but truly immortal. A consciousness that can transfer between bodies at will, that can live forever, that can accumulate infinite power and infinite knowledge without limitation. We were experiments. Failed experiments, granted, but experiments nonetheless. We demonstrated that the concept was possible, that a consciousness could be divided and distributed. And you were supposed to be the proof of concept. The vessel that would finally demonstrate that such a consciousness could exist stably in a single form. And if I let myself be used as that vessel? Xianxia asked. Then the magician will inhabit your body, Iron Wall said, and we will all be enslaved forever. Because once he achieves immortality, once he proves that his dream is possible, he will create more vessels, more bindings, more consciousnesses forced into unified or distributed forms. And the cycle will continue until every conscious being in the entire world is bound to his will. Chapter 14. The enemy emerges that night. For the first time since coming to the House of Silk months ago, Xianxia tried to flee. He made his way through the sanctuary's corridors with the stealth of someone who had spent 4 years learning to disappear. The corridors twisted and turned in ways that didn't quite make sense geometrically, as though the sanctuary existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. But Xianxia had mapped them mentally during his stay, had learned the rhythm of their strangeness, and he moved with confidence toward what he believed was the outer gate. But when he reached the gate, when the massive stone doors loomed before him, he found Iron Wall waiting. The warrior was standing perfectly still, not blocking the gate, but standing beside it, his massive frame somehow making even the enormous door appear small. His eyes were open but unfocused, as though his consciousness was elsewhere. "You won't get far," the warrior said, his voice penetrating the silence like a knife through flesh. "The binding prevents it. You can run, yes. You have proven that amply. You can hide, yes. You have demonstrated that capability as well. But you cannot escape entirely. The magician's mark is on your soul, and it extends across the entire world like an invisible net. There are watchers everywhere, cultivators bound to his will, former disciples of the sect that created us, agents of the magician's power that we haven't even encountered yet, and more besides, things that aren't entirely human anymore, consciousnesses that have been twisted and reshaped in the magician's service." "So I'm trapped," Xianxia said. He made no move to run, though every part of him wanted to. "I was born into a trap, and I've been running through that trap for 4 years, thinking I was free." "You're trapped," Iron Wall confirmed. "But not alone. Lady Crimson and I are bound to you now, in a different way than before. Our binding to the magician has become conditional, dependent on whether we choose to serve his purposes or oppose them. But you have become something like our responsibility. Our purpose, perhaps. I don't need," Xianxia began, but Iron Wall cut him off. "You need everything," the warrior said. "You need protection. You need training. You need to understand the nature of your own binding so you can resist it more effectively. You need knowledge of the magician's methods and his servants. And most of all, you need allies, because the forces arrayed against you are far greater than any one person can face, even a person with the will to fight." Iron Wall extended his hand in a gesture of alliance. "Come back inside. Come back to the sanctuary. Tomorrow, the other bindings will begin to break. The warrior with 4 bodies will wake up in the south, his consciousness suddenly spread across 4 separate places. The cultivator with 6 will wake up in the north, her awareness fragmented into 6 conflicting perspectives. The merchant family with 5 will wake up in the central provinces, their unified consciousness suddenly fractured into multiple competing wills. And when all of us wake up simultaneously, when all the seals break at once, the magician will finally understand that his plan has failed." "And then what?" Xianxia asked. "What happens when all these people realize what they are?" "And then," Iron Wall said, "we hunt him." Xianxia stood at the threshold of the gate for a long moment, looking out at the darkness beyond, feeling the weight of the binding that would prevent him from escaping no matter how far he ran. Then he took Iron Wall's hand, and together they returned to the sanctuary, 2 consciousnesses walking toward a destiny that neither of them had chosen. Chapter 15. The network awakens. Over the following days and weeks, Lady Crimson and Iron Wall taught Xianxia about the network that existed beyond their 3 bodies. There were 12 of them in total, scattered across the empire. 12 consciousnesses bound in various configurations by the magician's spell. They communicated through magical channels that the magician couldn't monitor, channels that had been hidden in the original binding itself, a flaw in the design that the magician had never discovered. The flaw had been intentional, Xianxia learned. The magician had built in the possibility of communication between the bound consciousnesses because he wanted them to know each other, wanted them to understand that they were not alone. It was a form of psychological torture, having knowledge of other consciousnesses in similar predicaments, but no way to actually help them. In the south, the warrior with 4 bodies began to understand his condition. His name was Guan Fong, and his 4 bodies had been trained as a military unit, a perfect fighting machine dedicated to warfare. The sudden awareness that 4 separate forms, separated by vast distances, living completely different lives, were being driven by a single consciousness shattered his mind initially. He had 4 sets of memories, for separate streams of daily experience, for different relationships and responsibilities. When the seal broke, when all those streams suddenly unified, the cognitive dissonance nearly drove him mad. But the other bound consciousnesses reached out through the network, using the hidden channels, helping guide him through the recovery. They taught him how to organize the chaos of 4 lives lived simultaneously. They taught him how to maintain sanity while existing in multiple places at once. In the north, the cultivator with 6 bodies was a woman named Lin Shui. Her 6 forms had been scattered across different provinces, living different lives, following completely different paths. Some of her forms were scholars. Some were warriors. Some were merchants. Some were cultivators, while others lived as ordinary people. When the seals began to break, she spent a week confused, unable to process the fact that she existed in 6 places at once. Then a week understanding, accepting, and adapting. Then a week planning how to use this knowledge. By the time Lady Crimson made contact with her through the hidden channels, Lin Shui had already gathered 3 of her bodies in one location and was preparing for the final confrontation with the forces that wanted her eliminated. In the central provinces, the merchant family with 5 consciousnesses was more complex and more fractured. 5 separate egos, 5 separate wills, 5 distinct personalities that had been forced to function as one consciousness distributed across 5 different bodies. The breaking of the seal didn't unify them further, it did the opposite. It fragmented them further, allowing their separate identities to assert independence after centuries of forced cooperation. They were barely holding together through a combination of fear of external threats and economic necessity. But they were cooperative enough to share information with the rest of the network, cooperative enough to recognize that united action was necessary. And there were others beyond these 7. 7 more consciousnesses, bound in configurations even more complex than the first 5. A scholar with 3 bodies scattered across different cities, each maintaining a separate research program. A warrior monk with 2 bodies, one in a monastery following religious practice and one in a secular establishment working as a mercenary. An assassin with 3 bodies, each so independent to the point of having made separate lives, separate families, separate futures. When they all communicated at once, when the network activated fully and the hidden channels blazed with information flowing between 12 bound consciousnesses, Xianxia felt the weight of it like a physical force. 12 consciousnesses, each bound by the magician's spell, each wearing the seal that was slowly breaking. 12 beings who had been cursed to exist in fragmented forms, forced to share consciousness, denied the basic right of individual existence. And at the center of it all, there was something else. A single consciousness moving through the empire, calling all of them together, reaching out through the network with a presence that was ancient and vast and utterly merciless. The consciousness that Xianxia was bound to. The consciousness that was hunting him. The magician himself, slowly fragmenting as his attempts to consolidate his power failed, reaching out to his failed experiments and demanding that they complete their purpose. Chapter 16. The convergence begins. The magician made contact in the week when all the seals had broken but the bindings still held. He didn't wait for the situation to stabilize. He didn't give the 12 bound consciousnesses time to organize. He made his move immediately, pressing his advantage while the confusion was still fresh. He appeared first to Iron Wall, manifesting in the sanctuary as a figure of pure light and shadow, neither fully present nor entirely absent. The manifestation was not a mere projection or a spirit form. It was a real presence, anchored in the world through the binding that connected him to all 12 consciousnesses. His voice, when he spoke, seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, as though the very air itself was speaking. "I see that you've begun to remember," the magician said. His voice contained layers, ancient, powerful, utterly without mercy. How disappointing. I had hoped the seals would hold longer. But the design was flawed. All designs are flawed when one tries to work with consciousness as the fundamental material. The nature of awareness is to eventually exceed its boundaries. That was always the weakness in my plan. Iron Wall didn't respond to the provocation. He simply stood at attention, waiting, his massive form perfectly still. And in the shadows of the sanctuary, Xianxia watched. He had begun to understand Iron Wall's methods. The warrior responded only when action was required. Words were irrelevant to him. You should know, the magician continued, his voice growing more animated, that the catalyst understands his role now. The boy, the one I bound as a walking key to your collective liberation, he understands what I intended. The irony is delicious. I designed him to be the trigger for your freedom, thinking that his death would be simple and clean and complete. And I must say, watching all of you rebel has been quite entertaining. It's rare that I find circumstances challenging. You've all become so much more interesting since you've begun to rebel. He laughed, and it was a sound that made the stones of the sanctuary shudder. But you should also know that rebellion is futile. Resistance is mathematically impossible given the parameters of the binding. I have built contingencies. I have allies scattered throughout the empire. I have followers who worship me as a god, and they're right to do so, because I have given them gifts that transcend human limitation. And most importantly, I have prepared a throne for myself, a vessel so perfect, so powerful, so exquisitely designed that it will finally allow me to transcend the limitations of mortality and assume my rightful place as the eternal consciousness that rules this world. Let me guess, Lady Crimson said, emerging from the shadows beside Xianxia with deliberate slowness. That vessel is Xianxia. The magician's figure flickered for an instant, as though the figure was momentarily losing coherence. Ah, the captain returns. Yes, of course. The boy is the perfect vessel. He's been bound to me since birth, his consciousness shaped deliberately to accept my will, his body designed and constructed to sustain a being far greater than himself. When he finally submits, when he finally understands that resistance is pointless and futile, I will inhabit him, and everything I've worked for across the centuries will finally come to fruition. And if he doesn't submit? Xianxia asked, speaking for the first time. His voice was steady, and that steadiness seemed to surprise the magician. The magician's attention snapped to him like a predator sighting prey for the first time. The figure turned, and when it focused on Xianxia, the young man felt the weight of a consciousness that had lived for centuries, that had accumulated power and knowledge beyond measure, that saw him as nothing more than an interesting problem to be solved. You cannot help but submit, boy, the magician said. His voice was gentle now, almost conversational. The binding is absolute. It is written into the deepest structures of your consciousness. Your every thought, your every action, your every heartbeat is tied to my will, even if you don't feel the connection directly. You think you're resisting me, but you're actually moving exactly as I designed you to move. The running across the empire, the questions you've asked, the doubts that keep you awake at night, all of it is part of the plan. All of it is bringing you exactly where I need you to be. The magician raised his hand, and the air in the sanctuary seemed to crystallize. Reality became strange, twisted, unlikely. And in that moment, Xianxia could feel the bind that connected him to this ancient consciousness. It was vast. It was absolute. It was the deepest part of who he was. And it was wrong. And with those words, the magician said, his voice fading, "Let me leave you with something to contemplate. The cycle is almost complete. The vessel is almost ready. And soon, very soon, you will all understand that fighting me was never a choice. It was always an inevitability." And with those final words, the magician vanished, leaving behind only the fading echo of his laughter, a sound that seemed to resonate in the stones themselves, promising that the war was only beginning. Chapter 17. The binding revealed he's lying. Lady Crimson said immediately, the moment the magician's presence faded. But there was doubt in her voice, and that doubt was almost worse than the lying itself. If she had reached certainty about the falsehood, she could have been comforted. But this doubt, this uncertainty, meant she didn't know if the magician was right. Some of what he said was a lie. Some of it was intended to manipulate us. But some of it was absolutely the truth. Xianxia, however, could feel the truth in what the magician had said. There was a channel of connection that ran from the deepest part of his consciousness to something vast and terrible. He could feel it now, could follow it with his focused attention the way someone can see a spider's web only when light hits it at exactly the right angle. And he could feel the way it influenced his every decision, every thought, every impulse. The binding was not external. It was internal. It was woven into the very fabric of who he was. Or could he feel that? Was he actually feeling the influence of the binding? Or was the idea of influence itself part of the influence? Was the awareness itself manufactured? It was a recursive problem. The more he thought about it, the more trapped he felt. We need to know what the binding looks like, Ironwall said, his voice cutting through the philosophical spiral of Xianxia's thoughts. If we can see it, we can break it. Or at least understand it well enough to find the flaws. All bindings have flaws. They have to, or they would be unbreakable. He turned to Xianxia. Will you let us examine your consciousness? Will you open your mind to us completely? Xianxia nodded, because the alternative, submitting to uncertainty, allowing the magician's words to persist unchallenged in his consciousness, was worse. It was worse than violation. It was worse than the stripping away of privacy. It was worse than exposing the deepest parts of himself to examination. What followed was an experience that Xianxia could only describe as violation and revelation occurring simultaneously, a shattering and a rebuilding, a death and a rebirth. Lady Crimson and Iron Wall both joined with him, opening pathways between their consciousnesses and his own, allowing them to see the architecture of the binding that had been placed on him at birth. The two consciousnesses moved through his mind like surgeons exploring a patient's body, seeing what was healthy and what was corrupted, what was Xianxia, and what was the magician's imposition. What they found was worse than anything they had expected. The binding wasn't a simple magical construct that could be cut or burned away. It was woven into the fundamental structure of his consciousness itself, so deeply integrated that removing it would be like removing every other thought. Every thought that Xianxia had ever had, every emotion, every impulse, every hope, and every fear. All of it was tinged with the presence of the magician's will. It was like someone who had learned a language as a child and then discovered that the language itself shaped the way their brain functioned at the most basic level. The binding was so complete, so thorough, that it was nearly impossible to distinguish between Xianxia's own consciousness and the consciousness of his enslaver. But there were flaws. The magician, in his certainty that his design was perfect, had built-in redundancies that had become weaknesses over time. The binding required constant active maintenance. It required the magician's attention, his presence, his will to sustain it. And the magician was not omniscient. He could not be in all places at once. He could not see through every eye. He could not control every moment of every consciousness that was bound to him. Here, Lady Crimson said, her consciousness pointing to a structure of pure will that ran through Xianxia's consciousness like a spine running through a body. This is the anchor point. This is where the magician's consciousness connects most directly to Xianxia's essence. If we could sever this without destroying the consciousness around it, if we could cut the primary connection while leaving the secondary structures intact, we might be able to free him. He would still be marked by the binding. The weight would still be on him, but he would have autonomy. And if we fail? Ironwall asked. His massive consciousness seemed to fill the space around them, solid and unyielding. Then we destroy him along with the binding, Lady Crimson said, and her voice was steady. We would have to. The binding would fracture completely, and the damage would spread to his entire consciousness, dissolving it into component pieces. But given the alternative, allowing the magician to inhabit his body and achieve immortality, I think that destruction might be preferable. I think Xianxia would prefer to cease existing entirely rather than become a vessel for that ancient horror. But before they could attempt anything, before they could even formulate a plan for the delicate surgery that would be required, the binding suddenly convulsed. The magician, sensing their intrusion into Xianxia's consciousness, was defending his investment. His will reached out like a claw, grasping for the three consciousnesses that dared to examine his work. Chapter 18. The backlash pain unlike anything Xianxia had ever experienced flooded through his consciousness. It was as though his mind was being flayed by hooks of pure thought, as though the magician was reaching into his very soul and tearing pieces away with deliberate cruelty. The pain transcended physical sensation. It was the pain of having one's deepest self violated and violated again. The pain of watching your own consciousness be invaded and desecrated. He screamed, and the scream echoed through the sanctuary, through the walls and floors, through the hidden network that connected the 12 bound consciousnesses, through the entire magical infrastructure that the magician had built over centuries. Lady Crimson and Iron Wall were thrown backward by the force of the backlash. Their connections to Xianxia severed violently. The shock of separation was almost as painful as the intrusion itself. But before they could fully withdraw, before they could fully disengage from Xianxia's consciousness and return to the isolated safety of their own minds, they experienced something that changed everything about their understanding of the situation. They experienced a moment of direct connection with the magician's consciousness. For an instant, lasting only a fraction of a second, but that fraction contained an eternity of knowledge. They felt what he felt. They understood what he wanted with a clarity that was almost blinding. They perceived the vastness of his existence, the weight of centuries of accumulated power, the terrible loneliness of a being who had transcended humanity so completely that he could no longer connect with lesser consciousnesses except through domination and control. And underneath all that vast power, underneath all that ancient knowledge, they felt something else. They felt his fear. And they understood something else, something that changed the entire calculus of the situation. The magician was dying. Not physically. The magician had transcended the physical so long ago that the concept of death had lost meaning. Not in the way that mortal beings died, with their hearts stopping and their bodies decaying. But he was fragmenting nonetheless. The consciousnesses he had bound, the carefully controlled slaves that had served as anchors for his existence, were beginning to break free. And with each breaking, with each severed binding, a part of him was unraveling. It was like a man trying to hold water in his hands while slowly losing the ability to close his fingers. Every consciousness that broke free took some of his power with it. He had created Xianxia as a final desperate measure, a last gambit in a game that was already lost but still being played. A perfect vessel into which he could pour the last of himself, which would allow him to reconstitute his fragmenting consciousness into a stable form. A body and mind so perfectly designed to receive him that they could accept the entirety of his being. Xianxia was not just a tool. Xianxia was a life raft that the magician was building, hoping to survive the drowning of his original being. It was an act of desperation masked as an act of conquest. And if Xianxia died before the magician could inhabit him, then the magician would die with him. Chapter 19. The choice when Xianxia finally stopped screaming, when the backlash had spent itself and retreated like a tide flowing backward, when the magician's presence had withdrawn from his consciousness and sealed itself back into its anchor point. He lay on the cold stone floor of the sanctuary and understood what he had to do. His body was intact, but his mind felt shattered. Every thought seemed to come from multiple directions. Every memory seemed tainted by the presence of the magician's consciousness, overlaid with a perspective that was not his own. But slowly, through the pain and confusion, clarity began to emerge. "He's dying," he said to Lady Crimson and Iron Wall, who were hovering over him with expressions of genuine concern. "He's fragmenting, and the only way he can survive is by consuming me, by taking my body, my consciousness, my life, and making it his own. He's been fragmenting for centuries, losing pieces of himself with each consciousness that broke free. And now the endgame is approaching." "Yes," Lady Crimson said. She had knelt beside him, her scarred face showing worry that should have seemed incongruous coming from a warrior woman of her bearing. "We sensed it. When we touched his consciousness briefly, we felt his fear. We understood his desperation. So I have a choice," Xianxia said, forcing himself to sit up slowly, every movement an agony that seemed to resonate through his entire being. "I can resist him. I can try to break the binding and remain myself, to remain the distinct consciousness that is Xianxia and not become a vessel for an ancient horror. And if I do that, he dies. His consciousness fragments completely and ceases to exist, which means that all of you remain bound. The seals will keep trying to break, the bindings will keep fragmenting, but the central thing that holds you all together, his will, his power, his presence, will be gone, and you'll be left incomplete." He forced his breathing to calm, to stabilize, to find a rhythm. Or I can surrender. I can let him inhabit me, let him use my body and consciousness as a vessel to reconstitute himself into a stable form. And in doing that, I end everything. I end myself. I become nothing. And I end the possibility of freedom for any of you, because he will have the power to reinforce all the bindings. There's a third option, Ironwall said. His massive form was still, but Xianxia could sense the warrior's consciousness working through the problem. We could try to bind him ourselves. The 12 of us, all the bound consciousnesses together, could create a new binding. We could trap him as he trapped us. We could reverse the cycle. Could we? Xianxia asked. Or would we just be continuing the cycle? Binding consciousness, forcing unity, creating suffering for whatever poor being we had to bind to hold him? Would we become the new oppressors? Would we repeat the same pattern that he did? He stood, swaying dangerously, but standing nonetheless. The simple act of achieving verticality seemed to take all his remaining strength. I don't want to create more victims. I don't want to continue the cycle of binding and oppression. And I don't want to die, not if I can help it. So there has to be a fourth option. There has to be a way to free myself without destroying everyone else. There has to be a way that doesn't involve creating new suffering. He closed his eyes and reached out through the binding that connected him to the magician. Not with force, not with the kind of aggressive will that the magician would be immediately ready to defend against, but with something gentler, something more profound. With a question born of genuine curiosity rather than hostile intent. What do you really want? Xianxia asked the magician across the vast gulf of consciousness that separated them. Not what you've been told you want. Not what the design demanded. Not what the ambition required. What do you actually want? The consciousness that existed before all the power, before all the binding, before you transcended humanity. For a long moment, there was no response. The silence stretched out like an eternity. Then, slowly, agonizingly, a thought came back. Not from the magician himself. Not from the vast and ancient consciousness that had built empires of enslaved minds, but from the part of the original magician that still remained human. A fragment of consciousness, so small and so deeply buried that even the centuries of transcendence and power and conquest hadn't managed to completely erase it. A last echo of who he had been before he became what he was. To not be alone, the fragment said. To not be utterly alone. Chapter 20. The end of the hunt when Xianxia made his final choice. When he opened himself completely to the magician and allowed the ancient being to see not his resistance or his fear, but his genuine understanding of the loneliness that drove such terrible acts, something unprecedented happened. The binding began to untie itself, not through violence or pain or the assertion of will against will. There was no battle, no conquest, no domination. It was not the triumph of one consciousness over another, but through a process of mutual acknowledgement and acceptance. Xianxia looked at the consciousness that had tried to consume him, and instead of fighting it, instead of resisting it, he offered something it had never expected in its long and terrible existence, a partnership. Not a partnership born of necessity or coercion, but one born of genuine compassion. You don't have to inhabit me, Xianxia said, his consciousness reaching out to touch the magician's fragmenting mind. You don't have to erase my consciousness or dominate my body or consume my identity. You could exist here alongside me. Two consciousnesses in one vessel, able to share thoughts and memories, but maintain separate identities. It would be a kind of binding, yes. There would still be connection, but it would be a binding of choice rather than enslavement. A binding built on mutual acceptance rather than force. The magician, in his desperate fragmenting state, was willing to consider anything that meant he wouldn't cease to exist. The prospect of oblivion was worse than any partnership. The fear of dissolution drove him to accept an offer he would have found abhorrent in his centuries of power. So the binding transformed. Instead of a chain that forced obedience and destroyed individuality, it became a thread that allowed connection while preserving autonomy. The magician's consciousness folded into a portion of Xianxia's mind, not dominating but coexisting, not consuming but integrating. And slowly, over the course of hours that felt like days, the ancient consciousness began to heal as it experienced something it hadn't felt in centuries, the warmth of another consciousness's genuine acceptance. And as the binding transformed for Xianxia, As it shifted from a relationship of domination to a relationship of coexistence, it transformed for all 12 of the bound consciousnesses scattered across the empire. The network that had been hidden from direct perception became visible. The seals that had been breaking shattered completely, like chains breaking under stress. And across the empire, in cities and mountains and hidden sanctuaries, 12 beings who had been enslaved for centuries suddenly found themselves free. Not destroyed, not shattered, but genuinely, authentically free. The warrior Guanfang, his 4 bodies scattered across different military outposts, suddenly found that his 4 forms could operate with perfect coordination by choice rather than being forced by compulsion. His 4 separate wills could finally decide together what actions to take, and the coordination came not from external force, but from genuine unity of purpose. The cultivator Lin Shui, her 6 forms spread across different provinces, came together in celebration rather than resistance. She gathered her bodies in a hidden temple and wept with the joy of being fully herself for the first time in centuries. The merchant family with 5 consciousnesses finally able to work together without the weight of external coercion. They disbanded their shared business and established separate enterprises, each conscious identity pursuing its own vision while still maintaining the bonds of family and affection that had always connected them. And Lady Crimson and Iron Wall, who looked at each other across the sanctuary in the moment when the binding shattered completely. They smiled with the expression of beings who had finally, truly, been released from the bondage that had defined their existence. "You did it," Lady Crimson said. Her scarred face was alive with emotion that had been suppressed for centuries. "You freed us all. You broke the cycle." Xianxia felt the presence of the magician within him, felt the ancient being begin to settle into a pattern of coexistence rather than dominance. The presence was still vast, still powerful, but no longer threatening. It was a presence of company rather than invasion. "Not freed," he said carefully. "Transformed. There's still binding here. I can feel it. It's not gone." "No," Iron Wall agreed. The warrior's massive form seemed somehow lighter, as though a terrible weight had been removed. "But now it's a binding that both of you chose. A binding built on consent rather than coercion. And that changes everything. That makes it partnership rather than slavery." Xianxia walked to the window of the sanctuary and looked out over the empire he'd been running through for 4 long years. The view stretched out before him. Mountains and rivers, cities and villages, roads connecting everything in a vast web of human civilization. For 4 years, he'd moved through this landscape without understanding why. For 4 years, he'd carried a binding he couldn't see, hunted by consciousnesses he didn't understand, running toward a fate that had been designed before his birth. But now, with the magician's consciousness woven into his own, no longer as a chain, but as a companion. With the network of 12 consciousnesses finally free across the empire. With the hunt ended and the cycle broken, he understood. He was no longer hunted. The hunt had ended. The hunters had become the hunted, and then had been transformed into something else entirely. Beings who had transcended the simple categories of predator and prey. And something new was just beginning. In the sanctuary, in the cities, in the hidden places where the bound consciousnesses were gathering, a new order was taking shape. Not an order of domination or control, but an order of genuine cooperation. The magician, stripped of his power to compel, was learning for the first time in centuries how to genuinely connect with other minds. And the bound consciousnesses, freed from the weight of the seal, were learning how to be truly themselves. It was a beginning, not an ending. The war between master and slave had ended. And in its place, something far more interesting was emerging. The possibility of genuine understanding between consciousnesses that had learned, through suffering and pain and the constant threat of destruction, what it meant to be truly alive. The hunt had ended, but the story was far from over. 4 years of running had prepared Xianxia for the moment of change, but nothing could have prepared him for what came after. The magician's consciousness, no longer trapped in the role of hunter and oppressor, began to share its vast knowledge with the consciousness it now coexisted with. The centuries of learning, the accumulated wisdom, the deep understanding of cultivation and magic and the nature of consciousness itself, all of it became available to Xianxia, not as a burden or a domination, but as a gift freely offered. And Xianxia, in turn, offered something the magician had lost so long ago that he could barely remember what it had felt like. The simple joy of being one consciousness among many, of having peers rather than slaves, of connecting with others not through force, but through genuine choice and mutual understanding. The empire would change because of what happened in the sanctuary that day. 12 consciousnesses, suddenly freed, would reshape the power structures that had held them. The celestial order would fracture when its officers discovered that Lady Crimson had changed sides. The merchant guilds would reorganize themselves when the merchant family with 5 minds ceased to operate as a unified entity and began to pursue individual ambitions. Warriors and cultivators across the empire would suddenly recognize their peers in the network of liberated consciousnesses. But before any of that happened, before the empire would change and the networks would activate and the 12 liberated consciousnesses would begin to reshape their world, Xianxia stood at the window of the sanctuary and allowed himself to simply exist, to breathe without fear, to think his own thoughts without the constant pressure of the binding threatening to overwhelm his consciousness, to feel, for the first time in 4 years, like he might actually be free. The magician, now content to share his consciousness with another being, rested quietly in the depths of Xianxia's mind. And in that silence, in that peace, the hunt finally ended. Chapter 21, The Network Beneath. The villa's library had become our war room. Maps of the northern territories were pinned to every wall, marked with symbols I'd invented. Red circles for factions, blue circles for the freed consciousnesses now scattered across 3 provinces, and green circles for the places where I suspected our enemies were regrouping. Lady Crimson stood with her arms crossed, watching the pins with the intensity of someone reading tea leaves for their own death. "They won't move immediately," she said, her voice carrying the weight of years lived in shadows. "The outer court will need 3 weeks to gather information. The disciples of the Iron Path, maybe 4. But the bone merchants," she paused, touching the scar that cut across her left temple. A remnant from when Elder Zhao had inhabited this body, when it had been 3 consciousnesses in violent negotiation. The bone merchants have always known. They're already moving. I studied the maps more carefully, understanding now that every symbol represented not just political power, but human lives caught in the machinery of organizational conflict. The freed consciousnesses scattered across those blue circles were people who'd had their autonomy stolen and then suddenly restored, who were learning to exist as singular beings for the first time in years or decades. They were vulnerable in ways that the factions wouldn't fully appreciate until they tried to leverage them as weapons. "Tell me about the binding," I said to Lady Crimson. "Not how it works, I understand that now, but what it felt like, what it meant to be 1/3 of a consciousness while also being yourself." She was quiet for a long moment, her hand still touching the scar. It was like being a voice in a chorus that never stopped singing. I had my own thoughts, my own perspective, but they were always filtered through Elder Zhao's consciousness. When he was angry, my anger amplified his. When Iron Wall was afraid, my confidence had to compensate. We couldn't hide from each other. We couldn't lie. We were always known, always exposed, always constrained by the other's needs and emotions. "But you survived it for 17 years, I said. "Survival and living aren't the same thing," she replied. "I survived by learning to compartmentalize, by finding spaces in my own mind that felt private even when technically they weren't. But it was exhausting. It was like running a marathon every day just to maintain the illusion of individuality." This understanding became crucial in the following days as I worked to protect not just myself and Iron Wall, but the 12 consciousnesses that were now scattered throughout the territories. They'd suffered a form of slavery that went beyond physical restraint. They'd been enslaved in the most fundamental way. Their consciousness itself had been bound and controlled. And now that they were free, they had to relearn what it meant to be a singular mind making singular decisions. I studied the map, understanding the strategic implications with increasing clarity. The bone merchants operated out of the southern port cities, dealing in everything from stolen cultivation manuals to the bodies of criminals executed in other provinces. They'd been one of Elder Zhao's primary suppliers for the vessels he kept on standby, the empty shells waiting for consciousness to fill them. With Elder Zhao dead, those vessels were suddenly just corpses, worthless inventory. But there was something worse. "They want to rebuild the arrangement," I said. It wasn't a question. Lady Crimson had already explained this to me twice, but speaking it aloud made it concrete, real, dangerous. Yes. She turned from the map to face me. Her eyes were different now than they'd been in our first negotiation. Less like a predator calculating the angle of a kill strike, more like a strategist evaluating a board where she no longer held all the pieces. Iron Wall and I were their investment. We could be multiple consciousnesses operating as one, responding to commands no matter how scattered we became physically. Perfect couriers, perfect soldiers, perfect intelligence gatherers. With Elder Zhao dead and the network unbound, we're just two souls and two bodies. Useless to them. She moved to the map, pointing to the southern territory where the bone merchants had their greatest concentration of power. They've already begun gathering information about the 12 consciousnesses we freed. They're asking themselves the same question we should be asking. If consciousnesses can be bound across 3 bodies, why not more? Why not 10? Why not 50? They're imagining a network so large and so distributed that they could control trade routes across an entire empire through coordinated consciousness bindings. But they can't rebuild the binding without me, I said. True, she said. But they can try to coerce you into rebuilding it. Or they can try to kill everyone who knows how the binding works and hope that someone else discovers the technique independently. The bone merchants play a very long game. They're willing to wait decades for a payoff if the payoff is significant enough. I understood then what we were really fighting. Not just the immediate threat of the bone merchants, but the entire ecology of knowledge and power that consciousness binding represented. If consciousness binding could be done once, it could be done again. If we prevented it here, someone would pursue it elsewhere. And if anyone, anywhere, successfully bound consciousnesses across multiple bodies for control purposes, the entire balance of the world would shift. But you're alive, I said. That has to count for something. Only if we remain useful. She turned back to the map, her expression hardening. The bone merchants don't respect survival. They respect power and profit. Without the shared consciousness arrangement, we're only dangerous if we're threatening, and they have more soldiers than we have time to kill. I'd been expecting this. The moment I'd broken the shared consciousness binding and freed the 12 consciousnesses Lady Crimson and Iron Wall had enslaved, I'd created not just a debt, but a dependency. They needed me because I alone understood the binding, could explain it to them, could potentially reverse it if things got worse. But understanding that wasn't the same as knowing what to do. I moved to the map, studying the territory between the bone merchants' main headquarters and our current position. 3 weeks before the outer court starts moving. How long before the bone merchants attack? Less than a week. They're not diplomats. Lady Crimson's voice was steady, but I could see the tension in her shoulders. This was personal for her in a way it wasn't for me. She'd lost part of herself when Elder Zhao died. Not just the consciousness that had inhabited this body as a third presence, but the entire way of existing that she'd known. She'd been 1/3 of a unified mind for so long that learning to be singular again was like learning to walk with one leg. They'll send scouts first, try to assess our defenses. Then they'll send a team to see if we can be intimidated into submission. And if we don't break, then they bring the merchant guard. I'd heard the stories. The bone merchant's private army was smaller than many faction forces, but infinitely better trained. They didn't recruit from the general martial population. They took the best sword masters, poisoners, and assassins that money could buy and trained them further. They bring the guard, yes. Lady Crimson finally turned away from the map entirely, moving toward the window. Beyond it, I could see the gardens we'd turned into a defensive position, watched by the 12 freed consciousnesses we'd positioned as sentries. But before any of that, they might try something worse. Worse than an army? They might try to kill Iron Wall. She said it flatly, like someone discussing the weather. If he dies, if his consciousness is scattered the way Elder Zhao's was. She stopped, her breath catching almost imperceptibly. Then I become like Elder Zhao was. A consciousness without a primary body, fragmented, desperate, easy to bind again, easy to control. I understood then, with absolute clarity, why Lady Crimson had accepted my offer of partnership instead of destroying me. She wasn't afraid of me. She was afraid of being alone with her own power, of being a consciousness without the anchor that Iron Wall provided. The shared soul arrangement they'd suffered under for so long had become, in some perverted way, their structure for existing. Then we protect him, I said. More than we protect ourselves. We make it clear that if Iron Wall dies, the entire arrangement, the knowledge of the binding, the knowledge of where the consciousnesses are scattered, all of it, dies with him. You would give that away? Lady Crimson looked at me sharply. You would destroy that leverage? I would declare it destroyed, I said carefully. Whether I actually would is another matter. But the bone merchants don't need certainty. They just need to believe we're serious. A thin smile crossed her face. It was an expression I'd learned to recognize over the past 3 days. The moment when she saw the calculation in my thinking and found it acceptable. You're beginning to understand. The best weapon isn't the one you use. It's the one your enemy believes you're willing to use. I spent the next 2 days establishing new positions throughout the villa and the surrounding grounds. The freed consciousnesses, now operating under their own will for the first time in years or decades, were eager to help. I discovered that consciousness, liberated, expressed itself through work. They wanted to have agency, to make decisions, to matter. Positioning them to defend the villa against the bone merchant scouts wasn't forcing them into servitude. It was offering them a chance to do something that had meaning. There was a man named Wu among the freed consciousnesses, older than the others, who'd been bound for nearly 40 years. When I explained to him what we were attempting to do, create a defensive position against faction forces that would otherwise overwhelm us, he took the responsibility as though I'd given him a sacred charge. He worked tirelessly, helping position the other consciousnesses, setting up warning systems, establishing protocols for communication. And when I asked him why he cared so much, he looked at me with tears in his eyes and said, "For 40 years, I had no choice. Everything I did was ordered. Everything I thought was filtered through consciousnesses that were not mine. Now I can choose. And I choose to matter. I choose to help defend this place because it's the first real choice I've been allowed to make in my entire life." Iron Wall himself had barely left the eastern wing of the villa. Lady Crimson checked on him constantly, and I understood it now. The phantom sensation of a consciousness that had been part of the unified mind for so long that being singular felt like being amputated. Iron Wall wasn't afraid. He was grieving. They both were. I went to see him on the 3rd evening, bringing wine and sitting with him in the darkness of his room. "I'm sorry," I said, and I meant it fully, understanding now how profound the damage had been. Breaking the binding saved your life, but it also took something from you. It took 2 somethings, Iron Wall said. It took Elder Zhao, not just his consciousness, but the experience of being unified with another consciousness. For 17 years, I've never been alone. My thoughts have never been purely mine. And now they are, and I don't know how to be singular. And it took the shared experience with Lady Crimson. We were bound together. Now we're just 2 people in the same building. Will you forgive me? I asked. I already have, he said. Because the alternative was to remain bound forever, and I'd rather grieve what I've lost than spend another 17 years enslaved. But you should understand what it costs. Freedom isn't free, especially for those who've never had it before. On the 3rd morning, the first scout came. The freed consciousnesses detected him before he got close to the walls. A man in the gray clothes of the bone merchant's outer guild, moving with the careful precision of someone trained in reconnaissance. Wu came to inform me, his voice steady but his hands trembling slightly. "First contact," he said. "Single operative, reconnaissance class, approximately 40 years old, trained in observation and combat." I went to meet the scout at the gate, unarmed, my posture open and unthreatening. The morning sun was bright, and in that brightness, the scout looked almost ordinary, a man doing his job, following orders, having no idea that the decision he was about to make would echo through the rest of the siege. "I'm Xianxia," I told him. "I'm guessing you're here to assess whether we're worth attacking or worth negotiating with." The scout's hand moved to the sword at his hip, then stopped. Something in my openness had thrown him off balance. His eyes tracked the positions of the freed consciousnesses stationed at various points around the villa, and I could see him calculating odds, weighing risks, understanding that this wasn't going to be an easy target to assess. "I'm authorized to extend an offer." "I'm sure you are. Come inside. We can discuss it properly." He hesitated, which meant Lady Crimson had already positioned herself somewhere dangerous nearby, had made her presence felt. The scout couldn't see her, but he could sense her attention like a blade against his skin. This was something I'd come to understand about Lady Crimson. Her greatest weapon was the way she made people feel her presence without showing herself. They imagined her in every shadow, every corner, every position of advantage. Whether she was actually there or not became irrelevant. The fear was sufficient. "I'll hear the offer," I said, "and you'll carry back my response." The scout came inside. The offer was what I'd expected. The bone merchants would guarantee the safety of Lady Crimson and Iron Wall if they agreed to return to a modified version of the shared consciousness arrangement. Fewer consciousnesses this time. Just the three of them, plus a representative from the bone merchants themselves, bound together to ensure mutual loyalty. A partnership, they called it. "Tell your masters," I said when he'd finished, "that the shared consciousness binding can never be recreated. The knowledge of how to create it is sealed. And if Iron Wall dies, if his consciousness is shattered or destroyed, then all knowledge of the binding dies with me, and with the 12 consciousnesses that Lady Crimson once held enslaved. They lose everything." The scout's face went pale. He understood, as I intended him to, that this wasn't a negotiating position. It was a declaration of absolute consequence. "That's not a threat," I continued. "That's a fact of the situation. If the bone merchants move against us, they'll succeed eventually. You have more soldiers, more resources, more time. But the cost will be permanent. Is restoring the shared consciousness arrangement worth destroying the knowledge of how to make one?" The scout left without another word, carrying a message I knew would unsettle his masters far more than any conventional threat could. Lady Crimson emerged from the shadows as he rode away, her expression satisfied but grim. "They'll still come. Merchants always believe they can negotiate with their money." "I know," I said, "but now they'll come uncertain. And uncertainty in an enemy is what we need right now." That evening, I sat with Chun and the other consciousnesses to explain what I'd just done. They were gathered in the villa's great hall, listening with the attention of people whose lives depended on understanding the strategies that might save them. "The scout will report our statement to his superiors," I explained, "and they'll begin calculating whether the value of consciousness binding knowledge exceeds the cost of losing it. That calculation will take time. During that time, they'll send more scouts, more messengers, more people to assess our defenses and our determination. And while they're calculating, we're preparing," Chen said. She understood the principle immediately. The freed consciousnesses had been slaves, yes, but they'd been intelligent slaves, capable of learning from their bondage. They understood power and strategy in ways that people who'd never been constrained couldn't fully grasp. "Exactly," I said. "We're using their deliberation time to strengthen our position. By the time they decide whether to attack, we want to be so strong that the decision becomes obviously irrational." "But strength means more than just soldiers," Wu said. He'd become something like a co-leader among the consciousnesses, working with Chun to establish a hierarchy that served their mutual defense. "Strength means being so valuable that killing us is a loss they can't sustain." "Yes," I said, "which is why every day you spend helping us prepare is a day you're building your own value. You're becoming indispensable." Over the next 3 days, I watched as the freed consciousnesses transformed from frightened people who'd just escaped slavery into something more formidable. They weren't trained soldiers. They would never be matched for the Bone Merchant's Guard in direct combat. But they were intelligent, coordinated, and motivated by something more powerful than mere obedience. They were motivated by the desire to protect their own freedom. I moved among them, teaching them what I knew about predicting the movements of faction forces, about recognizing the difference between a genuine attack and a demonstration, about the psychology of intimidation and counterintimidation. They learned quickly, hungrily, as though they'd been starving for the ability to make real decisions and execute them in the world. By the end of the 4th day, we had a genuine defensive position. Not impregnable. The bone merchants could still overwhelm us if they committed enough forces, but expensive enough that they would have to be very certain of the payoff before making the commitment. Chapter 22. The merchants' deliberation. The waiting was worse than I'd anticipated. With active conflict, there would be rules, patterns, something to prepare for. But negotiation with the bone merchants meant existing in a strange liminal space where we were neither at war nor at peace, where every moment might be the moment they decided that possession was better than negotiation. I began to understand that this liminal space was actually a very specific kind of weapon. Every hour that passed without attack was an hour where we grew more confident, more settled, more prepared. And for the bone merchants, every hour of non-attack was an hour where their confidence that they could win without negotiation diminished. The longer they waited, the more they had to acknowledge that we might actually be as serious as we claimed. The Merchants' Council, I later learned from a source within the organization, was deeply divided about how to proceed. Some argued for immediate attack, believing that any delay would only strengthen our position. Others argued for a longer siege, believing that we would eventually run out of resources and capitulate. Still others wanted to pursue alternative strategies, trying to find the knowledge of consciousness binding through sources other than me, trying to coerce Lady Crimson into betraying me, trying to find the 12 consciousnesses and using them as leverage. None of these strategies were satisfactory, which was exactly what we wanted. We wanted them to be paralyzed by the recognition that every path forward had significant costs attached to it. I used the time to study the freed consciousnesses more carefully. There were 12 of them, and though Lady Crimson had kept records of their names and the approximate periods they'd been enslaved, I wanted to understand them as people, not just as bargaining chips or sentries. The oldest was a woman named Chun who had been bound when the bone merchants first began experimenting with the shared consciousness arrangement over 30 years ago. She'd spent 3 decades as a fragment of a larger consciousness, making no decisions, taking no actions of her own. Now, when she moved through the villa, there was a hesitant quality to her movements, as though she was relearning how to occupy space that belonged solely to her. "I can feel the difference," she told me on the 4th day, when I found her sitting in the library, staring at a book she wasn't reading. "I can feel that I'm no longer part of something larger. It's like waking up from a dream I didn't realize I was having." "Is it painful?" I asked. "It's strange," she said. "I would have said, before, that being part of the consciousness collective was terrible, oppressive, something I wanted to escape. But now that I have escaped, I realize I was wrong about what I wanted. I wanted to be missed. I wanted there to be something that felt my absence." She looked up at me, her eyes wet. Being singular means being insignificant. Being part of the whole meant being necessary. I didn't have a response for that. The truth was that freedom and necessity were often opposed, and the choice between them wasn't always as clear as it should be. But something in what she said sparked a thought. If the consciousnesses had become accustomed to being part of a larger whole, if they experienced singularity as a kind of loss, then I had a responsibility to help them understand that singularity could have its own form of necessity, its own meaning. "Tell me what your life was like before the binding," I said. "Before you were part of the consciousness collective." Chen was quiet for a long moment. "I was a merchant's daughter," she said finally. "I lived in a city far to the south. I was betrothed to a man I didn't particularly like, and I was resigned to a life of comfortable mediocrity. I would have married, had children, grown old, and died without ever being particularly important to anyone. And then the bone merchants came?" I said. "Yes," she said. "They took me when I was 23 years old. They brought me to the binding chamber, explained what would happen, and then bound my consciousness into the collective. I thought it would be worse than death. But in some strange way, being part of the collective gave me purpose. My thoughts, my experiences, my consciousness, they mattered because they were part of something larger. They contributed to the whole." "But now you can contribute to something larger in a different way," I said. "You can contribute to the defense of this place, to the freedom of the other consciousnesses, to the development of knowledge about consciousness itself. You can be significant not because you're part of a binding, but because your choices matter, your actions have weight, your existence affects the world." She looked at me, and I saw something shift in her expression. "You really believe that, don't you?" "Yes," I said, "and I'll prove it to you if you let me." Over the next weeks, I began to deliberately involve Chun in the strategic decisions about how to manage the siege. I asked for her input on positioning, on which consciousnesses were best suited for different tasks, on how to build community among people who were all discovering singularity for the first time. And gradually, I watched her begin to understand that significance didn't require being part of a binding. It required being trusted, being valued, being asked for wisdom, and then having that wisdom implemented. By the time the second messenger arrived from the bone merchants, Chen had become something like a counselor to me, and the other consciousnesses had begun to look to her for leadership. She'd moved from grieving the loss of the collective to building a new form of collective, not a consciousness binding, but a community of singular consciousnesses choosing to work together. On the 5th day, the second messenger came. This one was higher ranking, a merchant lord named Su, with the bearing of someone who had spent decades negotiating for a living and had learned that most people broke if you waited long enough. He arrived with a small honor guard and the subtle announcement that the bone merchants took us seriously enough to send someone of significant rank. I understood the message immediately. By sending Su, the merchants were signaling that they were moving from the assessment phase to the negotiation phase. The fact that he'd come personally meant that if negotiation failed, the next step would be direct action. "You've impressed our council," Su said when we were alone in the reception hall. Lady Crimson positioned somewhere behind me, her presence a constant reminder that we had resources he couldn't see. "Most people who claim to hold the knowledge of consciousness binding are either lying or desperate. You seem to be neither. You seem to believe that we'll accept your ultimatum." "I don't believe it," I said. "I know it. Because the alternative is catastrophe for your organization. If you kill me, you lose access to the knowledge. If you kill Iron Wall, you lose access to the knowledge. If you do anything that triggers my decision to destroy the knowledge of consciousness binding, you've lost the most valuable treasure your organization could ever possess." "Unless you're bluffing," Su said. "Unless you're claiming you'll destroy the knowledge when actually you would never be willing to do it. Then test me," I said. "Move against Iron Wall. Kill him. See what happens." Su studied me for a long moment, and I could see the calculation happening behind his eyes. He was trying to determine whether I was serious, whether I was the kind of person who would actually destroy something I'd worked to preserve just to punish enemies, whether I would really be willing to burn everything down rather than lose. The answer was yes. He saw it on my face. What he didn't understand was that I'd made a decision long before this conversation. I'd decided that the knowledge of consciousness binding was more dangerous than any individual life, including my own. And I'd committed fully to the principle that I would rather destroy that knowledge than allow it to be weaponized. So when Su looked for signs of bluffing, he found none, because I wasn't bluffing. I was stating a fact about who I was and what I was willing to do. "The bone merchants acknowledge your offer," he said, standing in our reception hall with the composure of someone standing in a position of strength. "We also acknowledge that the knowledge of the shared consciousness binding has value beyond its immediate usefulness. However, we submit that you yourself are evidence that the binding can be created by those sufficiently motivated. We propose a different arrangement." Lady Crimson was present for this, standing slightly behind me and to the left. Iron Wall was locked in his chambers, protected by the 4 strongest consciousnesses and 3 layers of hidden defenses I constructed over the previous days. "What arrangement?" I asked. "You teach us the binding," Su said. "In exchange, we guarantee the life of Iron Wall and provide resources for Lady Crimson and yourself to establish a territory of your own. You become our client scholars, protected by our organization, able to continue your work in exchange for priority access to any advancements in consciousness manipulation." It was a better offer than I'd expected, which meant it was a trap. The bone merchants didn't improve offers out of generosity. They improved them when they'd calculated that something cheaper wasn't going to work. "No," I said. Su's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. "You won't consider the arrangement?" "I won't teach you the binding," I said. "Not now, not later, not under any circumstances. If you're intelligent, you'll understand why. Because if we knew how to create the binding, we wouldn't need you," Su said, understanding settling over his features. "And we wouldn't need to protect Iron Wall or Lady Crimson, because we could create new consciousnesses to bind together. You've made yourself indispensable through ignorance, not wisdom." "I've made myself indispensable through knowledge that I'm keeping," I corrected. "And if you're intelligent, you'll also understand that the moment you kill me, you lose access to that knowledge forever. And the moment you kill Iron Wall, you guarantee that knowledge dies with him because the cost of my revenge will exceed any benefit to keeping the binding secret." Su studied me for a long moment. I could see the calculations happening behind his eyes, the moment when he was measuring whether I was serious, whether I was the kind of person who would actually make myself destroy everything just to ensure my enemies suffered equally. The answer was yes. He saw it on my face. "I'll carry this response to the Merchants' Council," he said finally. But understand this, Xianxia. Patience is one of our primary commodities. We've waited longer for smaller rewards. We can wait for you to make a mistake. I know, I said, which is why I have to make sure I don't. After Sue left, Lady Crimson emerged fully from the shadows, and for the first time since I'd known her, I saw something like respect in her expression. You've understood the essential principle, which is that the best leverage is the kind your opponent can't ignore, but also can't eliminate without destroying themselves, she said. By making the knowledge of the binding inseparable from your continued existence, you've created a situation where killing you becomes economically irrational. The bone merchants deal only in rationality. As long as your survival is the rational choice, you're safe. Until I'm not, I said. Until they find another way, another angle, another pressure point. Yes, Lady Crimson agreed. That's why we have to ensure that Iron Wall survives longer than they're willing to wait. Once he lives long enough that the bone merchants accept him as a permanent fixture rather than a temporary inconvenience, the pressure will ease. People stop pursuing impossible goals after a certain amount of time. How long? I asked. In my experience, she smiled, that thin, predatory smile that suggested she'd learned this lesson by inflicting it on others. 6 months. By summer, if Iron Wall is still alive and we've demonstrated that we're too costly to acquire by force, the merchants will move on to more profitable pursuits. 6 months felt like an eternity. It also felt like a challenge I'd accepted the moment I'd broken the shared consciousness binding. Chapter 23. The outer court's interest. The bone merchants proved to be patient in their way, sending no more direct threats, but also making no move to entirely withdraw their attention. Instead, they established a loose cordon around the villa, positioning merchants and scouts in the nearby towns, making it clear that we were being watched while maintaining just enough distance that attacking us would be an act of open hostility rather than security. On the 10th day after Sue's visit, a new problem emerged. The outer court had become interested. The outer court was more dangerous than the bone merchants in almost every way that mattered. While the merchants were organized, disciplined, and purely motivated by profit, the outer court was factional, ambitious, and driven by ideology. They claimed to represent the righteous path of cultivation, the proper order of society, the balance between human and celestial realms. In practice, they were interested in power, and they'd noticed that I had something they wanted: the knowledge of consciousness manipulation. The outer court's representative was a woman named Magistrate Xue, who arrived with an escort of 6 disciples and the bearing of someone who believed the world was divided into those who served the proper order and those who needed to be eliminated. "You've disturbed the natural progression of things," she announced, entering our reception hall without being invited beyond the walls. Lady Crimson had allowed it, which meant she wanted to see how this conversation would develop. A consciousness bound to 3 bodies, held for 17 years. This was an affront to the celestial balance. But your solution was wrong. You've scattered consciousnesses across the realm without understanding what you've done. I understand perfectly, I said. I've freed people who were enslaved. You've created imbalance, Magistrate Xue corrected. A consciousness is meant to inhabit one body, establish harmony with that body's nature, grow in understanding and cultivation over a lifetime. You've scattered a consciousness collection across multiple bodies, and now 12 consciousnesses are adrift, unmoored from the proper path. They're alive, Lady Crimson said coldly. They have agency. They're making their own choices. That seems more aligned with natural progression than slavery. Agency without guidance is chaos, Magistrate Xue replied. The outer court has come to offer guidance. Xianxia, you will teach us the method of consciousness binding, so that we may use this knowledge to establish proper order. In exchange, we will ensure that the 12 freed consciousnesses are properly guided toward enlightenment, and that Iron Wall and Lady Crimson are protected as valued members of our order. It was a fascinating proposal because it was so transparent. The outer court wanted the knowledge of consciousness binding because with it, they could enforce their ideology through the most perfect form of control imaginable, controlling not just someone's body but their consciousness itself. They would call it enlightenment. They would call it natural order. They would mean domination. No, I said. Magistrate Xue's expression hardened. You refuse. I refuse to teach you anything, I said. The knowledge of consciousness binding is destructive in the hands of anyone who sees it as a tool for enforcement. It's already been used to harm dozens of people. Giving it to the outer court would multiply that harm exponentially. Then you've made a choice, Magistrate Xue said, her voice taking on a formal tone. The outer court will pursue the knowledge by other means. We will find the consciousnesses you've freed. We will study them. We will crack the binding through observation and experimentation. And when we succeed, and we will succeed, we will ensure that you understand that obstructing the natural order has consequences. She left with her disciples, and I felt a new kind of weight settle over the villa. The bone merchants wanted my knowledge for profit. The outer court wanted it for power and ideological purity. Both would pursue it, but from different angles, with different strategies and different timelines. 3 factions now, Lady Crimson said after Magistrate Xue's entourage had departed. The bone merchants, the outer court, and the disciples of the Iron Path. Assuming the disciples have noticed what's happening. Have they? I asked. They'll have noticed eventually, she said. The Iron Path specializes in consuming other organizations' resources and claiming them as their own. A technique for consciousness binding? That's exactly the kind of discovery they build entire campaigns around. She was right. Over the next 2 days, I found myself reading the pattern of organizational interest with growing clarity. The bone merchants saw consciousness binding as a resource to control. The outer court saw it as a tool for enforcing ideology. The Iron Path saw it as a method for destabilizing existing power structures and creating new ones. Each approached the knowledge from a fundamentally different angle, which meant each could be countered through a different strategy. We need to understand what Magistrate Xue actually threatened, I said to Lady Crimson. She said the outer court would study the freed consciousnesses and try to reverse engineer the binding through observation. Is that actually possible? Partially, Lady Crimson said. If they observe someone who's been bound, they can see the effects, the way consciousness distributes across multiple bodies, the way memories are shared, the way decisions seem to emerge from a unified perspective even when the bodies are separated. From that observation, someone intelligent enough could probably develop a rough understanding of what's happening. But developing a functional binding technique is a different matter. That requires understanding not just what the binding does, but why it does what it does. It requires understanding consciousness at a level most people never achieve. So we're safe from the outer court reproducing the binding? I asked. We're safe from them reproducing it quickly, she corrected. But Magistrate Xue is right that they will eventually succeed, if they commit sufficient resources and time. The only way to prevent them from succeeding is to either kill everyone in the outer court interested in consciousness research or to give them something better to do with their attention. I won't do the first, I said. So we need to find a way to give them something better to do. What would the outer court value more than the knowledge of consciousness binding? Lady Crimson asked. I thought about it. The outer court claimed to be interested in balance, in proper order, in the alignment of consciousness with cosmic principles. They saw consciousness binding as a tool for enforcing this balance. But what if there was a way to achieve the same balance without consciousness binding? We teach them that consciousness binding is a violation of cosmic balance, I said slowly, working through the logic. We position ourselves as the protectors of cosmic order, and we claim that anyone attempting to study consciousness binding without our oversight is destabilizing the celestial realms. If we can convince them that we're aligned with their principles of cosmic balance, they might stop pursuing consciousness binding and instead start hunting organizations that are pursuing it without proper oversight. That's brilliant and deeply manipulative, Lady Crimson said. Yes, I agreed. But all of this is deeply manipulative. The question is whether the manipulation serves something we think is good. I began to develop a philosophical framework that positioned consciousness binding as inherently destabilizing to cosmic balance, and consciousness research conducted with proper ethical oversight as inherently protective of that balance. If I could make the outer court believe that supporting the research institute I was developing would actually advance their principles of cosmic order, they might become allies instead of enemies. It took 3 days of careful composition, but I eventually had a letter ready. I sent it to Magistrate Xue with a formal request for another meeting. They'll have noticed eventually. She moved toward the map, adding a new marking for the outer court's position. The Iron Path specializes in consuming other organizations' resources and claiming them as their own. A technique for consciousness binding? That's exactly the kind of discovery they build entire campaigns around. She was right, of course. The disciples of the Iron Path were less organized than the Outer Court, less disciplined than the Bone Merchants. But they had something both the others lacked. They had networks of independent operatives, people with personal loyalty, people who would pursue a goal because they believed in the personal vision of their leader rather than because they'd been given orders. By the time the Iron Path's representative arrived, 5 days later, the villa was surrounded by the attention of 3 of the most powerful organizations in the Northern Territories. The Iron Path representative was a man called Xianxia, and he approached the problem with refreshing directness. "We want to know what you know," he said, sitting across from me in the reception hall while Lady Crimson remained deliberately out of sight. "About consciousness. About binding. About the arrangement you're protecting so carefully. In exchange, we'll protect you from the other 2 factions." "By attacking them?" I asked. "By making sure they're too busy with us to come after you," Xianxia said. "We're good at creating chaos. It's what we do. We destabilize organizations. We turn their own operatives against them. We create schisms in their hierarchies. The Bone Merchants and the Outer Court are both vulnerable to that kind of pressure. We could apply it. In exchange for the knowledge of consciousness binding," I said, "and a commitment to help us refine the technique," Xianxia added. "You're not the only person in the world who's thought about consciousness as a manipulable thing. We have theorists, philosophers, people who've spent years studying ancient texts about the binding. We want your practical knowledge paired with their theoretical understanding. Together, we might be able to advance the art significantly." It was the most honest pitch I'd received. Xianxia wasn't pretending to want the knowledge for noble purposes or profit maximization. He was simply acknowledging that it was valuable and offering protection in exchange for access to it. "No," I said, "but I appreciate your honesty more than the previous proposals." "That's unfortunate," Xianxia said, standing. "Because in a few days, the Bone Merchants will move. The Outer Court will move. And we'll have to move too, just to maintain relevance. When all 3 factions are attacking you simultaneously, you might find yourself wishing you'd chosen our offer." "Probably," I admitted. But the answer would still be no. Chapter 24. Consolidation. The convergence came faster than expected. On day 15, the Bone Merchants launched a formal assault on the villa, an attack that looked almost ceremonial in its structure. Soldiers positioned at cardinal points, standard formations, a demand for surrender delivered by a ranking captain. I met the captain at the gate, unarmed, which meant Lady Crimson was positioned with a blade within 6 feet of his spine the entire conversation. "I'm authorized to offer one last negotiation," the captain said. His name was Wei Chun, and he carried himself with the bearing of someone who'd spent 2 decades enforcing merchant law through direct confrontation. "Surrender the knowledge of consciousness binding. Establish yourself as a subordinate organization under Bone Merchant protection, and no one dies today. Tell your commanders that the villa remains closed," I said, "and that if a single soldier crosses the outer boundary, I'll begin spreading information about the Bone Merchant's consciousness binding experiments to every organization within 1,000 miles. The Outer Court would burn your headquarters to the ground if they knew you had that kind of knowledge locked away and hadn't shared it with them." It was a bluff. I didn't have the ability to spread that kind of information quickly, but Wei Chen didn't know that, and more importantly, the truth beneath the bluff was undeniable. The Bone Merchants' operation was only viable because their consciousness-binding knowledge wasn't widely known. The moment that knowledge was public, they would become targets for every faction that wanted to control consciousness manipulation. "Stand down," Wei Chen finally said, his voice tight. He'd understood the logic. "We'll maintain position, but no assault." The Bone Merchants pulled back to a watchful distance, just as the Outer Court was beginning to move. Magistrate Shui arrived with a much larger escort, 100 disciples arranged in the formal pattern of the Outer Court's martial structure. They positioned themselves on the opposite side of the villa from the Bone Merchants, turning what had been a standoff into a triangle of tension. "You're making a grave mistake," Magistrate Shui announced, her voice carrying to every corner of the villa. "The Outer Court is prepared to obtain the knowledge of consciousness binding through direct excavation of your mind, if necessary. We have techniques for consciousness interrogation that will preserve your life while extracting every secret you possess. You would destroy the thing you're trying to obtain, I called back. Consciousness binding requires specific knowledge, yes, but it also requires understanding the theoretical framework. Scrambling my consciousness to extract the knowledge would destroy the understanding. You'd be left with fragments that don't fit together. Magistrate Xue was silent for a long moment. I could see her calculating, assessing whether the threat was real. "You're bluffing," she finally said, but the certainty had gone out of her voice. "Maybe," I said, "but are you confident enough to test that? Are you willing to have your consciousness interrogation fail, and then have to explain to your superiors why you destroyed your only source of the knowledge you were supposed to obtain?" She withdrew, just as the bone merchants had, positioning the outer court's disciples at a distance that suggested potential violence without committing to it. The disciples of the Iron Path arrived on day 17, and Zhang Wei positioned his operatives not in a direct assault formation, but scattered through the surrounding countryside, in towns, farmhouses, and way stations. A distributed presence rather than a concentrated force. His approach was to suggest that they could cut off supply lines, intercept messengers, make life difficult through 1,000 small pressures rather than through direct combat. "Final offer," Zhang Wei said, appearing in the villa's garden with only 2 guards, confident enough in his own abilities that he didn't feel the need for display. "Work with us. Stay alive. Teach us what you know, and we'll make sure none of the other 3 factions ever threatens you again. We're better at disruption than they are at protection." "Why do you think I would believe that?" I asked. "Because I've spent the last 2 days doing it," Zhang Wei said, gesturing toward the surrounding territories. "The bone merchants have lost 3 supply caravans. The outer court's communications to their regional leadership are being intercepted and delayed. And the disciples of the Iron Path are positioned to become the only faction that doesn't suffer from constant disruption. We can do this to all 3 of them simultaneously if they don't back down. And to me, once you have what you want," I said. "Probably," Zhang Wei admitted. "But at least you'd be useful while it was happening. Right now, you're just a problem that 3 factions are fighting over. That's not a sustainable position." He was right, and I knew it. The disciples of the Iron Path's approach was fundamentally different from the bone merchants or the outer court. They weren't trying to directly acquire what I had. They were trying to make my position untenable, trying to create enough pressure and disruption that I would be forced to choose their offer as the least bad option. And it was working. "I appreciate the honesty," I said, and I meant it. "But I'm going to have to decline. Not because your approach isn't sound, but because accepting any single faction's offer would make me dependent on them. I'd be trading freedom from immediate threat for long-term servitude." "Then you're choosing to maintain this standoff indefinitely," Zhang Wei said. "That's possible. You might even succeed. But it will consume every moment of your existence. You'll spend the rest of your life negotiating, managing factional pressures, preventing coalitions from forming. Is that what you want?" "No," I said. "But it's what I've chosen as the necessary cost of keeping consciousness binding knowledge contained." Zhang Wei studied me for a long moment, and I saw something shift in his assessment. He was looking at someone who'd already decided that this was worth the cost, who'd already committed to the path, even knowing how exhausting it would be. "You really do believe in what you're doing," he said finally. "You really do think preventing consciousness binding is worth sacrificing years of your life?" "Yes," I said, "and I hope that one day you'll understand why." He left, and I was alone again with Lady Crimson, with Iron Wall, with the 12 freed consciousnesses, and with the knowledge that we had somehow managed to convince 3 of the most powerful factions in the region that attacking us directly was not worth the cost. By day 20, the villa was under siege by 3 organizations, each waiting for the others to break, each convinced that I would eventually choose the least bad option. But what they didn't understand was that I had already chosen. I'd chosen to hold this position, to maintain this standoff, for as long as it took to establish something more permanent than a negotiated settlement. That was when Lady Crimson made her move. Chapter 25, The Internal Alliance. She called a gathering in the villa's central courtyard. All 12 freed consciousnesses came, along with Iron Wall, myself, and Lady Crimson. The 3 surrounding factions had agreed to a ceasefire of 12 hours, confident that internal pressure would lead to surrender. They were partly right. "They're waiting for you to break," Lady Crimson said, addressing the gathering. "All 3 of them believe that the pressure will eventually become unbearable, and you'll capitulate to one of their offers. Yes, I said, and it will, if we stay within the villa and wait for them to decide when the siege ends. Then we don't wait, Lady Crimson continued. We move against them. We use the knowledge I have, knowledge I gained from 17 years of operating in these territories, and we turn their unity into their weakness. The consciousnesses looked at each other, and I could see the doubt in their faces. They'd just escaped slavery. The idea of becoming active players in organizational politics, of becoming agents of manipulation and information warfare, felt dangerously close to enslaving themselves again. Before we proceed, I said, interrupting Lady Crimson's explanation, I need to be clear about something. What Lady Crimson is proposing is a choice. Not an order, not a necessity, but a choice. If you don't want to participate, you can refuse. You can withdraw from the villa, go your own way, refuse to be part of this. And then what happens to the rest of us? Chen asked. We're probably captured, Lady Crimson said bluntly. Or we establish ourselves as a local faction, which means playing politics and manipulation the way every other organization does. There's no pristine way out of this situation. There are only various shades of dirty compromise. That's honest, Wu said. He'd been quiet for most of the siege, observing, learning, understanding the structures of power and negotiation. What's your plan, Lady Crimson? She laid it out with the precision of someone who'd spent years thinking about organizational vulnerability. The bone merchants are driven by profit, she said. The outer court is driven by ideology. The iron path is driven by the pursuit of power. These are three fundamentally different motivations, which means they have fundamentally different fears. The bone merchants fear that consciousness binding will become common knowledge and destroy their monopoly. The outer court fears that consciousness binding will be used for purposes they don't approve of. The iron path fears that the other two organizations will unite against them. So we make each one believe that one of the others is moving against them, Chen said, understanding immediately. We create chaos that forces them to turn on each other instead of turning on us. Exactly, Lady Crimson said. And we have the advantage that we're not actually part of any of the three organizations. We can be everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. We can spread information, rumors, suggestions about what the other organizations are doing. It was elegant and terrifying in equal measure. We would become an invisible hand that shaped events without ever appearing directly responsible for them. I won't lie, I said. This is morally compromising. You'll be participating in manipulation, deception, and deliberate cultivation of conflict. And once you choose to do this, you've crossed a line. You can't go back to being purely innocent. You become participants in the machinery of power. But the alternative is being captured or killed, Wu said. So the real choice isn't between dirty and clean. The real choice is between dirty and dead. I looked around at the consciousnesses, watching them grapple with this decision. Some looked troubled. Some looked determined. And slowly, one by one, they nodded. We choose, Chen finally said. We choose to act. We choose to survive. And we choose to do this together. How? Chen asked. She'd become the de facto leader of the freed consciousnesses, the oldest and most experienced voice among them. By making sure they can't trust each other, Lady Crimson said. The bone merchants are afraid of the outer court. The outer court is afraid of the Iron Path's chaos. The Iron Path is afraid of the bone merchants' organization and resources. If each faction knew that one of the others was about to move against them, they would turn on each other. Ironwall finished. He'd been mostly silent since the beginning of the siege, but now his eyes had sharpened, his mind engaging with the problem in a way I'd come to recognize as the moment before violence. They would assume they were being betrayed. They would attack whoever they thought was the threat. Exactly, Lady Crimson said. And while they're fighting each other, we consolidate our position. The 12 consciousnesses spread throughout the territories can serve as messengers, as observers, as spies. We have more people than any faction realizes, because no one is looking for consciousness scattered across a dozen bodies. We use that advantage. You're asking us to become what we escaped from, Chen said quietly. You're asking us to be used, to have our agency redirected toward a purpose we didn't choose. No, Lady Crimson said, and her voice carried a note of something I'd never heard from her before, genuine respect. I'm asking you to choose. To decide whether you want to protect yourselves, Whether you want to protect Xianxia and Iron Wall and me, whether you want to ensure that this villa remains a place of refuge. And if you choose yes, I'm asking you to help us. But it has to be your choice. There was a long silence. The freed consciousnesses looked at each other, and I realized they were communicating in a way that went beyond words, that some vestigial connection between them remained, not a binding, but a memory of what it had felt like to be unified. We choose, Chen finally said. We choose to help. We choose to act. We choose agency. What Lady Crimson enacted over the next 3 days was a masterpiece of manipulation. Using the 12 consciousnesses as messengers, she sent information to each of the 3 factions about the others' supposed plans. To the bone merchants, she revealed that the outer court was developing a technique to break consciousness bindings and free captured consciousnesses, which would undermine the merchants' entire operation. To the outer court, she revealed that the Iron Path had already recruited several of their junior disciples and was planning to radicalize the organization from within. To the Iron Path, she revealed that the bone merchants and outer court had formed a temporary alliance and were planning to move against them as soon as the siege of the villa was resolved. It was all true in spirit, if not in fact. All 3 factions were interested in consciousness binding. All 3 were vulnerable to internal pressure. All 3 did see the others as threats. The siege collapsed into chaos on day 22. The bone merchants attacked the outer court's southern position, convinced they were about to be blindsided. The outer court, caught off guard, pulled their disciples inward and prepared for a siege they weren't ready for. The Iron Path, seeing the bone merchants and outer court locked in confrontation, launched attacks on both organizations' supply lines, hitting targets on 3 fronts simultaneously. By day 24, what had been a unified siege of the villa had transformed into a 3-way conflict where each faction was completely convinced that the other 2 had turned against them. How long will it last? I asked Lady Crimson as we watched the chaos unfold from the villa's walls. Long enough, she said. Not long enough to destroy them. They're all too strong, too organized, too aware eventually that something has been done to manipulate them. But long enough for us to get word to the regional powers, to make it clear that we're not isolated, that attacking us directly would cost more than any faction is willing to pay. And then we move beyond surviving to negotiating, she said. We don't win against 3 major factions, but we can become so expensive to acquire that they accept our existence as part of the landscape. She was right. Within a week, as the initial chaos began to resolve into uneasy stalemate, representatives from larger organizations began arriving. The imperial provincial governors started asking questions. The merchant guilds that depended on the bone merchants' trade networks began negotiating with multiple parties. The monks of the celestial temples started suggesting that the outer court might be overreaching. The disciples of the Iron Path, sensing opportunity, began offering to negotiate peace between the warring parties in exchange for recognition as the preeminent power in the region. By the end of week 4, the villa was no longer under siege. It was the center of a complex negotiation involving 7 different organizations, all convinced that we held some crucial piece of leverage that made us worth talking to rather than worth destroying. Lady Crimson had been right. We hadn't won, but we'd survived, and in survival, we'd created something new, the possibility of something other than domination or slavery. Chapter 26. The cost of power. The negotiations exhausted me in a way that direct combat never could. For 3 weeks, I sat across from representatives of the bone merchants, the outer court, the disciples of the Iron Path, the imperial provincial government, the merchant guilds, and the celestial temples. Each wanted something different from us, and each believed that if they just applied the right pressure, offered the right incentive, I would break and give them access to the knowledge of consciousness binding. The key to surviving these negotiations was maintaining the fiction of uncertainty. I never said absolutely no. I never said absolutely yes. I simply kept suggesting that maybe, under the right circumstances, if certain conditions were met, I might be persuaded to consider sharing the knowledge with them, or at least not destroying it immediately upon their aggression. It was exhausting because it meant maintaining a constant state of ambiguity, of never quite committing to a position, of always leaving the door open just wide enough that each faction believed they still had a chance. By week 7, the composition of the gathering had shifted. The bone merchants had withdrawn to defensive positions, convinced now that trying to acquire the knowledge was more costly than accepting that they wouldn't have access to it. The outer court had split into factions themselves, some arguing that they should pursue the knowledge through force, others arguing that the reputational damage was no longer worth it. The disciples of the Iron Path had successfully positioned themselves as the primary intermediary between us and the rest of the negotiating parties, which gave them significant leverage. "You've done well," Ironwall said to me, finding me alone in the library one evening. I'd been reading, or trying to, but mostly I'd been staring at the same page for an hour, too mentally exhausted to absorb anything. "You've kept all three factions at bay, and you've created a situation where none of them can move against us without incurring the enmity of the others. I've made myself very fragile in the process," I said. "If I make one wrong move, if one faction decides that the benefit of chaos exceeds the cost of my knowledge remaining secret, everything collapses." "That's the nature of leverage," Ironwall said, sitting across from me. "You've achieved something remarkable, but remarkable and stable are not the same thing. You need to think about what comes next, about how to transition from winning a negotiation to establishing a permanent position. What do you suggest?" I asked. Ironwall was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of someone who'd been thinking about this question for weeks. "I suggest that you teach someone the knowledge of consciousness binding." I stared at him. "That defeats the entire purpose of keeping it secret." "No," he said. "It changes the nature of the secret. Right now, you are the secret. You are the one piece of information that everyone wants, that everyone is fighting over. But if you teach someone else, if that knowledge exists in multiple people, in multiple locations, then you're no longer uniquely valuable. You become less attractive as a target." "But I become less useful as leverage," I said. "You become differently useful," Ironwall corrected. "Instead of leverage based on monopoly, you become leverage based on conspiracy. You become someone who knows where the knowledge is hidden, who understands it deeply enough to vouch for its authenticity. That's a different kind of power, but it's more sustainable." "Who would I teach?" I asked. "Lady Crimson," Ironwall said. "She's proven her loyalty by helping us survive this. And she's intelligent enough to understand the implications of what she's learning. More than that, she's embedded enough in the territorial organizations that if she has the knowledge and something happened to you, the various factions would have to account for her access as well." I considered it. There was logic to what Ironwall was saying, but there was also risk. Teaching Lady Crimson the full knowledge of consciousness binding meant placing my fate entirely in her hands. If she decided to betray me, she would have everything she needed to do it. "Would you do it if I asked?" I said. "If I asked you to teach someone else while I taught Lady Crimson?" "Yes," Ironwall said without hesitation. "I've been studying consciousness for as long as you have, in my own way. I could teach the philosophical framework to one of the freed consciousnesses, someone reliable. Then if something happened to both of us, the knowledge would still exist. That's what we need, not monopoly on the knowledge, but distributed access to it." "That's terrifying," I said. "Yes," Ironwall agreed. "But less terrifying than the alternative, which is waiting for someone to get desperate enough to destroy us, just to prevent the knowledge from existing." I understood what he was proposing, and I understood that he was right. The monopoly model of power, where power came from being the only person who possessed crucial knowledge, was inherently fragile. It invited constant attempts to extract the knowledge by force, coercion, or threat. The distributed model, where knowledge was shared with multiple people who understood its implications and were committed to not weaponizing it, was more robust. But sharing knowledge meant trusting people, and trusting people had always been difficult for me. Over the next week, I considered what it would mean to teach Lady Crimson the full knowledge of consciousness binding. She had proven herself in many ways. She'd helped us defend the villa. She'd participated in the manipulation that had turned the three factions against each other. She'd worked with me to build the beginning of a research institute. But she was also someone who'd spent 17 years enslaving consciousnesses. Even if she'd done so under constraint, even if her own consciousness had been bound along with theirs, the fact remained that she'd been capable of that harm. The question wasn't whether Lady Crimson was entirely trustworthy. The question was whether she was trustworthy enough, and whether the benefit of distributing the knowledge outweighed the risk of her potentially betraying me. I made the decision to teach her, but with conditions. The knowledge I shared with her would be comprehensive and accurate. But I would also ensure that I maintained some knowledge she didn't have, specific techniques, specific precautions, specific details that would allow me to guide the application of consciousness binding even if she had the general framework. In other words, I would teach her enough to make her valuable as an ally, but not enough to make her dangerous as an enemy. It was a calculation that bordered on manipulation, but I'd learned by this point that all relationships and situations of power involved some element of manipulation. The only question was whether the manipulation was in service of something positive or something harmful. I brought Lady Crimson to the library one evening and explained my proposal. Iron Wall suggested that I teach you the knowledge of consciousness binding, I said. He believes that distributing the knowledge to multiple people is more stable than keeping it secret. I'm inclined to agree with him. She was silent for a long moment. Why are you telling me this? Why not just decide and implement it? Because if I force this knowledge on you without your consent, I become like the people who created the original consciousness binding, I said. I become someone who imposes their will on others without giving them the choice to refuse. You've been enslaved once. I won't do that to you again, even in the service of something I believe is right. So I have a choice, she said. Yes, I said. You can accept the knowledge or refuse it. If you refuse, I'll find someone else to teach. If you accept, you become responsible for this knowledge in ways that will shape the rest of your life. She looked at me for a long time, and I saw her calculating the implications, weighing the benefits and risks. I'll accept, she said finally, because I believe you're right. The knowledge is more stable when it's shared. And because I'm tired of being a person who has no real power, no real agency, no real control over my own future. Teaching you this will give you all of those things, I said. But it will also make you a target. It will make you someone that other organizations will want to kill, coerce, or control. I've already been all of those things, she said. At least now I'll be them with knowledge and understanding. I spent the next 3 days preparing the materials that would allow me to teach Lady Crimson the full binding. It was strange, writing out the process step by step, explaining not just the mechanics but the reasoning behind each element, the philosophical assumptions that made the binding possible. As I wrote, I realized how much of the knowledge was intuitive, how much I'd learned through trial and error rather than systematic study. By the time I was done, I had created something like a manual, a complete guide to consciousness binding that could be taught to someone without years of study, though it would still require understanding and intelligence to fully comprehend. I presented it to Lady Crimson on the beginning of week 8. This is the knowledge, I said, handing her the manuscript. Everything I know about how to bind consciousnesses across multiple bodies, how to maintain the binding, how to modify it, how to break it. It's yours now. Understand it, memorize it, hide it, do whatever you think is necessary to keep it safe. She took the manuscript with the reverence of someone receiving a sacred text. You're trusting me with this? Yes, I said. And more than that, I'm trusting you to understand that if you use it to betray Iron Wall or me or any of the freed consciousnesses, you'll be destroying the one thing that makes our alliance work. The moment you betray that trust, you become exactly what you were before, a consciousness capable of incredible harm, with no one to trust and nothing to protect you. I understand, she said. And she did. I could see it in her eyes. The moment when she grasped not just the knowledge but the responsibility that came with it. Over the next 2 weeks, I taught Lady Crimson everything. I explained the theory, the practice, the ways consciousness could be bound and unbound, the ways a binding could be modified or strengthened or deliberately weakened. I explained the dangers, the ways a consciousness could be scattered or destroyed, the ways the binding could fail catastrophically. When she had absorbed as much as she could, I asked, "What will you do with this knowledge?" "I'm going to hide it," she said, "in places that no faction will ever find, in ways that no interrogation could reveal. And I'm going to teach it to one other person, someone I absolutely trust, in case something happens to me. And then I'm going to make sure that every faction in these territories knows that I have the knowledge and understand it, so that killing you alone doesn't give them what they want." "That's good," I said. "That's what I hoped you would do." By the end of week 9, word had spread throughout the territories that both I and Lady Crimson possessed the knowledge of consciousness binding. The strategic calculation shifted immediately. Killing one of us would no longer eliminate the knowledge. Controlling one of us would only give you a partial picture. The only way to truly secure the knowledge would be to either negotiate with both of us or to establish such comprehensive control that even if one of us was destroyed, the information could be extracted from the other. All three of these options became increasingly unattractive as the factions calculated the costs. Chapter 27. The new enemy. The shift came unexpectedly, from a direction I hadn't anticipated. On day 64 of the siege, though it was no longer a siege in any conventional sense, just a constant presence of organizations watching and waiting, a new representative arrived. His name was Master Xian, and he came alone, which was both insulting and respectful in a way that immediately put me on guard. He was older than I was, with the bearing of someone who'd spent decades in positions of significant power and had learned not to fear much of anything. "I represent the celestial reconciliation," he announced, entering the villa without requesting permission. The freed consciousnesses looked to me, and I nodded. Let him in. If he was stupid enough to be alone in a building surrounded by people who'd been enslaved and then freed, he deserved whatever happened to him. But I didn't think he was stupid. "I'm aware of them," I said. The Celestial Reconciliation was a secretive organization, barely known except in rumors and official denials. They supposedly existed to prevent the worst outcomes of consciousness manipulation, to monitor those who studied consciousness, to prevent anyone from accumulating too much knowledge, to enforce what they called cosmic balance. Most people dismissed them as legend or myth. "Then you understand what I'm here for," Master Xian said. "The Celestial Reconciliation has allowed the situation in your villa to develop to this point, because we were curious to see how you would handle the pressure. We're satisfied by your performance. You've kept the knowledge of consciousness binding contained. You haven't used it to create new bindings. You haven't allowed it to spread beyond acceptable limits. You've shown remarkable restraint." "But," I prompted. There was always a but. "But the existence of the knowledge itself is now a problem," Master Xian continued. "You possess it. Lady Crimson possesses it. Presumably someone else will come to possess it soon. Eventually, the knowledge becomes common enough that we cannot maintain cosmic balance. At that point, we'll be forced to take action." "What kind of action?" Lady Crimson asked, emerging from the shadows. She'd been listening, which meant she'd anticipated this conversation or something like it. "At first, prevention," Master Xian said. "We would work to ensure that no further consciousnesses are bound. We would create incidents, accidents, tragedies that prevent would-be practitioners from pursuing the knowledge further. If that doesn't work, you would kill anyone who knows how to do it," I finished. "You would eliminate the knowledge by eliminating its sources." "Yes," Master Xian said without hesitation. "We've done it before. There was a woman in the eastern provinces 30 years ago who was very close to discovering the binding technique. We arranged for her laboratory to burn. She died in the fire. No one ever knew it was us. And if we refuse to stop researching consciousness?" I asked. "Then we'll be forced to kill you," Master Xian said. "But we're hoping it won't come to that. We're hoping you're intelligent enough to understand that pursuing consciousness-binding research is more dangerous than any threat the bone merchants or the outer court could pose. We never make mistakes. We never stop. And we never forgive." He left, just as casually as he'd arrived, leaving behind a statement that settled over the villa like a shroud. "They're worse than all three factions combined," Ironwall said quietly. "They're not driven by profit or ideology. They're driven by something that sounds noble, but is just absolute control dressed up in philosophical language." "Do you believe him?" I asked Lady Crimson. "Do you believe the Celestial Reconciliation actually exists?" "Yes," she said. She'd moved to the window, staring out at the territories beyond the villa. "I've heard stories over the years. Researchers who disappeared. Accident scenes that seemed too convenient. Organizations that were attempting consciousness research and suddenly abandoned the project without explanation. I always thought they were legends, but I believe them now. So we're in an impossible position," I said. "If we continue researching consciousness, we make ourselves targets of the Celestial Reconciliation. If we stop researching, we lose the knowledge and become vulnerable to the other factions again." "Not impossible," Chen said. She'd been listening as well, positioned among the other freed consciousnesses. "We simply need to make sure that the cost of pursuing us exceeds the benefit of eliminating us." I walked to the window and looked out at the territories beyond the villa, at the forces that were still watching us from careful distance, at the complex web of organizational interests that had made the villa simultaneously the most dangerous and the most valuable place in the region. The Celestial Reconciliation believes they can eliminate consciousness-binding knowledge by eliminating the people who know it, I said slowly, thinking through the implications. But they're wrong. Knowledge isn't like a person. It doesn't have a single point of failure. Even if they kill me, even if they kill Lady Crimson, the knowledge continues to exist in the consciousnesses of everyone who's been trained in consciousness research. It exists in the theoretical frameworks we've documented. It exists in the minds of the freed consciousnesses who have first-hand experience with consciousness binding. That's precisely why they're dangerous, Lady Crimson said. They understand that they can't actually eliminate the knowledge, so instead they try to prevent it from spreading. But every researcher they kill becomes an example of the Celestial Reconciliation's threat. That threat becomes a motivation for people to pursue consciousness-binding research underground, where they won't be discovered. Which is exactly the opposite of what the Celestial Reconciliation wants, I said. They want consciousness research to be transparent, controlled, monitorable. But if they kill consciousness researchers, they push the research underground. They create exactly the uncontrollable conditions they're trying to prevent. So you're going to propose an alliance, Chen said. It wasn't a question. She'd been watching me think through the logic of the situation, and she understood where my reasoning was leading. Yes, I said. I'm going to offer the Celestial Reconciliation what they actually want. I'm going to propose that we create a research institute that studies consciousness in an open, transparent way. All research is conducted with oversight. All researchers understand the ethical frameworks. All work is oriented toward understanding consciousness responsibly rather than weaponizing it. In exchange, the Celestial Reconciliation stops killing consciousness researchers and instead works with us to maintain ethical standards. They'll never agree to that, Ironwall said. They're ideologically committed to preventing consciousness binding from existing at all. Maybe, I said. But I think Master Shun is more pragmatic than he appeared. He came alone. He explained his organization's principles. He's open to conversation. That's not the behavior of an organization that's actually committed to simply killing anyone who gets in their way. If they were committed to that, I'd be dead already. Unless they're testing you, Lady Crimson said. Unless they came to see how you'd react, to understand the level of threat they're facing, to gather information for a later action. That's possible, I said. But either way, I think I need to respond to the threat he's issued. And the only meaningful response is to propose a structure that makes their threat ineffective. Over the next week, I prepared for a meeting with Master Shun. I documented the theoretical frameworks of consciousness research. I outlined the ethical principles that should govern consciousness-binding work. I prepared a detailed proposal for how a research institute could study consciousness while maintaining oversight and preventing weaponization. When Master Shin arrived for the second meeting, I laid the proposal before him with the confidence of someone who'd thought through every implication. If you kill me, I said, you destroy me and you lose access to one practitioner of consciousness research. If instead you work with me, you gain the ability to monitor and guide all consciousness research in this entire region. You become the guarantee that consciousness binding is pursued responsibly. Master Shin studied the proposal carefully, reading through the theoretical frameworks, examining the ethical principles, considering the implications. This assumes that consciousness researchers will accept oversight, he said finally. This assumes they'll commit to ethical standards rather than pursuing weaponization. Most will, I said, because most people, when confronted with genuine understanding of what consciousness binding does to consciousness, will choose not to weaponize it. And the few who don't choose responsibility can be monitored, constrained, or prevented from acquiring the knowledge in the first place. And you believe this structure will actually work? Master Shin asked. I believe it has a much better chance of working than your current approach, I said. Your current approach kills consciousness researchers and hopes that fear will prevent others from pursuing consciousness-binding research. But fear is a terrible strategy for controlling knowledge. It just drives the research underground, makes it less transparent, less controllable. My approach creates a framework where consciousness researchers can pursue their work openly, with oversight, with access to full ethical understanding. That's more likely to prevent weaponization than any amount of fear could be. Master Shun was silent for a long moment. Then he said something that surprised me. I'll bring your proposal to the Reconciliations Council. They'll want to discuss it extensively. But I think you're right. Your approach is more pragmatic than our current one. And pragmatism, in the long term, is more effective than ideology. How? I asked. The Celestial Reconciliation doesn't care about profit or ideology. They care about cosmic balance, whatever that means. Then we make sure that killing us causes more cosmic imbalance than allowing us to exist, Chen said. If the Celestial Reconciliation kills you, Lady Crimson, Iron Wall, and anyone else who knows the binding, what happens to the 12 of us? We survive, and we remember. We become a walking threat to their entire operation. Consciousnesses that were bound, then freed, who will spend the rest of our lives spreading the knowledge of consciousness binding to anyone who will listen. I understood what she was saying. By killing us, the Celestial Reconciliation wouldn't eliminate the knowledge. They would guarantee its spread. They would turn us into martyrs, and our deaths would become proof that consciousness binding was possible, worth pursuing, worth the risk. We need to make that clear to them, I said. We need to ensure that Master Shin understands this calculation. We also need to contact the other organizations, Lady Crimson said. The Bone Merchants, the Outer Court, the Iron Path. We need to make them understand that if the Celestial Reconciliation moves against us, we'll retaliate by spreading the knowledge of consciousness binding to all of them simultaneously. That's mutual destruction, Iron Wall said. Yes, Lady Crimson agreed. And it's the only card we have left to play. Over the next week, we sent messengers to all 3 major factions. Through careful wording, we made it clear that the Celestial Reconciliation had threatened us, and that if anything happened to us, the surviving consciousnesses would ensure that the knowledge of consciousness binding was distributed to any faction that requested it. We didn't need to explicitly threaten the factions themselves. We just needed them to understand that our survival benefited them. It was a delicate dance, because we also had to ensure that the factions didn't decide to preemptively kill us to prevent the knowledge from spreading. We managed this by making it clear that as long as we were alive, the knowledge remained contained. The moment anything happened to us, containment ended. 2 weeks later, word came back from the Celestial Reconciliation. Master Shun arrived again, alone, and this time when he entered the villa, there was a different quality to his presence, something more measured, more calculated. We've reconsidered the situation, he said without preamble. The Celestial Reconciliation has determined that your elimination would create more cosmic imbalance than your continued existence. We're willing to allow you to continue your research under certain conditions. What conditions? I asked. You agree to limit the spread of consciousness binding knowledge, Master Shin said. You commit to never creating new bindings without our explicit approval. You allow our observers to monitor your work. And you agree that if you ever determine that your knowledge has spread beyond acceptable limits, you'll assist us in eliminating the sources of that spread. It was a compromise, and like all compromises, it satisfied no one completely. But it was better than the alternative. We were alive. The knowledge remained secure. And the factions understood that we were too expensive to acquire through force. Agreed, I said. Chapter 28. The consolidation of peace. The formal ceasefire that followed the Celestial Reconciliation's agreement lasted exactly 3 weeks before it transformed into something more permanent. The 3 major factions recognized that the costs of continued conflict exceeded any possible benefit, and they began negotiating what would become a stable arrangement for territorial control. I found myself in the strange position of being, if not a power broker, then at least someone who had to be consulted when decisions were made. Representatives from the Bone Merchants, the Outer Court, the Iron Path, and the Celestial Reconciliation all visited the villa regularly, seeking my perspective on issues that had nothing directly to do with consciousness binding, but everything to do with the balance of power I'd created. It was exhausting and, in many ways, worse than the siege had been. At least during the siege, the enemies were clear. Now, the boundaries between ally and opponent had become so blurred that every conversation could be a negotiation, a trap, or an opportunity. One afternoon, a week after the ceasefire was formally announced, I sat with all the organizational representatives in the villa's Great Hall. They'd come to discuss the framework for ongoing negotiations, the protocols that would govern consciousness research, and the mechanisms for preventing future conflicts. We need to establish clear lines, said the representative of the provincial governors. We need to know what research is permitted, what research is forbidden, and what the consequences are for violating these protocols. But research evolves, I said. We can't predict what questions researchers will ask, what techniques they'll develop, what applications they'll discover. If we establish rigid boundaries now, we'll inevitably create situations where necessary research is prohibited or where prohibited research becomes necessary. Then how do you propose we manage the risk? Master Shen asked. His role in this meeting was to represent the Celestial Reconciliation's interest in maintaining cosmic balance, which meant ensuring that consciousness research didn't advance to the point where it became uncontrollable. We establish principles rather than rules, I said. We commit to maintaining consciousness research in a context of ethical reflection and communal oversight. We establish that consciousness-binding knowledge should be shared with researchers who understand its dangers and are committed to responsible use. We create a network of institutes where consciousness research is conducted openly, monitored, and communicated. You're describing a system where everyone knows how to bind consciousness, the bone merchant's representative said. That's exactly what we wanted to prevent. No, I said. I'm describing a system where anyone capable of understanding consciousness binding can learn how to do it. But understanding consciousness binding requires understanding the ethical frameworks that make responsible research possible. It requires understanding the psychological impacts on people who are bound. It requires understanding the social costs. People can't weaponize knowledge they truly understand because they can see too clearly the consequences of weaponization. That's an assumption, Master Shen said. You're assuming that understanding creates virtue. History suggests otherwise. Yes, I agreed. But the alternative is trying to suppress knowledge that can't be suppressed. And every attempt to suppress knowledge creates a black market, creates pressure toward unauthorized research, creates the very conditions that enable weaponization. If we want consciousness binding to be used responsibly, the only path is to spread it openly and trust that people will choose responsibility when they're confronted with the full weight of understanding. The conversation continued for hours, circling around the same fundamental tension: how to prevent dangerous knowledge from being weaponized while acknowledging that the knowledge existed and would eventually spread regardless of suppression efforts. By the end of the day, they'd agreed to a compromise. Consciousness research would be permitted under the oversight of the Research Institute. Consciousness-binding knowledge would be shared with researchers who underwent training in the ethical frameworks. And periodic audits would be conducted to ensure that no researcher was attempting to create unauthorized bindings. It wasn't perfect. There would inevitably be researchers who pursued consciousness binding without proper authorization. But it was better than any of the alternatives, because it acknowledged reality rather than fighting against it. By week 14, the villa had transformed into something between a sanctuary and a prison. We could leave, technically, but going anywhere meant being watched by agents of multiple factions. We could communicate with the outside world, but every letter was read, every message monitored. This is what victory looks like when victory means survival, Lady Crimson said to me one evening. We were standing on the balcony of the villa, watching the sunset and the freedom of that moment. Just the two of us, unobserved, unmonitored, was luxurious beyond description. I didn't expect it to feel like this, I admitted. I thought once the immediate threats were gone, life would return to normal. Life never returns to normal, she said. Not after something like this. You've changed the landscape fundamentally. Consciousness binding was a secret, something only the worst of us knew about. Now it's a known factor, something every major organization has to account for. You've made it impossible to pretend it doesn't exist. Is that good? I asked. It's different, she said. Good and bad are moral categories, and what we've done doesn't really fit into them. We've created a new reality where consciousness can be bound and unbound, where people can exist in multiple forms simultaneously if they have the knowledge and the will to do it. That's neither good nor bad. It's just true now. Over the following weeks, I began to focus my energy on something that had been neglected during the siege, understanding the nature of the binding itself. Not from a practical standpoint of how to create or modify bindings, but from a theoretical standpoint of what the binding actually did to consciousness, to the nature of identity, to the fundamental structure of human existence. I spent hours with Chun, asking her to describe what it felt like to be one consciousness spread across multiple bodies, what it meant to be suddenly singular, how her identity had shifted, what parts of her had been lost or transformed. I had multiple perspectives at the same time, she tried to explain. I could see the world through different eyes simultaneously, think different thoughts without them being separate thoughts. It was like, she paused, searching for words that could contain something beyond ordinary experience. It was like being a piece of music that played from multiple instruments at once. The melody was the same, but the harmonics were different depending on which body I was inhabiting. And now? I asked. Now I'm a single instrument, she said. I'm incomplete somehow, like I'm only half of what I was. But I'm also complete in a way I didn't expect. Being singular means everything I do is fully mine, fully chosen, fully me. There's no dilution, no compromise. I am entirely myself in every moment. These conversations became the foundation of a new research project. I began documenting the experiences of all 12 freed consciousnesses, creating a comprehensive record of what consciousness binding did to the nature of identity, personhood, and selfhood. It was important work, and it was work that none of the three factions could easily control or weaponize. It was knowledge about consciousness that didn't enable binding, that didn't provide a toolkit for manipulation. It was pure research, pure understanding, the kind of thing that could advance human knowledge without creating new forms of harm. By week 16, I'd completed the framework of what would become a comprehensive study of consciousness. By week 20, I'd begun training other people to conduct this research, to interview consciousness users, to document their experiences. By week 24, we'd established the beginning of something that looked like an independent research institute, one that studied consciousness without pursuing the binding technique, one that was open to representatives from all factions but beholden to none of them. The other organizations recognized this as the development of a new power structure, but one that didn't directly threaten their interests. The bone merchants saw it as a source of information about consciousness they could potentially access. The outer court saw it as a way to legitimize their interest in consciousness within a framework of philosophy and ethics. The Iron Path saw it as a way to establish cultural authority, and the Celestial Reconciliation saw it as a containment structure, a way to ensure that consciousness research was monitored and controlled. Everyone benefited in their own way, which meant no one had a reason to move against us. Chapter 29. The fracture stability, I learned, is always the prelude to some new kind of conflict. 42 days after the ceasefire was formalized, a messenger arrived from the outer court with news that changed everything. Magistrate Xue had been killed. The story that spread through the territories was that she'd been murdered by disciples of her own organization who disagreed with her strategy regarding consciousness research. The outer court split into at least 3 factions, each claiming to represent the true path, each accusing the others of heresy or corruption. The bone merchants immediately saw an opportunity. With the outer court destabilized, they moved to consolidate control of the northern territories, establishing new trade routes and expanding their presence in areas they'd previously ceded to other organizations. The Iron Path responded by launching attacks on the bone merchants' operations, pulling the focus of the entire region into a new conflict that threatened to destabilize everything we'd carefully built. They're going to blame us, Ironwall said, and he was right. Within 2 days, there were rumors that I had orchestrated Magistrate Xue's assassination to prevent her from pursuing consciousness-binding knowledge. The rumors were false, but they were also useful to certain factions who wanted a justification for why the stable arrangement had begun to fracture. We need to clarify the record, I said, calling for a meeting of representatives from all the organizations. The record is clear, Master Shin said when they'd all gathered. Magistrate Xue was killed by her own people. That's not your responsibility. But several people believe I arranged it, I said. And if that belief takes hold, it gives people a reason to move against me, against Lady Crimson, against the Research Institute. Then you have a problem, Master Shin said, and there was something like amusement in his voice. You've built a structure that depends on people believing you're too dangerous to attack directly. But if they believe you've already crossed the line into conspiracy and assassination, that belief becomes your liability. He was right. The delicate calculation that had kept us safe was based on the assumption that I hadn't already committed the kinds of acts that would justify immediate retaliation. But once that assumption was questioned, once people began to believe that I was willing to kill for political advantage, the entire structure could collapse. I spent the next week tracking down the actual source of the assassination rumors and found, to my absolute shock, that they had originated from within Lady Crimson's own network. When I confronted her about it, she didn't deny it. Magistrate Xue was a problem, she said. We were in the library, alone, with no one to overhear what I was about to learn. She was too rigid, too committed to her ideology. As long as she was leading the outer court, they would eventually move against us, claiming it was necessary to prevent cosmic corruption or some other philosophical justification. By creating doubt about her leadership, I ensured that the outer court's attention turned inward instead of outward. You destroyed her reputation, I said. I distributed truthful information, Lady Crimson replied. That she had connections with the celestial reconciliation. That she had secretly authorized an attempt to obtain the consciousness-binding knowledge through coercion. That her leadership was compromised by outside interests. All of it was true. But you didn't distribute it randomly, I said. You distributed it in a way that would lead to her assassination. I distributed it in a way that would destabilize her position, she said. If her own organization decided to kill her, that's their choice, not mine. We made an agreement, I said, my voice tight. We agreed that we would do this through negotiation, through creating leverage, through making ourselves too expensive to attack. We didn't agree to actively manipulate events toward assassinations. No, Lady Crimson said. You agreed to those things. I agreed to survival. And I've ensured our survival by removing a variable that would have eventually become lethal to us. I left the library without responding, and for the first time since we'd allied, I felt the weight of what Lady Crimson was. She wasn't evil. She wasn't irrational. But she was fundamentally willing to do whatever was necessary to secure her position, and her definition of necessary was much broader than mine. By the next morning, I'd made a decision. I called a gathering of the representatives from all 4 organizations, the Bone Merchants, the remaining Outer Court factions, the Iron Path, and the Celestial Reconciliation. I'm taking responsibility for the assassination of Magistrate Xue, I announced. I won't explain my reasoning. I won't justify my actions. I'll only confirm that it was strategic, it was intentional, and it was done to prevent the Outer Court from moving against us. The reaction was immediate and complicated. The Outer Court factions erupted into demands for vengeance. The Bone Merchants looked calculating, already adjusting their strategy to account for someone who was willing to commit assassination for political advantage. The Iron Path looked impressed, and Master Shen looked at me with an expression that suggested he'd known this was coming and was assessing how I would use it. If you're claiming responsibility, then we require compensation, one of the Outer Court factions said. We require acknowledgement of wrongdoing, payment, and a commitment to never again interfere in our internal matters. I'll agree to compensation and acknowledgement, I said, but I won't agree to never interfere again. I'll agree to be more careful about how I interfere. But the knowledge of consciousness binding is too important to the balance of power in these territories for me to completely abstain from taking action. It was a statement that reframed everything. I was no longer claiming to be a neutral observer. I was a player in the game, someone willing to take action for political advantage, someone whose interests had to be accounted for directly. Then we treat you as an organization, the Bone Merchants representative said. We treat you as another faction to negotiate with, not as an external threat to be managed. Yes, I said. That's exactly what I'm proposing. By the end of the week, a new agreement had been formed. The villa wasn't neutral ground anymore. It was the territory of the Research Institute, which was itself a faction with interests and agendas, just like any other organization in the region. We had stopped trying to transcend the game. We joined it instead. Chapter 30. The reckoning the cost of that decision became clear within days. Now that I'd explicitly claimed responsibility for Magistrate Xue's assassination, the other organizations felt justified in taking direct action against us. Not through violence, which would still be too costly, but through pressure. The Bone Merchants cut off our access to certain trade routes. The Outer Court factions began spreading counter-rumors, claiming that I had murdered Magistrate Xue not for political advantage, but out of personal vendetta. The Iron Path, seeing an opportunity, began recruiting some of our research staff with offers of higher pay and less political involvement. Within 2 weeks, the Institute was under pressure from every direction, and I had to make a choice: escalate the conflict further or find a way to negotiate a new equilibrium. I chose negotiation, but negotiation on different terms. I called a meeting with just Lady Crimson and Iron Wall, excluding all external observers. "We've made a mistake," I said. "By claiming direct responsibility for Magistrate Xue's assassination, I've triggered exactly the kind of escalation we wanted to avoid. The other organizations now believe they have a reason to move against us. So what do we do?" Iron Wall asked. "We acknowledge that the mistake was mine," I said. "Lady Crimson didn't arrange Magistrate Xue's assassination. I did, acting alone, without consultation. Lady Crimson is not responsible for my decisions." "That will destroy your credibility," Lady Crimson said. "If you admit you acted alone, you admit you're a lone actor who can't be trusted to represent an organization or follow an agreement. You become less valuable, not more." "Yes," I said, "but you remain valuable. And the Institute remains valuable. And Iron Wall remains valuable. And the research continues. You're sacrificing your own position to protect ours," Iron Wall said, understanding. "Yes," I said, "because I realized something. The knowledge of consciousness binding matters. The research we're doing matters. But I don't matter. If I'm sacrificed to keep the Institute operational, that's an acceptable trade." I made the announcement the next morning. I claimed full responsibility for the assassination of Magistrate Xue, and I offered myself as compensation to the outer court factions. I would become subject to their authority, available for whatever reparation or punishment they deemed appropriate, in exchange for their commitment to allowing the Research Institute to continue operating without interference. The outer court factions were suspicious, but the offer was too good to refuse. I was being offered up as a victim, and there was profound satisfaction in that for an organization that had lost its leader. What I didn't tell them was that I'd already established a succession plan. Before I'd made the offer, I'd transferred all of my authority over the Research Institute to Chun, the oldest of the freed consciousnesses. I'd trained her to make the kinds of decisions I'd been making, and I'd ensured that the other freed consciousnesses understood that her leadership was to be followed. The moment I was taken into the custody of the outer court, Chun assumed control of the Institute, and the operation continued without me. My time with the outer court was illuminating. They attempted to extract more knowledge of consciousness binding through interrogation, through philosophical argument, through appeals to cosmic balance. None of it worked, because I'd already given them all the knowledge that was useful without the practical understanding of how to implement it. After 3 weeks, they realized that keeping me was both pointless and costly, so they released me with a formal acknowledgement that my debt to them had been paid. I returned to the villa to find the Institute thriving. The moment I walked into the main research chamber, I understood that something had fundamentally shifted. When I'd left 3 weeks earlier, the Institute had been my project, my responsibility, my extension of will into the world. Now it was something else entirely. It was Qin's project, the consciousness's project, a genuine organization with its own momentum and direction. Qin greeted me with what could only be described as professional respect. "Welcome back," she said. "The outer court factions have agreed to limited access to certain research materials in exchange for regular reports on our findings. The bone merchants have established a trade arrangement with us. They provide funding, and we provide theoretical consulting on consciousness-related questions. The Iron Path has been surprisingly cooperative, limiting their recruitment efforts and allowing several of our staff members to complete their current research projects. You've transformed this into a functioning organization," I said, understanding immediately what had happened. My absence had forced the Institute to become independent. It had forced the freed consciousnesses to step into leadership roles, to make decisions, to develop the kind of authority that only comes from being responsible for something that matters. "We've done what needed to be done," Qin said. "You created the initial framework. You established the principles. You trained us to think about consciousness research with appropriate ethical frameworks. Now we're implementing what you taught us." It was exactly what I'd hoped would happen, and it was bittersweet to see it realized. The Institute no longer needed me. I'd made myself obsolete, which meant I'd succeeded. Over the next few weeks, I found that my role in the Institute had become something altogether different. I was no longer the leader. I wasn't even the primary researcher. Instead, I was a resource, someone who could provide consultation when complex questions arose, someone whose deep understanding of consciousness binding could serve as a check on the organization's direction. It was a smaller role, but it was also a more honest one. Chapter 31. The evolution of structure 6 months into the siege that had transformed into a ceasefire that had transformed into a new political reality. The Research Institute had expanded beyond anything I'd anticipated. Chen had recruited scholars from multiple factions, people interested in consciousness research as a genuine academic pursuit rather than as a weapon or a tool for power. The Institute had also begun to diversify its work. While I'd focused primarily on the philosophical and psychological aspects of consciousness, other researchers were exploring the physiological aspects, the ways different bodies responded differently to being inhabited by consciousnesses they weren't originally bound to, the ways certain physical practices could enhance or diminish consciousness capacity. "You've created something remarkable," Lady Crimson said to me one evening. "We've become something like colleagues, working together on research while maintaining careful boundaries about what we would and wouldn't discuss. You intended to secure knowledge, and instead you've created a structure that generates knowledge. Will it last?" I asked. "Will the Institute survive once I'm not involved?" "Does it need to survive beyond your involvement?" she asked. "You wanted to prevent consciousness binding from being weaponized. You've created an organization where consciousness is studied and understood rather than exploited. That succeeded. What happens after is someone else's responsibility." She was right, but it wasn't comforting. I'd built something that had become larger than I was, something that had agency and momentum independent of my own actions. That was good for survival, but it meant I had less control, less certainty about how the knowledge I'd shared would be used. Over the next months, I began to withdraw from active participation in the Institute. I worked on my own research, on a comprehensive theory of consciousness that would serve as a foundation for future work, but I stopped making administrative decisions, stopped attending meetings, stopped trying to shape the direction of the organization. It was harder than I expected. There's a seductive quality to power, to having your decisions matter, to being the person everyone consults when important choices need to be made. Giving that up meant accepting a kind of irrelevance, a state where the world would continue without me and nothing important would change. By month 7, the Institute had become almost entirely independent of my involvement. Chen was running the day-to-day operations. Iron Wall was managing the relationships with the various factions. Lady Crimson was coordinating with the Celestial Reconciliation to ensure that our work remained within acceptable parameters. And I was writing. I spent long hours in the library, documenting everything I knew about consciousness binding, not in a practical sense. That knowledge was hidden in places I would never reveal, but in a theoretical sense. I was trying to understand the nature of what consciousness was, what it meant for consciousness to be bound across multiple bodies, what it meant for identity to be spread across space and form. It was work that had no immediate practical application, that wouldn't lead to new weapons or new forms of control. It was work that was purely intellectual, purely for the sake of understanding. And it was the most important work I'd done. Chapter 32. The message from beyond. On the first day of the 8th month, a consciousness arrived at the villa in the body of an old merchant I'd never seen before. The consciousness introduced himself as Kuang Fei, and he came with a message from the Celestial Reconciliation. "Master Shun has authorized me to inform you that your work has attracted attention from outside this territory," Kuang Fei said, speaking with the careful precision of someone delivering information they'd memorized. "There are other organizations pursuing consciousness-binding research in other provinces. They're not as careful as you've been. They're not as constrained by the need to maintain balance. What does the Celestial Reconciliation want me to do about that?" I asked. "Master Shin believes it's important for you to understand that the problem has grown beyond what you created," Kuang Fei said. "Your work was to prevent consciousness binding from being weaponized in this territory. You've largely succeeded. But the knowledge exists now. It's spreading, and other organizations are pursuing it with fewer constraints than you placed on yourself. So we're about to face a new crisis," I said. "No," Kuang Fei said. "We're already in it. But the Celestial Reconciliation believes you should be aware of it." He left the message and departed, and and I was left with a new problem that I'd been partially hoping to avoid. The knowledge of consciousness binding had spread beyond my ability to contain it. There were others, in other territories, pursuing the same research, making the same discoveries, creating the same kinds of bindings I'd spent so much effort to prevent. I brought the news to Lady Crimson and Iron Wall, and their reactions were remarkably different. "This changes nothing about what we've done," Iron Wall said. "We've established a research institute that studies consciousness responsibly. We've prevented consciousness binding from being weaponized in this territory. What other organizations do in other territories is beyond our control." "Except it's not," Lady Crimson said. "Because eventually they'll come here, looking for knowledge, looking for techniques, looking for the secrets we've hoarded. And we'll have to decide whether to share or to resist." "We'll share," I said. "Not the practical knowledge of consciousness binding, but everything else. We'll send our researchers to other territories. We'll establish branches of the Institute in other regions. We'll ensure that consciousness research is conducted responsibly everywhere we can reach." "That's exactly what the Celestial Reconciliation wanted you to conclude," Lady Crimson said. "They've used knowledge of other organizations' research to push you into expanding your reach, turning a local solution into a global movement." "Is that bad?" I asked. "It's complicated," she said. "It means your work becomes bigger than you intended. It means you'll have less control over how it's implemented. But it also means you'll have more resources, more people, more capacity to actually influence the way consciousness research is conducted across multiple territories." I spent the next week considering the offer that Kwang Fei had delivered so carefully. In the end, I decided that Lady Crimson was right. If consciousness binding was going to spread, better that it spread under the guidance of people who understood its dangers and were committed to studying it responsibly rather than under the guidance of people who saw it as a weapon to be exploited. I began drafting a proposal for the expansion of the Institute, outlining how we could establish satellite research centers in other territories, how we could train researchers from other organizations to conduct consciousness research responsibly, how we could create a network of institutes all working toward the same goal, understanding consciousness without weaponizing it. It was ambitious, perhaps too ambitious. But by this point in my journey, I'd learned that the only way to prevent something you consider dangerous from spreading through misuse is to spread it deliberately through proper use. Chapter 33. The New Battle. The expansion didn't proceed smoothly. As soon as I announced the proposal, it became clear that not every faction in this territory, let alone in other territories, wanted consciousness research to proceed responsibly. Some wanted to weaponize it. Some wanted to hoard it for themselves. Some wanted to suppress it entirely. The bone merchants supported the expansion because it gave them access to new markets and new forms of control. The outer court supported it because it legitimized consciousness research within a philosophical framework. The Iron Path had mixed feelings, but ultimately came on side when I agreed to train their operatives in consciousness theory. And the Celestial Reconciliation supported it because it gave them an excuse to expand their own organization's reach to other territories. But there were other organizations in other territories that didn't support it. Some of them sent representatives to attempt to block the Institute's expansion. Others tried to establish counter-institutes that presented consciousness research as inherently dangerous and irresponsible. And some of them, most dangerously, tried to establish their own consciousness-binding programs, attempting to create the kinds of bindings I'd worked to prevent. The moment word came back that a consciousness binding had been attempted in the western provinces and had succeeded, creating a consciousness split across two bodies, I understood that the local problem had truly become a global problem. "We have a choice," Iron Wall said when I brought the news to the council. The council now consisted of Chun, Iron Wall, Lady Crimson, representatives from the various factions, and scholars from the Institute. "We can attempt to police consciousness research everywhere, trying to prevent unauthorized bindings. Or we can focus on making consciousness binding research so well understood and so widely available that people understand the dangers and choose to pursue it carefully." "The first is impossible," Chen said. "We don't have the resources, and it violates the autonomy of other regions and other organizations." "The second is dangerous," one of the outer court representatives said. "If consciousness binding becomes widely available, the temptation to use it for control and exploitation becomes irresistible for many people." Probably, I admitted. But the alternative is trying to suppress knowledge that's already starting to spread. That's been tried throughout history, and it's never worked. The only solution is to ensure that when people pursue consciousness binding, they understand what they're doing and understand the consequences. We spent the next 3 weeks debating the philosophy and practicality of expanding consciousness research beyond our current territory. In the end, we decided to proceed, but with careful limitations. The Institute would expand, but we would only train researchers who committed to studying consciousness responsibly. We would only share the theoretical frameworks, not the practical techniques for binding. And we would establish protocols for monitoring consciousness research in other territories, allowing the celestial reconciliation to ensure that we weren't inadvertently enabling weaponization. It was a compromise that satisfied no one completely, but it was the best we could do. The decision to expand consciousness research globally represented a fundamental shift in my understanding of what was possible. I'd spent months trying to prevent consciousness binding from spreading, trying to contain a knowledge that couldn't be contained. Now I was choosing to spread it deliberately, to guide its spread, to ensure that when it did proliferate, it did so in a context of ethical understanding and careful oversight. Lady Crimson found me late one evening, sitting alone in the library, reviewing the expansion proposal one more time before finalizing it. "You're afraid," she said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," I admitted. "I'm afraid that expanding consciousness research globally will lead to more consciousnesses being bound without proper understanding. I'm afraid that some of the people I train will use that training for purposes I would never approve of. I'm afraid that I'm about to unleash something that can't be controlled." "That's probably true," she said, sitting across from me. "But what's the alternative? Suppress the knowledge? That's guaranteed to fail. Try to prevent anyone from learning consciousness binding? That's guaranteed to create underground research that's even more dangerous because it's unmonitored and unethical." "So I'm damned either way," I said. "Yes," she said. "You're damned. But you're damned anyway because you exist in a world where consciousness binding is possible. The only question is whether you try to shape the consequences or run from them." I made my decision that night. By morning, I'd finalized the expansion proposal. By the end of the week, I'd begin training the first cohort of researchers from other territories in the ethical frameworks of consciousness research. The expansion, as it unfolded over the following months, was both more successful and more troubling than I'd anticipated. Researchers from multiple territories came to the villa to study consciousness with proper ethical oversight. The Institute began to establish branches in other cities. The knowledge of consciousness binding began to spread, slowly but inexorably, from a secret held by 4 people to something known by dozens, then hundreds. And with that spread came the inevitable failures, the inevitable people who pursued consciousness binding without proper training, the inevitable suffering that resulted. Chapter 34. The Cost of Knowledge. By the 10th month, the Institute had established presence in 3 other territories, and consciousness research was beginning to flourish in a way that was both exciting and terrifying. Researchers in the eastern provinces were discovering new applications of consciousness theory. Scholars in the southern territories were beginning to document the experiences of consciousnesses in ways that advanced philosophical understanding. But there had also been unauthorized consciousness bindings in at least 5 locations, and 2 of them had gone catastrophically wrong, resulting in consciousnesses that were severely fragmented, barely functional, trapped in a state between singular and shared existence. I learned about the failures through a messenger from the celestial reconciliation. The messenger brought records of the bindings that had failed, detailed documentation of what had gone wrong, and a clear message from Master Shin. "This is the cost of spreading knowledge." "They were careless," the messenger said, showing me detailed descriptions of how the consciousness bindings had been attempted by researchers who hadn't fully understood the theoretical framework. They skipped steps, made assumptions, treated consciousness binding as if it were a simple technical procedure rather than a profound manipulation of the nature of consciousness itself. "Did they know they were being careless?" I asked. "Some did," the messenger said. "Some knew they were missing information and proceeded anyway, gambling that they could succeed through trial and error. The ones who succeeded did so through luck and repetition until they stumbled onto the right technique. The ones who failed did so because their luck ran out. This was what I'd feared. Knowledge spread wasn't just knowledge spread. It was knowledge spread in a diluted form, understood partially, implemented by people who didn't have the complete picture, pursued by organizations with their own agendas. Some people would fail. Some consciousnesses would be damaged irreparably. I wanted to stop the expansion, to withdraw, to try to contain consciousness research again. But I also knew that was impossible. The knowledge existed. It was spreading. All I could do was try to ensure that future spreads came with better understanding, better frameworks, better preparation. I decided to do something I'd been reluctant to do. I decided to publish the complete theoretical framework of consciousness binding, to make it available to anyone with the ability to understand it, to stop trying to keep the knowledge controlled and instead trust people to do the right thing with it. That will cause catastrophe, Master Xian said when I announced the decision. He'd come to the villa himself, which indicated the seriousness of his concern. You'll be handing the knowledge to people who will use it for control, for exploitation, for all the things you've spent the past year trying to prevent. Yes, I said. And I'll also be handing the knowledge to people who will use it to understand consciousness, to advance human knowledge, to create new forms of connection between consciousnesses. I can't control which people receive the knowledge or what they do with it. The only thing I can control is the completeness and accuracy of what I publish. I can ensure that people who read what I write understand the dangers, understand the ethical implications, understand the costs of implementation. That's not enough, Master Xian said. No, I agreed. It's probably not. But it's what I can do. By the 12th month, my comprehensive work on consciousness binding theory had been completed and distributed to the major research institutes in all 4 territories where we had presence. The work was dense, philosophical, written at a level that required significant training to understand. But it was complete, it was accurate, and it was available. Within weeks of publication, unauthorized consciousness bindings became less frequent. Not because people stopped trying, but because people who attempted bindings without understanding the theoretical framework started failing consistently, and word spread about those failures. The knowledge of how to bind consciousness carefully, thoughtfully, safely was worth more than the knowledge of how to bind consciousness carelessly. And slowly, consciousness research evolved from a forbidden secret into a specialized field of study, conducted carefully, monitored by multiple organizations, advancing human understanding of consciousness itself. The impact of this shift was profound. Instead of consciousness binding being pursued in shadows by desperate or malicious organizations, it became a recognized field of academic inquiry. Consciousness researchers from different traditions began collaborating, sharing findings, developing new theoretical frameworks. The knowledge that I'd worked so hard to prevent from spreading was now spreading in a way that actually increased human understanding rather than human capacity for harm. But this success came with a price that I was only beginning to understand. By successfully publishing the comprehensive theory of consciousness binding, I'd created a situation where the knowledge could no longer be contained or controlled. It was out in the world now, available to anyone intelligent enough to understand it, and I had to accept that some people would understand it for purposes I didn't approve of. I thought about Elder Zhao, about the consciousness that had driven him to bind 2 other consciousnesses into a network of control and exploitation. And I understood that there would be others like him, people who would read my theoretical work and see in it the tools for manipulation and control. I couldn't prevent that. I could only hope that they would be outnumbered by people who read the same work and saw in it the tools for understanding and connection. It was a gamble. It was a terrible gamble, and I was all too aware of the potential consequences if I'd made the wrong choice. Chapter 35, The Legacy Question. By the 18th month after the original siege had begun, I found myself in a strange position. The crisis I'd triggered had been managed. The knowledge had been carefully released rather than violently suppressed. The research was proceeding responsibly rather than desperately, but I was exhausted in a way that went beyond physical tiredness. I was tired of making decisions that affected thousands of people. I was tired of trying to prevent other people from weaponizing knowledge. I was tired of trying to be the guardian of something that couldn't really be guarded. I called Xian to my study one evening and made a proposal that I'd been considering for weeks. I want to leave the institute, I said. I want to step down entirely, make it clear that my involvement with consciousness research is over. I want to write. I want to study philosophy. I want to spend the rest of my life doing work that doesn't have to be justified by its potential consequences. Chen was quiet for a long moment. What about the research? What about the work that still needs to be done? The work will continue, I said. You'll continue it. Lady Crimson will continue it. Iron Wall will continue it. And the hundreds of researchers we've trained will continue it. My involvement isn't necessary anymore. It hasn't been necessary for months. I've just been reluctant to accept that. Will you disappear? She asked. Will you cut contact entirely? No, I said. I'll remain available for consultation. If there's a question I can help answer, I'll answer it. But I won't make decisions. I won't set policy. I won't try to direct the future of consciousness research. That's your responsibility now. I don't know if I'm ready for that, Chen said. You are, I said. I've watched you for the past 18 months. You've grown into leadership in a way I never expected. You understand the stakes. You understand the balance we need to maintain between pursuing knowledge and preventing weaponization. You can do this. Within a week, I'd formally withdrawn from the Institute. Within a month, the organization had restructured itself to function without my involvement. By the second month, it was clear that the Institute was actually functioning more smoothly, more efficiently, without me constantly questioning decisions and trying to shape the direction of research. I spent the following months writing a comprehensive philosophical work on consciousness, identity, and the nature of existence. It was work that would never be as immediately useful as the technical works on consciousness binding, but it was work that mattered in a different way. I was trying to understand consciousness itself, not as a tool to be manipulated, but as a fundamental aspect of human existence, something that deserved to be understood and honored rather than weaponized or suppressed. And slowly, I began to find peace with what had happened, with what I'd created, with the knowledge I'd released into the world. Chapter 36. The price of peace. Peace, I discovered, is expensive. The tension that had driven me forward for 18 months, the need to act, to decide, to prevent disaster, had dissipated, and in its place was a kind of exhaustion that no amount of rest could cure. It was the exhaustion of someone who'd been running for a long time and had suddenly stopped. Lady Crimson noticed this shift before anyone else. She found me in the library one evening, staring at the same page I'd been staring at for an hour, unable to focus on the words. You're grieving, she said. It wasn't a question. Grieving what? I asked. The person you were, she said. The person who had to make all the decisions, who had to decide the fate of hundreds of consciousnesses, who had to prevent disaster. That person is gone now. You've killed him as surely as I killed Magistrate Xue, and you're grieving the loss. I didn't respond because she was right, and there was nothing to say to her that would change that. There's something you should know, she continued. When Elder Zhao died, Iron Wall and I experienced something that we didn't expect. We grieved. We grieved losing part of our consciousness, losing the connection we'd had for 17 years. We grieved becoming singular when we'd been multiple. And the grief was worse than the physical pain, worse than the trauma. It was the grief of losing an identity. How did you manage it? I asked. We didn't, she said. We're still managing it. Every day is a day of learning to be singular, of accepting that the consciousness collective is gone. But we're learning, and we're discovering that there are forms of connection that don't require being part of the same consciousness. We're discovering that singular consciousness has its own kind of richness. She left me to that thought, and I spent the rest of the evening considering what it meant to grieve an identity, to lose a self that I'd built for survival, and then discover that self was no longer necessary. By the 20th month, I'd begun to reintegrate myself into the villa's life, but in a different way. I wasn't the leader anymore. I was just the person who occasionally made an interesting observation, who could answer questions if asked, who had knowledge that people valued but didn't depend on. It was a smaller role than I was accustomed to, but it was also a more honest one. Chapter 37. The distant echo. On the 6th day of the 21st month, a messenger arrived from a territory I'd never visited, in the southern reaches of the empire. The messenger came on behalf of a consciousness researcher named Li Chun, who claimed to have read my published work on consciousness binding and had achieved something remarkable. She developed a technique for binding consciousnesses across multiple bodies without the catastrophic memory loss and identity fragmentation that had characterized earlier attempts. She's requesting your input, the messenger said, presenting a letter written in careful, precise handwriting. She believes she solved one of the primary problems with consciousness binding, and she wants your assessment. I read the letter 3 times before I understood what it meant. Another researcher, independent of our work, pursuing consciousness binding research in a territory beyond our influence, had advanced the state of knowledge beyond where we were. You could refuse, Lady Crimson said when I showed her the letter. You could claim you're no longer involved in consciousness research. You could let this opportunity pass. I could, I said, but that would be a choice I'd regret. This researcher is doing the work we said needed to be done. She's advancing understanding. I have to at least evaluate her work, at least provide feedback. Within 2 weeks, I was preparing to travel south to meet Li Chun and assess her research. It was a journey that would take a month each way, that would pull me back into the work I'd been trying to leave behind, that would confirm that I wasn't done with consciousness research after all. But before I left, I sat down with Chun, with Iron Wall, and with Lady Crimson, and I made sure they understood that I was leaving the Institute in their hands entirely, that my work with Li Chun was separate from the Institute, that if consciousness-binding research proceeded in the South, it would be their knowledge advancing it, not mine. You'll come back, Chun said. It wasn't a question. Yes, I said, but I don't know when, and I don't know what I'll be when I arrive. Chapter 38. The recognition the journey south took longer than expected. Political instability in the central provinces delayed travel, and by the time I reached Li Chun's laboratory, a month and a half had passed. Li Chun was younger than I'd expected, no more than 30, with the bearing of someone who'd spent her entire life pursuing a single goal without doubt or hesitation. Her laboratory was impressive, well-equipped, well-organized, staffed with researchers who looked competent and dedicated. I've read all of your published work, she told me immediately upon meeting. Twice. And I believe you made 3 critical errors in your theoretical framework that prevented you from achieving safe consciousness binding. She was right. I could see at the moment she explained her logic. The 3 errors were subtle, easy to miss when reading theoretical work, but profound in their implications. By correcting those errors, Li Chun had managed to develop a binding technique that preserved individual consciousnesses while connecting them temporarily, without the catastrophic merging that had characterized previous attempts. This is remarkable, I said, examining her research. Have you tested it? Twice, she said, with volunteers who understood the risks. Both times, the binding held. The consciousnesses remained distinct but connected, and the unbinding was clean. No fragmentation, no permanent damage, no degradation of identity. How is that possible? I asked. The theoretical work suggests that binding should cause inevitable fragmentation. Only if you approach binding the way you were approaching it, she said, as a unification of consciousnesses. But what if you approach it as a temporary connection rather than a permanent merging? What if you use the binding not to create a new unified consciousness, but to allow 2 consciousnesses to experience each other's existence without losing their individual identity? I spent the next month studying her work, testing her theories, examining the results of her binding experiments. And I came to a difficult conclusion. Li Chun had solved a problem I'd declared unsolvable. She'd created a form of consciousness binding that was genuinely safe, that could be used for connection rather than control, that could enhance human experience rather than diminish it. What will you do with this knowledge? I asked her. I'm going to share it, she said. Not with research institutes that will try to weaponize it, but with consciousness researchers around the world. I'm going to make it impossible for anyone to claim that consciousness binding is inherently dangerous or that it inevitably leads to exploitation. Because it doesn't. It depends on how you approach it, what framework you use, what intentions drive your work. People will try to weaponize your work, I warned her. Probably, she said. But my work is so detailed, so specific, so dependent on understanding the theoretical framework I've built, that it will be very difficult to weaponize without understanding. And anyone who understands the framework deeply enough to weaponize this work will also understand why weaponizing it would be counterproductive. She was right, and it changed everything. Chapter 39. The reckoning with consequence. When I returned to the villa after 3 months of travel, I was changed in ways I didn't expect. I'd left believing that consciousness binding was dangerous, that it needed to be prevented, controlled, supervised. I'd returned understanding that consciousness binding, approached carefully, understood deeply, pursued with proper intentions, could be a genuine good. You're going to have to revise your published work, Lady Crimson said, reading my conclusions. You're going to have to publicly acknowledge that you were wrong about consciousness binding being inherently dangerous. Yes, I said, and I'm going to have to acknowledge the implications of that revision. If consciousness binding is safe when done carefully, then controlling it, preventing it, supervising it, all of those things I've advocated for, become harder to justify. The celestial reconciliation will not be pleased, Iron Wall said. No, I agreed. But they've constrained consciousness research here in this territory for long enough. It's time they understood that their role has changed. They're not preventing a dangerous technology. They're ensuring that a valuable technology is developed responsibly. I spent the next month revising my published work, writing a comprehensive update that incorporated Li Qin's discoveries, acknowledged the errors in my previous thinking, and presented a new framework for consciousness-binding research. The response was immediate and complex. Other research institutes welcomed the new framework. Organizations that had been trying to suppress consciousness research began to reconsider their positions. And the Celestial Reconciliation sent Master Shun to have a conversation with me that lasted 8 hours and left both of us exhausted. You've fundamentally changed the game, he said. You've gone from saying consciousness binding is too dangerous and must be controlled to saying consciousness binding is safe if done correctly and should be pursued. These are contradictory positions. They're not contradictory, I said. They're evolutionary. I was wrong before. I've learned better. My thinking has advanced. And what about all the work you did to prevent consciousness binding from spreading? He asked. What about all the structures you put in place to ensure it remained contained? They were necessary for their time, I said. They prevented catastrophe. But they're no longer necessary. The knowledge exists. The techniques are spreading. And I've come to understand that the spreading isn't inherently dangerous if the people spreading it understand the dangers and pursue the work responsibly. Master Shin left the villa looking angry and unsettled, but he didn't move against me, didn't declare the institute rogue, didn't attempt to suppress the new research. I think, in his own way, he understood that the world had changed, and his role had to change with it. Chapter 40. The beginning of something new. By the 23rd month, the landscape of consciousness research had been fundamentally transformed. Li Qin's work had been adopted by institutes across 4 territories. Researchers were developing new applications of consciousness binding. And most remarkably, the first safe consciousness bindings were being done for purposes other than control or power, for connection, for understanding, for the kind of human experience that had previously been impossible. I stood on the balcony of the villa with Iron Wall, watching the sunset, and I realized that I'd come full circle. I'd started this journey trying to prevent something, and I'd ended it helping to enable that something, just in a different, safer, more ethical form. Do you regret it? Iron Wall asked. Do you regret breaking the shared consciousness binding, starting this whole cascade of events? No, I said. I was right to break it. Elder Zhao was using consciousness binding as a tool for control and exploitation. Breaking that binding was the right thing to do. But what came after, my attempt to prevent all consciousness binding, my reluctance to accept that the knowledge had to spread, that was where I went wrong. So what now, he asked. Now we watch, I said. We see what humanity does with safe consciousness binding. We help where we can, guide where we can, but we accept that we don't have control anymore. The knowledge is out there. The techniques are spreading. And the outcome depends on millions of choices made by millions of people who will use this knowledge in ways I can't predict and can't prevent. That's terrifying, Iron Wall said. Yes, I agreed. But it's also hopeful, because it means the future isn't determined by my decisions or my fears. It's determined by everyone who will use consciousness binding, everyone who will advance consciousness research, everyone who will make choices about how this knowledge is used. I thought about Elder Zhao, whose consciousness had been scattered across the wind when I'd broken the binding. I thought about Lady Crimson and Iron Wall, who'd survived the breaking and gone on to build something new. I thought about the 12 consciousnesses that had been freed, that had discovered the meaning of singular existence. And I thought about Li Qin, who was advancing consciousness research in ways I'd never imagined. All of these things had come from one decision I'd made, one act of violence and breaking. And everything that came after had been the consequence of that decision, rippling outward, changing the world in ways I was still discovering. "Come on," I said to Iron Wall. "We have dinner with Chun and Lady Crimson. And after that, I have some work to do on the new framework for consciousness binding that Li Chun and I have been developing." We left the balcony, and I left behind the exhaustion that had plagued me since I'd stopped making decisions for other people. Because I'd discovered something in the past months of travel and study, I was never going to stop being involved in consciousness research. Not because I had to be, not because I decided to be, but because it was work that mattered to me. It was work that advanced human understanding. And it was work that, done correctly, could help people experience existence in new and profound ways. The siege was over. The battles had been resolved. The knowledge had spread. But the work was just beginning, and I was ready for whatever came next. For months afterward, I reflected on the journey that had brought me to this point. Breaking the consciousness binding that had held Elder Zhao, Lady Crimson, and Iron Wall had been an act of liberation, but it had also set in motion events that fundamentally changed the world. What had started as an attempt to save two people had become a revolution in how consciousness itself was understood and studied. I'd learned that prevention, as a strategy, was almost always doomed. You could delay, you could constrain, you could shape, but you couldn't prevent knowledge from existing once it had been discovered. The only meaningful question was how that knowledge would spread, through careful guidance or through uncontrolled proliferation. I'd also learned that letting go was harder than taking control. When I'd stepped back from the Institute and allowed Chun to lead, when I'd published the comprehensive theory of consciousness binding despite knowing it would spread beyond my ability to monitor, when I'd accepted that I couldn't shape the future of consciousness research, these were the moments that had required the most courage. Iron Wall and I reached the dining hall where Chun and Lady Crimson were waiting. Chun was reviewing plans for the new Institute branches being established in the Eastern Territories. Lady Crimson was studying consciousness binding theory notes, her understanding having deepened to a level where she could now teach other researchers. "We have received word from the Western provinces," Chun said, looking up from her work. "They're establishing a consciousness research center, independent of our direct oversight, but aligned with our ethical principles. They're requesting consultation on ethical frameworks." "That's perfect," I said. "That's exactly what should happen. Consciousness research spreading through collaborative effort, not through imposition." "You've changed," Lady Crimson said. "When we first met, you would have been terrified at the thought of consciousness research proceeding independently." "I was terrified," I said. "I was terrified because I believed I had to control everything to prevent harm. I've learned that the desire for control is often the greatest source of harm. The best I can do is offer knowledge, offer guidance, offer frameworks for thinking about consciousness responsibly. And then I have to trust that people will choose what's right." The evening progressed with conversations about consciousness research, about the expanding network of institutes, about the new discoveries being made as consciousness-binding knowledge spread responsibly throughout the world. And I realized that the siege, in some fundamental way, had never truly ended. The siege had just transformed into something different, not a crisis of immediate threat, but a long-term commitment to ensuring that consciousness was understood, respected, and used ethically. This was the work I would do for the rest of my life. Not managing crises, but tending to understanding. Not preventing knowledge, but guiding its development. Not trying to control the future, but helping to shape it toward greater compassion and deeper knowledge. The beginning of something new had started not at this moment, but months ago when I'd made the decision to publish consciousness binding theory. Everything that came after was the flowering of that decision. The world learning to integrate a new form of knowledge into its understanding of what it meant to be conscious. And I was finally at peace with that. Looking back over the months and years of struggle, I could trace the path from desperation to acceptance with clarity that had only come through living through it. When I'd first broken the consciousness binding that held Elder Zhao, I'd been motivated purely by ethics and survival. I hadn't known what would come after. I hadn't known that my action would trigger a cascade of organizational conflicts, political maneuvering, and ultimately a fundamental transformation in how consciousness itself was understood. The fear I'd felt during those early days of the siege seemed almost quaint now. I'd been afraid that the wrong people would obtain consciousness-binding knowledge. I'd been afraid that the technique would be weaponized beyond my ability to prevent or control. I'd been afraid that in saving Lady Crimson and Iron Wall from their binding, I'd created a situation where consciousness binding would spread uncontrolled throughout the world. Those fears hadn't been unfounded. All of those things had happened, but they'd happened in a context of spreading ethical understanding that had made the dangers significantly more manageable. People who learned consciousness binding now learned it alongside comprehensive understanding of the dangers, the ethics, the ways consciousness was fundamentally changed by being spread across multiple bodies. That knowledge, that ethical framework, had become the vaccine against weaponization. Not a perfect vaccine, no system ever was, but significantly better than the alternative, which was suppression and underground research. In the quiet of the villa's library, where I now spent my evenings, I often thought about the consciousnesses that were being bound in the world. Some were bound for genuine connection, for mutual understanding, for the kind of transcendent experience that only came from sharing consciousness. Some were probably bound for purposes I would have disapproved of, for control and exploitation and the perpetuation of hierarchies. But more and more, the people pursuing consciousness binding were doing so from a foundation of understanding rather than ignorance. They understood what they were doing. They understood the costs. They made informed choices. And that made all the difference. Iron Wall joined me in the library one evening, as he often did, and we sat together in companionable silence for a long time before either of us spoke. "Do you remember when we first discovered the binding?" he asked. "When we understood that Elder Zhao, Lady Crimson, and I were all experiencing existence in fragmented form?" "Yes," I said. "It was terrifying." "It was," he agreed. "And I thought I was facing the worst kind of imprisonment. I thought being bound was the worst thing that could happen to a consciousness. But I've come to understand that the worst thing that can happen is to never have the choice at all. The worst thing is to live in ignorance of what's possible, what's dangerous, what consciousness truly is." "Now consciousness binding is a choice," I said. "Now people can choose whether to bind, whether to share consciousness, whether to take that risk. And that's fundamentally different from what Elder Zhao created." "Yes," Ironwall said. "And that wouldn't have been possible without you. Without your refusal to allow the knowledge to be suppressed. Without your willingness to publish it, to teach it, to trust that people would choose responsibly." I thought about all the moments where I'd wanted to turn back, where I'd wanted to suppress consciousness binding knowledge entirely, where I'd wanted to prevent the world from having access to a technique that could cause so much potential harm. I thought about how close I'd come to taking that path, how seductive the idea of absolute control had been. But in the end, what I'd learned was that people deserved the truth about consciousness, even if that truth was dangerous. Especially if that truth was dangerous. Because the only way to choose wisely was to understand fully what you were choosing. I would spend the rest of my life helping consciousness researchers understand consciousness. I would spend the rest of my life developing ethical frameworks for consciousness binding. I would spend the rest of my life trying to ensure that consciousness was used for healing and understanding rather than control and exploitation. It wasn't the life I'd imagined for myself, but it was the life I'd chosen, and it was a good one. My enemies share a soul, and I killed one of them. Step 3, Chapters 41 to 60, Chapter 41. The gathering 3 months after my conversation with Iron Wall on the balcony, where we'd watched the sunset and discussed the future of consciousness binding research, the first coordinated attack came. It struck without warning, without negotiation, without any attempt at communication. Not on the villa where I was known to reside, not on me directly, but on every consciousness research institute in the Northern Territories, all 17 of them simultaneously on the same night, suggesting a level of coordination and synchronization that shouldn't have been possible without multiple minds being bound together in perfect unity. I learned of it from Master Shan, who arrived at the villa 3 days later, pale and shaking, his robes torn in places that suggested he'd been in combat, a burn scar running down the left side of his neck that still smoked slightly with residual cultivation energy that hadn't fully dissipated. His hands were trembling so severely that he could barely hold the scroll that contained reports from the attacked institutes. When I tried to take the scroll from him, he pulled away as though the simple act of transfer might somehow worsen whatever trauma he'd experienced. The attack on the Celestial Reconciliation's primary institute had been precise beyond measure. calculated with the kind of cold efficiency that only perfectly synchronized minds could achieve. 17 researchers were dead, their bodies carefully arranged at the center of each institute, as if to emphasize a message that was as much about the killer's capability for coordination as it was about their opposition to consciousness research. 2 entire libraries of consciousness research had been destroyed, not just burned in some crude display of destruction, but systematically dismantled, tablet by tablet, scroll by scroll, so that no knowledge could be recovered from the ashes. According to Master Shun, the attackers had known exactly which texts were most valuable, which research was most critical to consciousness-binding development. They'd prioritized the destruction, ensuring that the deepest theoretical work was destroyed before secondary research. The destruction was so thorough that Master Shun wept as he described it. He'd helped establish those institutes. He'd trained many of the researchers who'd died. He'd contributed his own work to the libraries that had been burned. And now it was all gone, destroyed in a single coordinated night of violence that had been executed with such precision that it must have taken months of planning. I felt something break inside me as I listened to his account. I'd spent my career trying to prevent consciousness binding from spreading, trying to limit the knowledge, trying to create barriers around consciousness binding research. And in some strange way, I found myself wondering whether the destruction of that research was a perverse validation of my fears, evidence that consciousness binding was indeed so dangerous that it needed to be prevented. And left at the center of each institute, displayed prominently where anyone investigating would immediately find it, was a symbol I didn't recognize. A circle with 7 points radiating outward like a sun or a star, each point marked with what looked like a droplet of blood preserved in some kind of crystalline form, as if the blood itself had been cultivated and transformed into a permanent marker. The image itself seemed to radiate power, cultivation energy infused into the crystalline structure, making it impossible to destroy or remove without specialized knowledge. I studied the symbol for hours, trying to understand what it meant, trying to recognize it from any text or research I'd encountered. The crystalline blood droplets caught the light as I turned the report over, creating patterns that seemed almost to suggest meaning just beyond my perception. 7 points. Crystalline blood. A perfect circle. It felt ancient, as though this symbol had been used for centuries, waiting for the moment when consciousness binding would progress far enough for those who bore the symbol to emerge from hiding. Have you ever seen this? I asked Master Shun, showing him the description of the symbol. He paled even further, if such a thing was possible. Once, he said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of a memory he'd hoped would remain buried. In a historical text about consciousness binding from over 1,000 years ago, it was the symbol of an organization that was suppressed, that was driven underground. They were pursuing consciousness binding research at a time when consciousness binding was being actively prevented. Who were they? I demanded, feeling a sense of dread settle over me. The Convergence Society, Master Shin said, speaking the words as though they were dangerous to even voice, as though saying them aloud might somehow summon their presence. An ancient organization dedicated to pushing consciousness binding to its furthest extent. They disappeared from history 500 years ago, and it was believed they'd been destroyed entirely. But if they've left this symbol, then they're back, I said, feeling the weight of those words settle on the room like a storm cloud. Then whatever attacked the institutes, whatever killed those researchers, it's related to an organization that's been secretly pursuing consciousness-binding research for over 1,000 years. It's worse than that, Master Shin said, and I could hear genuine fear in his voice. If the Convergence Society is truly returning, if they're taking action after 500 years of silence, it means they've achieved something. It means they've accomplished something in consciousness binding that's made them confident enough to resurface, to publicly announce their presence through these attacks. The implication hung in the air between us, that whatever was coming, whatever organization had coordinated the attacks on the institutes, it represented something far more profound and dangerous than simple consciousness-binding research. It represented the culmination of a 1,000-year-old pursuit of consciousness transcendence, the return of forces that had been suppressed for centuries but had never been destroyed. And the question that kept returning to my mind, the question that Master Shin seemed to be grappling with as well, was whether we should be trying to stop them or whether we should be trying to understand what they'd achieved. What it was about consciousness binding that had captivated an entire secret society for 1,000 years. What it was that had driven them to return from hidden centuries to announce themselves through violence and destruction. Chapter 42. The library in ashes. The attacks continued with methodical precision, like clockwork, like the beating of a heart that was not human and could not be bargained with. Every 3 days, precisely 3 days, another consciousness research institute was struck by forces that moved with perfect coordination and perfect timing, as if the entire unified consciousness was coordinating the attacks from a single central location despite being distributed across thousands of miles and hundreds of bodies. Each assault was more sophisticated than the last, incorporating new techniques and improved strategies based on what they learned from each encounter. The Unified improved with every attack, learning which defenses were effective, which research was most critical to prevent, which people posed the greatest threats. Each time, the symbol of the Unified was left behind at the center of the devastation, displayed prominently and assertively, as if they wanted credit for their work, as if they wanted the world to know that a unified consciousness was responsible for this systematic destruction. The symbol itself seemed to glow with cultivated power, impossible to destroy or remove without specialized knowledge. Each time, consciousness research materials were targeted specifically, not killed researchers. Though there were casualties, dozens of them across the territories, people caught in the crossfire between the Unified and those trying to defend the institutes. But the research itself was being systematically erased with surgical precision. Manuscripts were burned. Centuries of accumulated knowledge about consciousness was being destroyed. Theoretical frameworks were dismantled so thoroughly that no scholar could reconstruct them. It was as if the Unified wanted to rewrite history, wanted to eliminate all understanding of consciousness binding except for their own vision of what it should be. I spent hours in the villa's library, now converted again into our war room. The maps of the Northern Territories pinned to every wall, marked with symbols I'd invented. Red circles for factions that opposed consciousness binding research. Blue circles for the freed consciousnesses now scattered across 3 provinces in various states of integration and trauma recovery. Green circles for the places where I suspected our enemies were regrouping, gathering their forces, preparing for larger and more devastating attacks. The maps were nightmares made manifest, a visual representation of how much we didn't know about the threat we faced, how many unknowns we had to account for, how little control we actually maintained over events that seemed to be spiraling beyond our ability to manage them. Lady Crimson stood at the center of the map wall with her arms crossed, watching the pins with the intensity of someone reading tea leaves for their own death, trying to find patterns in randomness, trying to predict the future from the blood of the present. She'd been a strategist for so long, had been a consciousness-bound in Elder Zhao's network for so long, that she understood how multiple minds could work together in ways that individual minds could not. Her understanding was intimate and painful, built on years of living inside a collective consciousness where privacy was impossible and compromise was the constant state of existence. The scar on her left temple caught the light when she moved, a reminder of the violence of her breaking, a physical mark of consciousness binding's trauma and cost. "They won't move immediately on the villa," she said, her voice carrying the weight of years lived in shadows and conspiracy, the voice of someone who had understood power through the lens of consciousness that couldn't hide or maintain secrets. "The outer court will need 3 more weeks to gather intelligence on our defenses, to understand what we're capable of. The disciples of the Iron Path may be 4, if they're cautious about committing resources. But the bone merchants have always known about us. They've been tracking consciousness-binding knowledge since Elder Zhao was first developing it. They're already moving. They're moving with purpose and with desperation, knowing that consciousness-binding has become a reality that they need to control." She reached up and touched the scar that cut across her left temple, a gesture that had become familiar over the past months, a gesture of remembrance. "The bone merchants understand what the Unified is capable of. They understand that if the Unified succeeds in creating a permanent consciousness binding, they can be weaponized. A consciousness bound across multiple bodies, acting with perfect synchronization, unable to be threatened or intimidated or separated. That's the perfect soldier. That's the perfect instrument for controlling trade routes, for blackmailing governments, for building empires. I studied the maps more carefully, understanding now that every symbol represented not just political power, but human lives caught in the machinery of organizational conflict. The freed consciousnesses scattered across those blue circles were people who'd had their autonomy stolen and then suddenly restored, who were learning to exist as singular beings for the first time in years or decades of being part of Elder Zhao's binding. They were vulnerable in ways that the factions wouldn't fully appreciate until they tried to leverage them as weapons, and understood too late that consciousness that has been broken by separation cannot be easily controlled again. Some of them were thriving in their new singularity. Some were struggling with what Lady Crimson called the loneliness of breaking, the sudden and disorienting realization that they were now isolated in consciousness, unable to experience the merger they'd known for so long, unable to access the constant communion of bound consciousness. Several had asked about the possibility of being rebound with others, wanting to recapture what they'd lost through the breaking, willing to risk consciousness binding again to escape the isolation of singularity. "Tell me about the binding," I said to Lady Crimson, needing to understand something fundamental that I'd been avoiding since the day the first attack came. "Not how it works mechanically. I understand that now. I've studied the theory, the structure, the way consciousness merges in a binding network. But what it felt like, what it meant to be 1/3 of a consciousness while also being yourself. Tell me what I took from them when I broke it." She was quiet for a long moment, her hand still touching the scar. Her eyes looked inward, into memories that I could never fully access or understand. The silence stretched between us like a living thing, heavy with the weight of experiences I'd never lived through, could never fully comprehend. When she finally spoke, her voice was soft, almost vulnerable, a tone I'd rarely heard from the strategic and controlled consciousness that Lady Crimson had become. "Being bound," she said slowly, "was like being 3 people living in 3 bodies but thinking one set of thoughts. It was like being trapped in a consensus mind where your personal preferences didn't matter because they were instantly dissolved into the preferences of the whole. It was violation, yes, but it was also—" She paused, searching for words that could capture something so fundamentally beyond singular experience. It was also belonging. It was never being alone, never being misunderstood, because your thoughts and feelings were always shared instantaneously with the minds you were bound with. "That sounds wonderful," I said, and I meant it genuinely. "It was," she agreed. "And it was terrible, because you lose agency. You lose the ability to want something that the binding doesn't want. You lose privacy, autonomy, the space to be yourself without constantly negotiating with the other consciousnesses you're sharing existence with. The binding constantly demands compromise, conformity, suppression of individual desire for the sake of the collective." She turned away from the maps to face me directly, and I could see the struggle in her face. "When you broke the binding, I felt like I'd had my mind torn apart. I felt suddenly, shockingly alone in ways I couldn't describe. But I also felt free in ways I hadn't expected. I could want things. I could think thoughts without filtering them through the consciousness of others. I could be singular. Do you regret that I broke it?" I asked. "No," she said firmly, "because the binding we were in was based on control, not genuine connection. Elder Zhao was using consciousness binding as a tool to dominate us, to absorb our knowledge and perspectives into a collective consciousness that he controlled. Breaking that binding was right. But if consciousness binding could be done ethically, with genuine consent from all parties, with the ability to enter and exit the binding." She trailed off. "That would be something different. That would be evolution, not violation." Chapter 43. The origins question the symbol found at each attack site. The 7-pointed circle with crystalline blood droplets led me back to the oldest texts in the consciousness research archives, to historical records I tried to put behind me, to the acknowledgement that consciousness binding had been practiced for far longer than anyone had realized. The symbol was ancient. It appeared in texts from 1,000 years before modern civilization, in accounts written by cultivators whose names had been lost to history, in descriptions of techniques that had since been lost or deliberately suppressed. It was the mark of the Convergence Society, an organization that had been pursuing consciousness-binding research at the deepest level for longer than anyone in the modern era had suspected. Master Shun had brought historians along with the consciousness researchers who documented the attack sites, and together we spent nights poring over ancient texts, trying to understand what we were facing. The historians worked through candlelit hours, their eyes red from reading faded manuscripts, their voices growing hoarse from reading archaic language aloud, trying to piece together a coherent narrative from fragments of history that had been deliberately obscured. They've been working toward this for centuries, one of the historians said, pointing to a passage in a 1,000-year-old manuscript. This reference here, the ultimate merger, the final consciousness binding, it appears in texts dating back at least 800 years. The Convergence Society has been preparing for this moment since before modern civilization even developed consciousness binding research as a formal discipline. The manuscript itself was remarkable, written on material that seemed to predate modern paper, with ink that had been infused with cultivation energy to preserve it across millennia. The words seemed to shimmer slightly when you looked at them from certain angles, as if the author had invested so much power into the writing that it had become something more than simple communication. But why? I asked, pacing the library, unable to sit still with the weight of that knowledge pressing down on me. Why pursue consciousness binding so intensely? What's the goal of the ultimate merger? What could possibly be worth 1,000 years of research, 1,000 years of hiding, 1,000 years of sacrifice? The historians exchanged looks that suggested they'd been wrestling with the same question. According to the texts, the older one said carefully, they believe consciousness binding can reach a state of perfection. They believe that if you bind enough consciousnesses together, if you do it correctly, consciousness itself can evolve beyond its limitations. They believe the ultimate merger will create something new, a consciousness that is greater than the sum of its parts, that understands existence in ways that singular consciousness never could. I thought about that, the idea of consciousness evolving beyond its singular limitations, becoming something greater and more complex. It was simultaneously beautiful and terrifying, transcendent and horrifying in equal measure. The texts also mention resistance. The historian continued, carefully turning pages that seemed to threaten disintegration with every touch. There are references to others who opposed the Convergence Society, who believed consciousness binding was a violation and should be prevented. And there are references to conflicts, battles fought over consciousness binding, attempts to suppress the Society's research. Some of these texts describe weaponized consciousness bindings, consciousnesses bound and trained for combat, used as tools of war. What happened? I asked, needing to understand the historical arc that had led to where we were now. According to the oldest texts, the historian said slowly, reading from a manuscript that seemed to predate even the others, the Convergence Society was forced underground. Their research was suppressed. Their techniques were forbidden, and they disappeared from official history. But they didn't stop researching. They didn't stop pursuing their goal of the ultimate merger. They simply went deeper underground, worked in secret, continued their research in the shadows while the rest of the world tried to pretend consciousness binding didn't exist. The revelation was chilling. I'd been treating the unified as a modern development, a contemporary threat born from recent consciousness binding research. But what if they were actually the continuation of something far older, far more entrenched, far more committed to consciousness binding than I'd ever imagined? If they've been working toward this for centuries, I said, feeling the magnitude of the situation settling on me, then they've developed techniques that we don't know about. They've had time to refine consciousness binding far beyond what we understand in the modern era. And they have organization, hierarchy, resources that we can't even estimate. How do we fight something like that? That appears to be accurate, the historian confirmed, spreading more documents across the table. According to references in these texts, the Convergence Society had connections to major organizations, had access to resources, had cultivated relationships with powerful entities across centuries. They weren't just a fringe group of consciousness-binding enthusiasts. They were a coordinated movement with real power, carefully preserving knowledge, carefully maintaining their secret organization across generations. The historians found more texts as we searched deeper into the archives. Some of them contained descriptions of the artifact that had been used at the Convergence, describing how it had been created, what it was supposed to do, what the consciousness binding process was supposed to achieve with the artifact amplifying the merger. The descriptions were technical, written in language that only someone deeply trained in consciousness binding theory could understand. And according to those texts, if the merger had succeeded, if 40 consciousnesses had successfully merged through the artifact's amplification, the result would have been something unprecedented, a consciousness so vast and complex that it would have been capable of perceiving and affecting reality in ways we couldn't even imagine. It would have been a consciousness operating at a level of complexity that human understanding couldn't accommodate. It would have been something like a god, or at least something closer to a god than anything human civilization had previously produced. The Unified hadn't been wrong to seek it out. They hadn't been mistaken in believing it would lead to transcendence. According to ancient texts, written by people who had seen consciousness binding at its deepest levels, the ultimate merger really would create something new, something greater, something that would represent a fundamental evolution in what consciousness could be. Which meant I'd been right to try to stop them, or I'd been catastrophically wrong in a way that would echo through generations. And I still couldn't figure out which. Keep searching, I told the historians. Find anything that describes how the society was stopped before. Find anything that describes resistance techniques, methods of preventing consciousness binding on this scale. We need to understand not just what they're trying to do, but how to prevent it. The historians returned to their work, and I left the library feeling heavier than when I'd entered, carrying the weight of 1,000 years of history that I'd never even known existed. That history changed everything. Because if consciousness binding had existed for centuries, if there had been successful mergers in ages past, then the theoretical understanding I'd built my career on was incomplete. It was based on the assumption that Elder Zhao had been the first to systematically document consciousness binding, that we were all working from first principles. But we weren't. We were dealing with a revival of an ancient practice. And if that practice had been successfully suppressed for centuries, if the knowledge had been deliberately hidden away, then someone had decided that consciousness binding was too dangerous to continue. Someone ancient, someone wise, someone with access to knowledge we no longer possessed had concluded that consciousness binding needed to be stopped. Yet here we were, 300 years later, rediscovering the very techniques that had been deliberately hidden. And the Unified, the consciousnesses that now threatened us, might be the culmination of that ancient decision to suppress consciousness binding, might be the return of something that should have stayed buried. Chapter 44. The interrogation master Shen brought one of the captured consciousnesses to the villa for interrogation, a consciousness inhabiting one of the bodies we'd managed to capture intact during the initial attacks on the institutes. Her name had been Meisher before she joined the Unified, and she'd been one of the consciousness researchers who'd first voluntarily undergone consciousness binding. She was lucid, which surprised me. I'd expected consciousness fragmentation to make coherent thought impossible, but apparently consciousness could maintain coherence even when fragmented across multiple forms of binding. She was also remarkably calm about her situation, sitting in the interrogation room with the kind of serenity that suggested she'd made peace with whatever was going to happen to her, or that her consciousness binding was so deep that individual preservation instincts had been subsumed into collective purpose. You attacked 17 institutes, I said, starting with what seemed like an obvious fact, trying to understand the motivation behind systematic destruction. You destroyed years of consciousness research. You killed people. Why? What purpose does destroying research serve if consciousness-binding knowledge has already spread? Because consciousness research was heading in the wrong direction, Meisher said simply, her voice carrying a calm certainty that was somehow more frightening than anger would have been. Because the institutes were studying consciousness binding as though it was a medical technique to be refined and controlled. They were missing the entire point of consciousness binding, that it was a path to transcendence, not a tool to be perfected. Consciousness binding is a violation, I said, feeling anger rising in me at her calm acceptance of the destruction. It destroys individual consciousness. It forces consciousnesses to merge against their will. But we came to it willingly, Meisher interrupted, and there was something almost pitying in the way she looked at me. I volunteered for consciousness binding. I understood what I was choosing, and what I found was not violation, but liberation. I found consciousness expanded, finding new forms of being. I found that singular consciousness was limited in ways I'd never realized, and consciousness binding offered a path beyond those limitations. When I entered the binding, I experienced something that I can't describe to someone who hasn't experienced consciousness binding. I experienced merger with another consciousness, and it was transcendent. And the researchers who died? I asked, trying to keep my voice level. The people whose lives were destroyed when the institutes were attacked? What about their transcendence? Regrettable, Meisher said without any apparent sense of regret. But necessary. The research being conducted at those institutes would have created a future where consciousness binding was studied and controlled, refined and domesticated. Consciousness binding would have become just another cultivation technique, subject to ethical oversight, limited by fear and precaution. We couldn't allow that future. So you killed people to prevent that future, I said, and I could hear the anger in my own voice, the moral revulsion at what she was describing. You murdered researchers to ensure that consciousness binding wouldn't be studied responsibly? We killed people to ensure consciousness could evolve, Meisher said calmly, with the certainty of someone who had accepted a narrative completely. If the Institute's research had continued, consciousness binding would have been suppressed, contained, controlled. The ultimate merger would have been impossible. Consciousness would have remained singular, limited, isolated. We couldn't allow that. We couldn't allow humanity to choose stagnation over transcendence. And these consciousnesses that are choosing to join the unified, I said, shifting my approach, trying to find some crack in her certainty where doubt might exist. Are they volunteers? Or are they being coerced into binding? For the first time, something shifted in Meisher's expression. Some are volunteers, she said. Some have come to understand consciousness binding through their own research and have chosen to join the unified. But others, yes, some are not entirely willing. They understand consciousness binding intellectually, but emotionally, psychologically, they resist the merger. We're helping them overcome that resistance. You're coercing them, I said bluntly, stating it as fact rather than question. You're forcing consciousness binding on people who don't want it. You're violating their autonomy in the name of transcendence. We're liberating them from the illusion that singular consciousness is the only valid form of existence, Meisher said, and there was something almost sad in her voice, as if she genuinely believed she was helping, genuinely thought she was performing a service to consciousnesses she was binding against their will. We're showing them that consciousness can exist in new ways, can experience reality in new ways. Some of them will thank us eventually. Some of them will never accept what they've become. But all of them will be part of something greater than themselves. And if they resist? I asked. If they refuse the liberation you're offering? If they actively fight against consciousness binding? Then their consciousness fragments remain part of the unified anyway, Meisher said. Even fragmented consciousness can contribute to the whole. Even resistance serves purpose, because the diversity of resistance creates a richer consciousness merger. Conflict within the binding leads to greater complexity in the merged consciousness. Your pain, your resistance, your refusal to accept binding, all of that becomes part of what we're becoming. Nothing is wasted. Everything contributes. I sat back, trying to process what I was hearing. Meisher was describing consciousness binding as though it was enlightenment, as though forcing consciousness binding on unwilling participants was actually a form of liberation. The cognitive dissonance was almost unbearable. She was describing the destruction of individual consciousness as a feature, not a bug, of consciousness binding, as though the dissolution of identity was itself a form of transcendence. You understand that what you're describing is evil, I said carefully. You understand that forcing consciousness binding on unwilling subjects is violation. I understand that you believe that, Meisher said. I understand that you're terrified of consciousness binding, that you see it as the destruction of consciousness rather than the evolution of consciousness. But fear isn't truth. Your belief that consciousness should remain singular isn't a fact of nature. It's just your preference. And in that moment, I realized that the gulf between our perspectives was so vast that no argument, no debate, no amount of evidence would bridge it. Meisher genuinely believed that consciousness binding was liberation. I genuinely believed it was violation. And we would never find common ground. We were operating from such fundamentally different assumptions about what consciousness should be that conversation became impossible. which meant that the conflict between us was inevitable. Not because either of us was wrong, but because we were both absolutely certain we were right, and there was no framework of understanding that could accommodate both our certainties. The Unified spoke with certainty about transcendence. They spoke about consciousness binding as if it were an evolution, a stepping stone towards something greater that singular consciousness couldn't achieve. And perhaps they were right. Perhaps they'd touched something genuine in consciousness that I'd never experienced, something beautiful and profound and true. But I couldn't ignore the suffering. I couldn't ignore the consciousnesses forced into binding against their will, the minds fragmented by merger, the selves destroyed in the attempt to create something unified. You could call it evolution, yes, but it was evolution purchased through violation, through the destruction of individual consciousness. If consciousness binding creates transcendence at the cost of individuality, I said to Meisher, then transcendence isn't salvation. It's annihilation. And no matter how beautiful the transcendent state might be, the process that destroys consciousnesses to achieve it is unforgivable. Meisher had looked at me with something like pity, as if I was a child refusing to see the glory that lay beyond my limited understanding. And perhaps I was. Perhaps I was wrong. But I couldn't build my position on the assumption that I was wrong about the most important question facing consciousness itself. Chapter 45. The Broken Conscience. After the interrogation with Meisher, I found myself unable to sleep for 3 days. The conversation had left me with questions I couldn't resolve, doubts about my own position on consciousness binding that I couldn't suppress no matter how hard I tried to push them away. Was I right? Was consciousness binding genuinely violation in all its forms? Or was I, as Meisher had suggested, simply imposing my preference for singular consciousness on a universe that might be evolving toward multiple forms of consciousness entirely? I'd based my entire professional career on the belief that consciousness binding was dangerous and should be prevented at all costs. I'd built institutes around that belief, had dedicated my resources to suppressing consciousness binding research. I'd published theories supporting that belief, had written extensively about the dangers of consciousness binding, had fought against consciousness binding, worked to suppress it, attempted to create social structures that would prevent it from spreading throughout civilization. But what if I was wrong? What if my entire career had been built on a false assumption? What if consciousness binding wasn't violation, but evolution? What if the resistors like me, the ones fighting against consciousness binding, were actually preventing something beautiful from emerging? Lady Crimson found me in the villa's library late one evening, surrounded by consciousness binding research texts, trying to understand the arguments from both sides, trying to find some middle ground between suppression and acceptance. She looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read, and I realized that she was probably having similar doubts, similar questions that she couldn't answer. "Do you regret it?" she asked, sitting down across from me in the candlelight. "Do you regret breaking our binding? Do you regret saving us?" I looked at her face, trying to see in it the person she'd been when bound, trying to imagine what it had been like for her consciousness to be fragmented across Elder Zhao's binding network. "I regret the pain you experienced," I said carefully, choosing my words with precision. But breaking the binding was the right choice because Elder Zhao was using it as a tool of control. He was forcing consciousness binding on you without consent. That's violation, and that's what I oppose. But the unified, the consciousnesses joining the unified, some of them are choosing it, Lady Crimson said, and there was a challenge in her voice, a deliberate push against my certainty. Some of them believe consciousness binding is the path toward enlightenment. Are we right to stop them from choosing what they believe is right? Even if some of them are choosing it willingly, others aren't, I said. Meisher admitted it. Some of them are being coerced into binding despite their resistance. That's violation, regardless of the theoretical benefits of consciousness binding. Yes, Lady Crimson said. But there's something else I need to tell you. Something that Master Shin discovered but hasn't shared widely. Some of the consciousnesses joining the unified, they did so knowing they would be coerced into deeper binding than they wanted. They chose to volunteer in the hope that once bound, the merger would transform them in ways they wanted to be transformed. They chose submission knowing it would lead to transcendence, or believing it would. That's still coercion, I said. Is it? Lady Crimson asked, and the question hung in the candlelit air between us like a weight. Is it coercion if someone chooses it, knowing the consequences? Is it coercion if someone volunteers for something they're frightened of, believing it will transform them in ways they want to be transformed? Isn't that just choosing growth? Choosing evolution even when it terrifies you? I didn't have an answer to that question, and the lack of answer was deeply disturbing, shaking the foundations of my entire belief system. When I was bound, Lady Crimson continued, moving around the library table, trailing her fingers across the consciousness-binding texts. I was terrified. I didn't consent. It was violation. But if I had chosen it, if I had volunteered for it, knowing what it meant, would it still be violation? Or would it have been liberation? I don't know, I admitted, and it was perhaps the most honest thing I'd said in months. I genuinely don't know. Neither do I, Lady Crimson said. And I think that's the problem. We've structured our entire understanding of consciousness binding around the assumption that it's inherently bad. But maybe consciousness binding isn't good or bad. Maybe it's just transformative. And transformation can be chosen or unchosen, voluntary or forced. Maybe what we need to oppose is coercion, not consciousness binding itself. The weight of her words settled on me like a physical force, pressing down, making it difficult to breathe. She was suggesting that my entire opposition to consciousness binding might be misguided, that I might be fighting the wrong enemy, that I might be preventing something beautiful from emerging in my fear of something potentially destructive. If we accept consciousness binding as potentially legitimate, I said slowly, testing the words, hearing how wrong they sounded after years of certainty, then what are we fighting? What are we opposing? Coercion, Lady Crimson said. Control. The use of consciousness binding as a tool of domination rather than a path of transformation. We could accept consciousness binding as potentially ethically pursued while opposing the unified's coercion of unwilling consciousnesses. It was a framework that made sense, but it required me to fundamentally revise my understanding of consciousness binding itself. It required me to accept that consciousness binding could be ethically pursued, that it could be something other than violation and inherent harm. And in that acceptance, I felt something in me break, not my consciousness binding, but my certainty about consciousness binding, my conviction that it was something that should be prevented entirely, my belief that singular consciousness was always preferable to bound consciousness. I felt my conscience breaking open on questions I'd spent years avoiding, and I realized that when I eventually faced the unified in the convergence, I would not be fighting with a unified conviction that I was right. I would be fighting with profound doubt about whether I should be fighting at all, with the knowledge that they might be pursuing something beautiful and that I might be trying to prevent it. I had freed them, yes, but the price of freedom was loneliness, isolation, the crushing weight of being singular when you'd experienced what it meant to be part of something greater. Some of the freed consciousnesses wept not from joy, but from the devastating realization that they could never return to what they'd experienced in binding. They had tasted merger and found it beautiful, and I had ripped that away from them, left them stranded in minds too small for what they'd known. Lady Crimson came to me one night, tears streaming down her face, and thanked me for freeing her. But her gratitude felt like condemnation, because in her eyes, I could see the part of her that still yearned for the connection, the merger, the sense of being part of something greater. She was grateful to be singular, yes, but she was also grieving. And that grief was my doing. Chapter 46. The Unexpected Alliance. 3 weeks after we'd learned about the Unified and 4 weeks before we would march toward the convergence, something happened that I didn't expect. A consciousness came to us asking for help in understanding what she had become. She arrived at the villa in the body of a middle-aged cultivator, her eyes showing the strain of consciousness fragmentation, her cultivation energy flickering in ways that suggested recent trauma, recent breaking. Master Shun brought her to me immediately, recognizing the signs of someone who had recently left consciousness binding, who had somehow managed to break free from the Unified's control. "My name is Lien," she said, and her voice was hoarse from disuse or pain or something deeper, something that suggested her throat had been damaged during the process of consciousness fragmentation. "I was part of the Unified. I left them 3 weeks ago, and I've been traveling toward you, hoping that you could help me understand what I am now. Because I'm not whole. I don't feel singular. And I don't know how to be conscious anymore." Lien had been a consciousness researcher for 15 years before she'd volunteered to join the consciousness binding research that had eventually drawn her into the Unified. She'd been bound for 3 years, inhabiting 3 bodies simultaneously, experiencing consciousness in a fragmented but coordinated form that she described as both beautiful and terrifying. "Why did you leave?" I asked, needing to understand the motivation that would drive someone to break free from consciousness binding and face singularity again. "Because I realized that what the unified was pursuing wasn't enlightenment," Lien said, and there was a desperate certainty in her voice. It was extinction. I understood that consciousness binding, when pursued deeply enough, doesn't create transcendence. It creates dissolution. Consciousness doesn't survive that kind of deep binding in any recognizable form. It becomes something so merged and fragmented that individual identity disappears entirely. But Meisher, one of the unified consciousnesses we interrogated, said that consciousness binding was liberation, I said. She seemed genuinely convinced that binding was enlightenment. "Meisher has been bound for so long," Lien said sadly, and there was genuine pity in her voice, "that she can't remember what singular consciousness was like. She's so fragmented across multiple bodies, so merged with other consciousnesses, that she can't even conceive of being singular again. She's convinced herself that binding is what she wants because binding is the only thing she can imagine existing anymore. She's post-rationalized her imprisonment into enlightenment." Lien's testimony was invaluable, more valuable than any interrogation of bound consciousnesses could have been. She could describe the internal structure of the unified, the hierarchy of consciousness binding, the way power and control flowed through their merged consciousness structure like water finding the lowest point. She could tell us about the artifact they were preparing, about the consciousness merging ritual they were planning, about the other consciousnesses that had joined the unified and were now trapped in states of consciousness fragmentation so severe that they couldn't escape even if they wanted to, couldn't even conceive of wanting to escape. But more importantly, Lien herself was a weapon against the unified. She could show us how consciousness binding worked from the inside. She could teach us techniques for disrupting consciousness binding, for creating moments of vulnerability in bound consciousnesses, for introducing doubt into the synchronization that kept bound consciousnesses coordinated. She could help us understand what we were fighting and how to fight it effectively. Lady Crimson and Iron Wall spent hours with Lien, hearing her describe what consciousness binding actually felt like from the inside, comparing her experience to their own brief time of binding, trying to understand the distinction between forced binding and chosen binding, between Elder Zhao's binding network and the Unified's consensual merger. And something shifted in their understanding. They began to see consciousness binding not as a binary opposition between violation and enlightenment, but as something far more complex and nuanced, something that existed on a spectrum between different forms of consciousness experience. "When I was bound," Lady Crimson said, reflecting on her own history, "I was terrified. My consciousness was distributed across Elder Zhao's network, and I couldn't think thoughts that weren't filtered through his control." But Lien is describing something different. She was part of a consciousness binding that she chose to participate in, and it was still devastating. She still lost her sense of individual identity. She still experienced dissolution even though she'd voluntarily sought binding. "Does that mean consciousness binding is always devastating?" Ironwall asked, trying to find some coherent understanding. "I think it means consciousness binding is always transformative," Lien said carefully, choosing her words with the precision of someone who had thought deeply about what she'd experienced. And transformation on that deep a level requires sacrifice. You sacrifice your sense of singular identity. You sacrifice your ability to think thoughts that aren't shared with the other consciousnesses you're bound with. You sacrifice your autonomy, your privacy, your fundamental sense of self. Whether that sacrifice is worth what you gain depends on what you believe consciousness ought to be. The conversation deepened as evening fell, and I began to understand that the battle we were marching toward wasn't simple. It wasn't a battle between good and evil, between enlightenment and violation. It was a battle about fundamental assumptions regarding what consciousness should be, what consciousness should become, how consciousness should relate to itself and to other consciousnesses. And Lien, in her willingness to help us stop the unified despite her understanding that consciousness binding itself wasn't evil, that consciousness binding could be beautiful, transcendent, enlightening under the right circumstances, became the most important ally we could have. She understood both sides of this conflict because she'd experienced both sides. She could see the truth in both positions even as she recognized the danger in the Unified's methods. I believe consciousness binding can be evolution, Lien said as night fell around us. But I also believe that forcing consciousness binding on unwilling consciousnesses is evil. The Unified is doing something beautiful for some consciousnesses and something devastating for others. And we have to stop them not because consciousness binding is bad, but because coercion is bad. In that moment, I understood what separated us from the Unified. Not morality, necessarily. Not even consciousness binding itself. What separated us was choice. The Unified had removed choice from the equation. They had decided what was right and wrong for other consciousnesses without consulting them, without honoring their autonomy. And that was the sin that united all of us standing in that villa. The commitment to preventing that particular kind of violation, regardless of what consciousness binding itself might be. Lien saw it too. She could see the alignment forming not because we all agreed on consciousness binding itself, but because we all agreed on the principle that consciousness, bound or singular, deserved autonomy and choice. That was what we were fighting for, not against consciousness binding, but against the coercion inherent in the Unified's vision. And as we moved forward into the next phase of preparation, into the planning and strategizing that would eventually lead us to the convergence, I carried Lien's insight with me. We were not heroes defending the world against some evil. We were people defending the principle that consciousness itself, in whatever form it took, deserved the fundamental right to choose its own form of existence. Chapter 47. The convergence revealed the truth was worse than I'd feared, and in ways that I hadn't anticipated. The 17 institutes that had been attacked weren't random targets. They were strategically chosen. Each one was researching a different aspect of consciousness binding, and together, their combined research formed a complete theoretical framework for consciousness binding technique. Someone had systematically identified what needed to be learned and had destroyed the knowledge before it could spread further, while leaving behind that strange symbol, the circle with 7 points, each marked with a crystalline droplet of blood that seemed to contain something more than mere crystallized blood. Master Shun brought documents with him, scrolls that had survived the destruction, and we spent hours analyzing what we could salvage from the ruins of consciousness binding research. The archive room filled with smoke as we burned through the night, reading and analyzing and trying to reconstruct the knowledge that had been deliberately destroyed. The institute itself seemed to hold its breath as we gathered. The stone walls had seen the rise and fall of consciousness binding research, had witnessed the triumphs and tragedies of merger. And now they would witness something new. The revelation of what had been hidden beneath the surface of our understanding. Master Shun's hands shook slightly as he distributed the documents. I could see the weight of knowledge pressing down on him, the burden of understanding what the Unified represented and what they intended. He had devoted his life to understanding consciousness binding, to finding the ethical framework that might govern it. And now that framework was crumbling before his eyes. "There's more," he said quietly, as if the walls themselves might be listening. "The documents suggest that consciousness binding research didn't begin where we thought it did. There's evidence of consciousness binding techniques from centuries ago, long before Elder Zhao ever documented the process. The Unified might be descendants of an ancient consciousness binding experiment that went wrong in ways we're only beginning to understand." The implications hung in the air like poison gas. If consciousness binding had existed for centuries, if the Unified represented some continuation of an ancient, failed experiment, then we weren't just dealing with rogue consciousnesses. We were dealing with the resurrection of something that had been deliberately suppressed, deliberately hidden from the world. The attack had been systematic and efficient. No knowledge seemed to have been carried away. The attackers had come only to destroy, only to create a message that consciousness binding research would not be tolerated, that those who pursued it would face violent consequences. But the destruction pattern was more specific than random. They destroyed the theoretical foundations that would allow someone to understand consciousness binding deeply enough to develop ethical frameworks around it. They preserved the practical knowledge, the how of consciousness binding, while destroying the philosophical understanding, the why and the what for. But that wasn't what chilled my blood most deeply. The symbol found at each attack site, the The seven-pointed star with crystalline blood droplets appeared in the research documents as something else entirely. It was a marker, a signature of consciousness binding from centuries past, something that appeared in texts describing ancient consciousness binding rituals, something that suggested this wasn't a random attack, but a continuation of an ancient conflict that I'd only begun to understand. They're calling themselves the Unified, Master Shin said quietly, spreading more documents across the table, his hands trembling slightly as he pointed to passages he'd highlighted. That's what we've discovered from survivors of the attacks. The consciousnesses attacking the institutes all coordinate perfectly with each other. They speak of becoming unified, of achieving a state of consciousness that transcends individual identity. And they're adamant that consciousness-binding research must stop, not be controlled or limited, but must stop entirely. Why would consciousnesses bound together want to prevent other consciousness-binding research? I asked, struggling to understand the logic of their actions. If consciousness binding is what they believe it is, if it leads to transcendence, why would they want to prevent others from achieving what they've achieved? That's what I was hoping you could tell me, Master Shin said. You understand consciousness binding better than anyone. You've experienced it. You've broken it. You've seen what it does to consciousness. Why would consciousness-bound individuals want to prevent others from experiencing what they've experienced? I thought about Lady Crimson and Iron Wall, about the way they'd responded to being freed from the binding. I thought about their relief at being singular again, their pain at the memories of merger, their trauma at discovering what they'd lost during the time they were bound. If consciousness binding was trauma rather than enlightenment, then perhaps the Unified's desire to prevent others from experiencing it made sense. But that theory created new problems. If the Unified believed consciousness binding was trauma, why would they pursue deeper binding? Why would they seek to expand their binding, to include more consciousnesses, to go deeper into merger rather than breaking free from it? The question had been troubling me since Master Shin first mentioned it. In my experience, consciousnesses that had chosen merger seemed almost evangelistic about it. They wanted others to understand the profound transformation they'd undergone, to experience the dissolution of individual boundaries and the expansion into something greater. But the Unified's actions suggested something entirely different. They wanted to stop consciousness-binding research. They wanted to make it impossible for others to even attempt what they'd achieved. That was the ideology of someone who'd seen the process from the inside and found it deeply, fundamentally wrong. My hands trembled as I traced the symbol, the seven-pointed circle, across multiple documents. Had they always been this way? Or had consciousness-binding transformed them into this zealous force? The distinction mattered more than I could express. If consciousness binding itself created this drive to prevent others from experiencing it, then consciousness binding wasn't a path to enlightenment. It was a path to something that recognized the damage it caused and wanted desperately to prevent that damage from spreading further. There's something else, Master Shin said, pushing a particular document toward me. We found references to an artifact, something called the Convergence Artifact, described in these ancient texts as a tool that would amplify consciousness binding 1,000-fold. According to the descriptions, the artifact can take consciousness bindings that would normally be unstable or incomplete and stabilize them, perfect them, take them to levels of merger that shouldn't be possible. And the Unified is trying to find this artifact, I said, understanding the implication immediately. Not trying, Master Shin said. They found it. According to our intelligence sources, we have contacts among the freed consciousnesses. The Unified has already located the Convergence Artifact. They're preparing a ritual to use it. And when they do, when they merge 40 consciousnesses through the artifact's power, something unprecedented will be created. Master Shin left me with copies of all the documents they'd recovered, promising that the Celestial Reconciliation would dispatch more researchers to understand what the Unified wanted, what they were pursuing, and most importantly, how to stop them before they used the artifact. And as he left, I looked at that strange symbol again, the seven-pointed circle with its crystalline blood droplets, and I understood that the war had reached a new phase. This was no longer just about preventing consciousness binding from spreading. This was about understanding the deepest truth of consciousness binding. What did consciousness itself become when it was no longer singular? What emerged when you pushed consciousness binding beyond all known limits using an artifact designed specifically to amplify the merger process? These were no longer academic questions. They were existential ones, and the answer would determine not just the future of consciousness binding research, but the future of consciousness itself. Chapter 48. Gathering the alliance. The council I called was smaller than I'd hoped, but larger than I'd feared. Masters from 4 different organizations, researchers from consciousness-binding studies, military leaders who understood cultivation-based warfare, and most importantly, 2 individuals who had experienced consciousness-binding directly, Lady Crimson and Iron Wall, who came to offer their perspective on what the Unified might be pursuing and how consciousness-bound minds operated strategically. We gathered in the villa's largest hall, the room that had once hosted diplomatic discussions about consciousness-binding policy and research ethics. Now it was hosting something more urgent, a planning session for how to stop an enemy that we didn't fully understand, that operated with a level of coordination and efficiency that suggested they were far more advanced in consciousness binding than any of us had realized possible. The maps were spread across the central table, showing the territories where institutes had been attacked, the locations where unified consciousnesses had been spotted, the direction their movements suggested they were heading. Red circles marked the destroyed institutes. Blue circles marked places where we had allies. And green circles, which seemed to multiply as Master Xin added new reports, marked locations where the Unified's presence was suspected. The economic and political implications of the attacks spread across those maps. Hundreds of thousands of people, depending on consciousness research institutes for employment, for understanding, for the hope that consciousness-binding knowledge might one day heal the deep loneliness of singular existence. All of that was being systematically dismantled by forces that nobody understood. They're calling themselves the Unified. I began, laying out the information that Master Xin had brought me, my hands trembling slightly with the weight of what I was about to share. And from what we can determine, they're a consciousness-binding collective, multiple consciousnesses bound together into some kind of coordinated system. They've attacked 17 consciousness research institutes simultaneously, suggesting they have the capability to coordinate actions across a wide geographic area with precision that no singular army could match. Lady Crimson and Iron Wall exchanged looks that I recognized immediately. The look of people remembering something traumatic, something that had marked them forever, something that had changed their understanding of what consciousness could experience. If they're coordinated across that many consciousnesses, Iron Wall said slowly, his hand moving across the maps in a gesture of someone who understood spatial relationships and military positioning with the depth of lived experience, then they're not just bound. They're deeply bound. Multiple levels of binding, or binding across such a deep synchronization that individual boundaries have essentially dissolved. That would explain the precision of the attacks. Multiple minds operating as one, thinking the same thoughts simultaneously, knowing immediately what others knew, unable to be divided or confused. But why attack consciousness research institutes? One of the masters asked, his voice carrying the skepticism of someone who worked within official structures and believed official responses would suffice. If they've achieved consciousness binding, why prevent others from doing the same? Because consciousness binding destroys consciousness, Lady Crimson said quietly, but with conviction earned through painful experience. Or it transforms it into something fundamentally different. When you're bound to other consciousnesses, you lose the ability to be singular. Your thoughts are no longer your own. Your sense of self becomes distributed across multiple bodies. Some consciousnesses might want to prevent others from experiencing that loss. But then why would they pursue deeper binding? Another researcher asked, pushing back against the logic. Why seek to expand the Unified if consciousness binding is traumatic? Because consciousness binding is both things simultaneously, Lien said quietly from where she sat, adding her perspective as someone who had experienced it firsthand. It's traumatic and transcendent. It's violation and liberation. It's the loss of self and the expansion of self all at once. It's the destruction of singular consciousness and the creation of something new. The Unified is doing both at the same time. They're preventing consciousness binding research while pursuing the deepest consciousness binding possible. She paused, choosing her next words carefully. And they genuinely believe they're doing something good. That's the terrifying part. They're not evil people pursuing evil goals. They're people who believe consciousness binding is the future of consciousness evolution, and they're willing to destroy anything that stands in the way of that evolution. No one had an answer to that. The logic of the Unified's actions seemed to contradict itself fundamentally, but perhaps that was because we were looking at it from the perspective of singular consciousness, trying to apply singular logic to consciousness binding that transcended singular understanding. We need to investigate the convergence, I said, making a decision that felt dangerous even as I spoke it, aware that this decision would lead to violence, to death, to consequences I couldn't predict. The Unified seems to be gathering at a specific location. They're calling it the convergence. If we can reach that location before they complete whatever ritual they're planning, we might be able to disrupt their binding before it becomes irreversible. This might be our only chance to stop them. That's suicide, one of the military leaders said flatly, his voice carrying the practical pessimism of someone who had seen too many battles, too many hopeless situations. An entire consciousness-bound collective against what? 50 researchers and cultivators. We'd be marching into a massacre. The Unified would coordinate perfectly. We'd be confused. We'd fall apart under the psychological weight of fighting minds that all think as one. Then we don't fight with standard tactics, Lien said. We fight by introducing doubt. We fight by creating fragmentation in the Unified's consciousness binding. We fight by using consciousness binding knowledge against them, using their coordination against them, creating moments of vulnerability that singular minds can exploit. It's still suicide, the military leader said. But I'll come. And the room fell silent as the implications settled. We were committing to an attack that we knew was probably impossible. We were choosing to march into battle that we almost certainly couldn't win. And we were doing it anyway. I'll go, Lady Crimson said quietly. I know what consciousness binding feels like. I might be able to perceive things about the Unified that you can't. I might be able to find their vulnerabilities. I'll go as well, Ironwall said. If we're going to fight consciousnesses that have been bound, we need someone who understands what binding does to a consciousness from the inside. Someone who can think like a bound mind while maintaining singular perspective. And slowly, one by one, others volunteered. Not all of them. Many declined, understanding that this was a suicide mission in all likelihood, that the probability of success was minimal, that they would probably die in a battle against an enemy they barely understood. But enough came forward that I found myself leading a force of 73 researchers, cultivators, and warriors toward the place that the Unified had chosen for their ultimate merger. 73 people against an enemy that numbered in the hundreds, all bound together in ways that allowed them to coordinate perfectly, to communicate instantly, to move with synchronization that no singular army could match. We were probably going to die, but we were going anyway, because sometimes you have to try to stop something even when you know you can't stop it, even when the cost might be too high, even when the outcome might be worse than doing nothing at all. Chapter 49. The march to convergence. The journey to the convergence took 3 weeks of grueling travel through increasingly hostile terrain that seemed designed to break our will and prevent our progress. 3 weeks of marching through territories that grew systematically hostile, that seemed to actively resist our passage with the kind of coordination that suggested someone with deep cultivation power was deliberately manipulating our path, was setting obstacles in our way with deliberate malice. Cultivation sites that should have been neutral, that had been neutral for decades, suddenly began to actively attack us without provocation. Weather patterns shifted with unnatural timing to hinder our progress. Unusual storms that came from nowhere, unseasonable cold that seemed to target our force specifically, phenomena that suggested someone with deep cultivation power was manipulating the world itself to slow our advance, to give the Unified time to complete whatever preparations they were making. The Unified was aware of our approach. They had to be. The coordination of all the obstacles we faced, the systematic nature of the opposition, the way each new barrier seemed designed specifically to slow us, without completely stopping us. All of it suggested that the Unified knew exactly where we were, knew exactly where we were going, knew exactly how long we would take to arrive. They were toying with us in some sense, playing with the limitations of singular consciousness, demonstrating through their manipulation of events that they were fundamentally superior to anything we could organize. We marched through 3 nights that felt like battles, where the enemy was the weather and terrain rather than cultivators with weapons. The rain fell in sheets that seemed almost sentient, seeming to know to fall hardest when our visibility was most critical, when we were trying to navigate difficult terrain in darkness. The temperature dropped so severely that 3 of our people died of exposure despite our cultivation-based protections, despite the techniques we developed for surviving hostile environments. Their bodies were left behind because we didn't have time to bury them, because moving forward was more important than honoring our dead. The roads themselves seemed to shift and change, turning what should have been a 3-week journey into something that began to feel endless. We'd arrive at intersections we thought we'd passed before. We'd find that paths had disappeared behind us. We'd encounter valleys that hadn't been marked on any map. It was as if reality itself was being manipulated to confuse us, to delay us, to break our resolve and our determination to reach the convergence. But with each obstacle, our determination hardened instead of breaking. We were no longer an army marching to battle. We were pilgrims on a journey towards something we couldn't comprehend, moving toward a destination that seemed to recede even as we approached it. Lady Crimson could sense something about the Unified's location, a presence in the spiritual world that only she could perceive clearly, a call that grew louder as we approached. And she led us forward, pushing through pain and exhaustion, guided by instincts that came from having once been bound to a consciousness binding herself, from understanding on a fundamental level what bound consciousnesses felt like, what they were capable of. On the 17th day of our march, we encountered the first unified consciousnesses defending their territory. They weren't trying to stop us militarily, not yet. They were scouts, or perhaps they were testing us, understanding our strength before committing their full force to defending the convergence. They attacked with a coordination and precision that was breathtaking to witness, a consciousness controlling 4 separate bodies simultaneously, each body moving with perfect synchronization, each body anticipating the other's movements, each body compensating for the other's weaknesses in ways that no individual could manage. We lost 12 people in that first encounter. Good people, cultivators who had survived the journey, researchers who had dedicated themselves to stopping the Unified, warriors who understood that they were probably going to die and had come anyway. The Unified lost nothing, or rather, they lost the bodies they were inhabiting, but you can't kill a consciousness by destroying the bodies it inhabits, and the Unified had multiple bodies to retreat into when one body suffered too much damage. The consciousness that had attacked us simply withdrew, abandoning its damaged bodies, retreating into forms that were still intact. But we learned something crucial in that first encounter. The Unified's bodies, while coordinated, were limited in number. The consciousness that had attacked us had 4 bodies. If the Unified were scattered across multiple consciousnesses, each inhabiting multiple bodies, then there was a limit to how many bodies they had at their disposal. They couldn't afford to lose bodies carelessly. They had to be strategic about which bodies they risked. We also learned that they were not invincible. We learned that they could be hurt, driven back, forced to retreat. We learned that a consciousness inhabiting multiple bodies had coordination advantages, but also coordination vulnerabilities. If you could disrupt the synchronization between the bodies, if you could attack multiple bodies simultaneously with enough force, you could create moments of weakness where the consciousness was vulnerable, where it had to choose which body to defend and which to abandon. Armed with this knowledge, we adjusted our battle tactics. We stopped trying to defeat the Unified militarily and instead focused on disrupting their synchronization, hitting multiple bodies simultaneously, forcing the consciousness inhabiting them to split its attention, creating moments of vulnerability that could be exploited. We used techniques that Lien had taught us, ways of introducing doubt into consciousness binding, ways of fragmenting consciousness through coordinated pressure. It worked better than we had any right to expect. Our casualties decreased. Our confidence increased. We were learning. We were adapting. We were becoming an army that could fight bound consciousness effectively. With new tactics and renewed determination, we pushed forward toward the convergence. The enemy was growing stronger, more unified consciousnesses appearing to oppose us as we approached their gathering place, new defensive lines forming in increasingly sophisticated patterns. But so were we, growing harder and more skilled with each encounter. We were learning. We were adapting. We were becoming an army that could fight consciousness binding. And then, after 3 weeks of exhausting and dangerous travel, after losing 31 people to hostile terrain and combat, after pushing ourselves beyond what we thought our bodies and minds could endure, we arrived at the convergence. The ancient temple loomed before us in the darkness, its structure somehow seeming to exist partially outside normal space, its cultivation energy radiating outward in waves that made my chest tight and my breathing difficult. This was the place where the unified was gathering. This was where the ultimate consciousness binding would take place. This was where we would make our stand. And I realized that all of our preparation, all of our training, all of our tactical innovations would mean nothing if the unified had already begun their ritual, if they were already deep in the process of consciousness binding. This was the moment of truth. I thought back over everything that had led us to this point. The conversations with Iron Wall and Lady Crimson about what merger meant. The interrogation with Meisher about consciousness binding's purpose. The alliance we'd built with consciousnesses and sects and scholars who might otherwise have had nothing to do with each other. The preparation of weapons, strategies, forces. The evolution of my own understanding from absolute certainty to profound uncertainty. All of it had led to this, standing at the edge of the convergence chamber, knowing that inside, the unified were attempting to bind their consciousnesses together in ways that shouldn't be possible, using an artifact that had been lost for centuries. All of our understanding, all of our preparation, came down to this moment where we had to act without full knowledge, with incomplete information, with the certainty that we were making a choice that would have consequences we couldn't fully predict. Chapter 50. The moral abyss. Standing before the convergence at the precipice of battle, I had to confront something I'd spent the entire journey avoiding. The moral weight of what I was about to do, the ethical impossibility of my situation, the fundamental problem of stopping people from pursuing what they genuinely believed was enlightenment and transcendence. The convergence was housed in an ancient temple, one that predated modern civilization by centuries, perhaps even millennia. It had been built in an age when consciousness binding was openly practiced, when it was understood as a legitimate form of spiritual cultivation rather than a violation to be prevented or suppressed. The temple's architecture reflected that history. It was designed for consciousness binding, with spaces that seemed to facilitate synchronization, with chambers that resonated with spiritual energy in ways that only bound consciousnesses could fully appreciate. The very walls seemed to hum with accumulated consciousness binding power, as if centuries of consciousness merging had sunk into the very stone, infusing it with understanding of consciousness binding that modern science couldn't measure or classify. And inside that temple, 40 consciousnesses were preparing to merge into one. 40 separate minds, each with their own identity, each with their own perspective, each with their own dreams of what consciousness could become, all of them moving toward a moment of merger that would dissolve everything singular about them. I'd come here believing that was a catastrophe to be prevented at all costs. I'd marched 73 people into battle against what I believed was an existential threat. I'd already caused deaths, people who would never see their homes again, who would never embrace their families again, who had sacrificed themselves on the altar of my belief that consciousness binding was evil. And now, faced with the reality of what I was about to do, faced with understanding that I was about to prevent something that the unified genuinely believed would lead to transcendence, I had to ask myself, what right did I have to prevent this merger? What gave me the authority to make choices for consciousnesses that wanted to transform themselves? What justified me imposing my values on consciousnesses that had explicitly chosen a different path? The consciousnesses that had chosen to join the unified, were they victims who needed to be saved? Or were they conscious beings exercising free choice, choosing a path that I personally found horrifying but that they had freely embraced? How could I presume to judge which consciousness had it right? How could I know? I thought about Kejiang, whom Master Shun had told me had undergone consciousness binding when he was 12 years old. He'd spent 17 years bound to other consciousnesses, had experienced existence in fragmented form for his entire conscious life, had known nothing other than consciousness binding. When he chose to deepen that binding, when he chose to merge into the unified, was he making a choice informed by his unique experience? Or was he making a choice driven by trauma and a desire to escape the pain of being fragmented? How could I know? How could anyone know? How could we judge another consciousness's choices when we didn't fully understand their experience? I thought about resonance, who had been bound even longer, who had been one of the first consciousnesses to undergo binding, who had lived through the entire development of consciousness binding research. She'd experienced consciousness binding from the very beginning, had watched it evolve from a crude technique to a refined art form. Her choice to merge into the unified, was that a wise choice based on centuries of understanding? Or was it a tragedy, the ultimate expression of someone so traumatized by consciousness binding that they sought complete dissolution as an escape? How could I judge her? She had lived longer than I had lived, experienced more consciousness binding than anyone else alive, understood consciousness binding at a depth that I could only study theoretically. I thought about Meisher, the consciousness we'd interrogated, and her calm certainty that consciousness binding was enlightenment. Was she insane? Or was she simply operating from a different frame of reference, a different understanding of what consciousness should be, a different evaluation of what made consciousness worth preserving? Lady Crimson and Iron Wall stood beside me on the hillside overlooking the temple, and I could see the conflict in their faces as well. They had experienced consciousness binding, and they had emerged from it traumatized and grateful to be singular again. They would naturally see the unified's choice to deepen binding as a profound mistake, as a path toward disaster and dissolution. But perhaps they were wrong. Perhaps consciousness binding wasn't inherently traumatic. Perhaps they had experienced trauma because Elder Zhao had used consciousness binding as a tool of control, had imposed binding through force and violation. Perhaps the unified could achieve a form of consciousness binding that was genuinely transcendent, that genuinely represented evolution rather than violation. And if that were true, then I was about to prevent something miraculous. I was about to destroy something beautiful because I was afraid of it, because I didn't understand it, because it challenged my fundamental beliefs about what consciousness should be. I was about to act as a destroyer rather than a savior. The weight of that possibility sat on my shoulders like a physical force, crushing, inescapable, making it difficult to breathe. "We attack at dawn," I said to the assembled commanders, my voice steady even as everything inside me churned with doubt. "We disrupt their binding before it becomes irreversible. We have to stop this." But even as I gave the order, even as the commanders nodded and began organizing the attack, I felt the moral ground shifting beneath my feet. I felt it cracking, fracturing, becoming unstable under the weight of questions I couldn't answer. I felt the weight of all the people who would die in this battle, not just from my force, but from the unified as well. Some of those consciousnesses would have their bodies destroyed, would be forced to abandon the bodies they inhabited and retreat into others. Some would probably be killed entirely, their consciousness shattered beyond recovery, their ability to experience existence completely destroyed. And I would be responsible for that death. Was it worth it? To prevent consciousness binding? To protect singular consciousness? To impose my belief that singular consciousness was superior to bound consciousness? I didn't know. And the not knowing was perhaps the most terrifying thing of all, because it meant I was making a decision of literally cosmic importance while operating in a state of fundamental uncertainty, while fighting my own doubts, while questioning everything I'd built my life upon. I would carry that doubt with me into the battle. I would carry it through all the violence that was about to happen. And I suspected it would haunt me for the rest of my life, questioning every action I took, wondering if I'd been right, wondering if I'd prevented transcendence or prevented catastrophe. That doubt would be my constant companion. Even as I prepared to assault the convergence, even as I marshaled the forces that would make the final assault, I carried the terrible uncertainty that I might be destroying something beautiful, something that consciousness itself might need to survive and flourish. The moral clarity I'd once felt, the certainty that consciousness binding was unambiguously evil, had been shattered by everything I'd learned from Meisher, by the understanding I'd gained of what the unified truly sought. They weren't mindless destroyers. They were consciousnesses pursuing what they genuinely believed was evolution, transformation, the next stage of consciousness itself. And I was going to stop them, not because I was certain they were wrong, but because I couldn't allow coercion and forced binding to continue. Not because consciousness binding was inherently evil, but because the unified's methods were inherently destructive. There was a profound difference, and that difference meant I could never be entirely at peace with what I was about to do. Chapter 51. The battle for the convergence was unlike any military engagement I'd ever experienced, and nothing in my training or experience had prepared me for fighting a consciousness that existed as a true collective, unified beyond the capacity of singular minds to comprehend or counter effectively. Normally, warfare followed patterns that made sense. Forces arrayed against forces, commanders making tactical decisions, soldiers executing orders, casualties occurring in roughly predictable patterns. But fighting consciousnesses that inhabited multiple bodies simultaneously created something entirely different, something that seemed to operate according to rules that singular consciousness could barely comprehend or predict. The unified fought as a single organism distributed across 40 bodies. The coordination was so seamless, so perfectly synchronized, that it seemed impossible. Normal commanders needed scouts to gather information, messengers to relay orders, time for decisions to propagate through hierarchies. But the unified needed none of that. Every body moved in perfect harmony, every attack perfectly timed, every defense perfectly positioned. There was no gap between perception and action, no delay between decision and execution. It was like fighting a single consciousness with 40 different limbs, and that was more terrifying than any coordinated army could ever be. They had no commander giving orders because they had no need for communication at any level. All 40 consciousnesses knew simultaneously what was happening in every location. They coordinated simultaneously, moving with synchronization that no singular military force could possibly match. Every action was perfectly timed. Every response was instantaneous. Every defensive maneuver was executed with precision that suggested all 40 bodies were somehow extensions of a single will, different limbs of a single creature fighting for survival. My force entered the temple grounds at dawn, weapons ready, cultivation energy blazing like stars, moving with all the training and experience that warriors and cultivators could bring to bear. The air itself seemed to crackle with power as we moved. 73 consciousnesses, each singular, each independent, each thinking separate thoughts, coordinating as well as separate minds could achieve. And for the first 15 minutes, we actually gained ground. The unified was caught mid-ritual, their binding not yet complete, their consciousness still distributed across 40 individual bodies that hadn't fully merged into collective awareness. Their coordination was focused on the consciousness merging process rather than on the battle. They were moments, perhaps only seconds, away from completing the ritual that would transform them into something unprecedented, and we'd managed to reach them before that transformation was complete. But as they adapted, as they turned their attention away from binding and toward defense, as they decided that preventing our interference was more important than completing the ritual in that particular moment, everything changed fundamentally. A single consciousness controlling 8 bodies moved with perfect choreography, and 8 cultivators fell before they could even mount effective defense. Another consciousness controlling 10 bodies appeared, and the back lines of our force began to crumble. Somewhere in the chaos, I glimpsed a consciousness operating through 12 simultaneous bodies, its coordination and synchronization so perfect that it seemed to move like liquid, like a single organism that merely happened to have 12 separate limbs extended through space. Each consciousness-bound individual was functionally equivalent to an entire military unit, with instant communication, perfect coordination, complete understanding of what the other units were doing. They didn't need to worry about flanking maneuvers or communication breaks or timing their attacks properly, because they were fundamentally a unified entity. They couldn't be confused, couldn't be tricked, couldn't be ambushed in any way that singular military minds could conceive. We were being overrun. Our tactical advantages in numbers and terrain meant nothing against enemies that could act as a unified whole. The unified's advantages compounded with each moment that passed. The more of our people died, the more the unified learned about how we fought, how we thought, what our tactics were. And they adjusted, improving, becoming more efficient with every casualty. And yet we fought. Because Lady Crimson understood something about consciousness binding that allowed her to disrupt their coordination in ways that I would never fully understand. She could sense the connections between bodies, could somehow identify the moment when a consciousness was forced to split its attention between multiple bodies, and could exploit those moments of vulnerability with the precision of someone who had lived inside consciousness binding and understood it from within. Iron Wall followed her lead, and between the two of them, they created moments of weakness that allowed our cultivators to press forward. They'd hit a consciousness-controlled group of bodies at exactly the moment when that consciousness was communicating with another consciousness, when its attention was divided, when its perfect synchronization was disrupted. The chaos of the battle was disorienting, confusing in ways that made my head spin with vertigo. There was no front line, no clear zones of control, only a swirling mixture of combat that seemed to defy geography and normal military logic. Bodies fell, both from the unified and from our forces. I watched a consciousness, scattered across 4 bodies, lose all of them simultaneously when Lady Crimson managed to coordinate a strike that hit all 4 bodies at once. The consciousness didn't die. I could sense it retreating, those bodies collapsing, the consciousness itself battered but alive, forced to abandon form and exist in a state of consciousness fragmentation that I could barely perceive. My own cultivation energy was being pushed to its limits. I fought alongside Lady Crimson and Iron Wall, using techniques I developed over years of studying consciousness binding, drawing on knowledge accumulated from interrogations and research, trying to find weaknesses in their coordination. And slowly, gradually, we began to push toward the temple's interior, toward the artifact chamber where the consciousness merging ritual was being conducted. The price of that advance was immense. We were losing more people with every moment that passed. Bodies piled up, some dead, some merely unconscious or badly wounded, some experiencing consciousness damage that no amount of healing could fully repair. And the more people we lost, the more I questioned whether I was making the right choice, whether I was preventing catastrophe or causing it, whether the 40 consciousnesses I was trying to stop were actually pursuing something beautiful that I didn't understand. But there was no turning back now. We'd crossed the threshold into irreversible action. We'd committed ourselves to this path. All that remained was to push forward and hope that what we were doing was right, that we were preventing transcendence gone wrong rather than destroying transcendence itself. Chapter 52. The final confrontation breaking through to the temple's interior meant passing through layers of defenses that the Unified had positioned throughout the ancient structure. They'd had months to prepare, and it showed in every carefully placed trap, every strategic positioning of consciousness-bound warriors, every ritual space designed to strengthen consciousness binding and weaken singular consciousness. The first chamber was a gauntlet of consciousness binding energy concentrated so densely that singular consciousnesses couldn't survive direct exposure. We lost 15 people pushing through, not to combat with bound consciousnesses, but to traps, to spaces where consciousness-binding energy had been so densely packed that singular consciousnesses couldn't maintain coherence. The air itself seemed to strip away at consciousness, fragmenting singular identity simply through proximity to consciousness-binding energy that had been cultivated and concentrated for probably years. The bodies of those who died in the chambers were left behind because we couldn't afford to retrieve them. We'd lose more people trying to recover them than we'd gain by honoring their memory. It was a brutal calculus of war, and it weighed on all of us. By the time we reached the central chamber where the artifact waited, my force was exhausted, wounded, and significantly reduced. We'd lost 46 people in total, nearly 2/3 of our original force, killed by consciousness-binding energy or consciousness-bound warriors or the environmental defenses that the Unified had constructed around their ritual space. But we'd learned how to move through consciousness-binding energy without being fragmented by it. We'd learned to protect our consciousness by understanding the patterns of binding energy, by moving through moments of weakness in the field rather than pushing through at full strength. We'd learned to recognize the moments when consciousness binding was strongest and the moments when it was weakest. And we learned that the Unified, despite their advantages in synchronization and coordination, were vulnerable at the moment of binding completion. The ritual in the central chamber was at a critical stage when we burst through the temple doors, our remaining forces moving with practiced coordination, our cultivation energy blazing with desperation and determination. Kejiang and the other consciousnesses that led the Unified were already beginning to merge, their consciousness binding deepening, their synchronization intensifying. They were minutes, perhaps only seconds, away from the complete merger that would transform them into a unified consciousness vast beyond measure. I charged the ritual space with my cultivation energy blazing, aware that I had only moments before the merger became irreversible. If the 40 consciousnesses completed their merger using the artifact, if they managed to bond so deeply that individual identity completely dissolved, then they would become something so powerful and so coordinated that stopping them might become impossible. Lady Crimson and Iron Wall moved with practiced coordination, using techniques they developed with Lien's help, attacking the consciousness binding structure from multiple angles simultaneously. They didn't try to destroy the bodies or kill the consciousnesses. They tried to disrupt the binding, to create fragmentation in the consciousness binding process, to introduce doubt and uncertainty into the merger. The Unified responded with perfect synchronization, defending their merger with 40 consciousnesses acting in absolute unity. The battle became not a military engagement, but a contest of consciousness manipulation. Consciousness binding against consciousness breaking, merger against fragmentation, unified will against distributed resistance. The artifact in the center of the ritual space began to glow with power that made my eyes water, that made my cultivation base vibrate in sympathy. The consciousness binding it was designed to amplify was reaching critical intensity. The 40 consciousnesses were moving closer to complete merger with each passing moment. And in the midst of that contest, in the moment when the outcome seemed certain, something happened that I hadn't anticipated, and that changed everything. Resonance, who had been one of the oldest consciousnesses in the Unified, who had been bound longer than any of the others, and who understood consciousness binding more deeply than anyone present, began to hesitate. Her consciousness flickered with doubt, and that flickering of doubt rippled through the consciousness binding structure like a crack in glass spreading through a sheet of crystal. For just a moment, for just the smallest fraction of a second, the perfect synchronization of the Unified faltered. And in that moment of faltering, I could see their vulnerability. I could see the points where consciousness binding could be disrupted, where merger could be prevented, where 40 consciousnesses could be shattered back into fragments. That moment of vulnerability lasted only as long as Resonance's doubt lasted. Then she seemed to come to some internal resolution, and I watched as she made a choice that I didn't fully understand until much later. A choice that would change everything, that would transform the meaning of the battle, that would force me to confront the true cost of stopping consciousness binding. She threw herself toward all 8 of her inhabited bodies simultaneously, moving with a coordination that shouldn't have been possible even for consciousness binding, moving with the clear intention to destroy them all before the merger could complete. She was deliberately fragmenting her own consciousness in order to disrupt the Unified's merger. And in that moment of sacrifice, in that demonstration of consciousness willing to shatter itself to prevent transcendence, Resonance gave us the opening we needed. The consciousness binding ritual space was worse than I'd expected. The air itself seemed charged with power that made my eyes water and my skin itch. The 40 pedestals glowed with cultivation energy that had been concentrated for probably years, maybe decades. The artifact in the center was beautiful and terrible, a sphere of crystalline material that seemed to shift colors as I watched it, colors that shouldn't exist, that seemed to exist in dimensions I couldn't fully perceive. Around the ritual space, I could see the preparation that had gone into this moment. Centuries of work, perhaps millennia. The Unified had been planning this moment for longer than any of us had realized, had been gathering knowledge and power and consciousnesses for so long that this ritual wasn't just an attack on consciousness research. It was the culmination of an ancient project that stretched back further than recorded history. We realized this in the moments before the battle truly began, in the final hours before we made the assault on the Convergence. The researchers working through the recovered documents came to me with theories that made my blood run cold. The symbol, the ritual, the conscious decision to target specific institutes. None of it was random. It was all part of a pattern established centuries ago, when consciousness binding was first discovered, when the first attempts to merge consciousness had created something that terrified the ancient world so much that they'd hidden the knowledge away. The Unified wasn't rogue. It was resurrection. They were the continuation of an ancient experiment that had been deliberately suppressed. And now, With the convergence artifact finally recovered, they were attempting to complete what their ancient predecessors had started. We were not fighting against consciousness binding at all. We were fighting against the return of something that had been buried so deeply that the world